Sunshine already. Just had your breakfast, I guess, Mr. Moffat?
Yeah, just had breakfast on the last day of the 2025 edition of the Scottish 6 Days. It's incredible how quickly it's gone past.
Everybody's saying that.
Yeah, probably because of the weather. I think that's had a bearing on the whole factor, hasn't it?
Well, we're looking across Loch Linney, which is, we take it for granted here because I look over it every day. It's a fabulous place to be.
Yeah, it is, and especially with weather like this. I mean, it doesn't look so clever when it's raining, but everywhere looks that way when it's raining. When it's sunshine, you've got some vistas to look at, haven't you?
You have indeed.
Yeah.
And we're here till around about 12:30, the very last ride at Leeds Parc Ferme, is the way it works.
Yeah, that's right. We've done that now for several years. When the last rider goes, we actually pack up and disappear. Well, I disappear. You stay in and do the radio.
You finish your last
normally.
couple of days of holiday, don't you?
Yeah, well, we're down here a fortnight today, and it's incredible how
Home Sunday night, is it on Monday?
Home Sunday about midday. It doesn't take us too long to go home from here, but we'll have a nice breakfast, pay the bill, and hopefully book up for next year, 2026.
Hopefully, definitely.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. I'll have to work out when it could be run, but it's normally the first full Monday in May.
You're listening to Nevis Radio. It's great to be the official Scottish 6 Days Trials radio station, and also stuff we're putting on YouTube and video and everything else. It's amazing.
Yeah, multimedia almost.
Multimedia organisation down here in Parc Ferme.
Almost.
We are, definitely.
I'm trying to think if there's anything missing other than videos, live streaming, words over the airwaves. I suppose it covers everything, doesn't it?
It does indeed. I'm John Welly, you're John Moffat, we haven't introduced ourselves, and Simon Abley back at the studio. Very good morning to you.
Indeed.
How are you this morning? You've been a bit coffee and...
Still suffering, but better.
There's a lot of it around.
Yeah.
Just had the secretary come over and she's still coughing and having trouble breathing.
I think the team's suffering. I know Dan's suffering as well, so...
Yeah, Dan's in the Thistle Access trailer, thanks to them. He's been sort of keeping the pictures and the sounds and everything else, working with you at the studio. We've got Robbie on camera. He's the images you're catching right now across a very, very sunny, it's very blinding on the eyes. We've got Jack, who's in the sort of mobile studio, should we say? Yep. Up behind the secretary's wagon. What do you call that? Office?
The office, yeah, the event office.
And we've got a couple of other people coming down throughout the morning to help us do bits and pieces here before we all pack up our little bags and go home.
And of course, this wouldn't be possible without some support. We've got our sponsors.
We have indeed. Michelin Tires and Gavin Cairns Rough Casting, two big ones. We have got Thistle Access, as you mentioned there. We've got Comms West, which help get the signals out around the world. And of course, the Trials Guru, which is you, giving your time up for a whole week down here.
As a guest presenter, and I believe I'm coming back later this year to do a show with John Weller.
Is he any good, that guy?
So I believe. I got the invite last year. It didn't quite happen. So the invite was carried forward. It's still valid for 12
there's
months.
no expiry date on it, apparently.
Yeah, apparently not. So...
Well, I figured what we could do is we could change drive time for the day for it. It's a ride time.
Yeah, I was thinking something like that. I was laying in bed this morning thinking maybe just do a drive time show. That'd be quite good, a ride time show.
Yeah, and then you're not mucking any of the schedule up at all. That would be good.
That'd work. Two Tires, mention them because they've been one of our new sponsors this year as well. They've been helping sponsor the desk, I guess, where we sit behind.
I love your new desk, yeah. For all your motorbike tyre needs, and they post nationally as well, and internationally as well, because obviously you can watch this and listen outside of the UK.
Yep.
Apparently makes us look very professional, somebody told me yesterday.
Yeah, somebody
you look very
did
professional. Look, you're on a proper TV show. Blimey.
That's right.
That's the goal. That is the goal.
Nevis Bakery, we've been dishing out. I think we've got about 3 packs left, trying to keep Robbie off those last 3 packs. I've been guarding them of shortbread.
Thanks to Archie Patterson for that at Nevis Bakery.
Absolutely. And anybody else who's put this on in any little way, because there's lots of people say, oh, we can do this, we can do that. And we're not... sometimes we miss people off the list, but thank you very much if you've done that. Even if it's just servicing the generator or something like that, it's been done. I don't know what we do. But you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah. It's like everything else. Every little thing helps make the whole big picture come together. And for example, the Scottish 6 Days trial wouldn't happen without the fuelling for the motorcycles, and that's handled by the British Army. They've now
gone.
moved
We're in their
on.
Space. They should be here.
Yeah, well, they've moved now.
It was a tent yesterday.
Yeah, well, the tent's moved because it's no longer required because the bikes were all topped up last night as they went into Parc Ferme for this morning's run. So the fuel has now gone from the Parc Ferme. The only fuel available now will be out on the course where there's registered petrol stops, and the Army will be doing that. And then once they're clear and the back markers are through, these Army guys will move away from there, and the jerry cans get stored away for next year, presumably, get washed out, and that's it, a wrap.
Well, hopefully we get a catch up with Sandy Mack, who's sort of is he the commander in charge of the operation? Would that be the right term?
Yeah, well, he's terminology is Major Sandy Mac. I think he's got a couple of years to go before he's out of the British Army, so I heard. And hopefully he might come in and you'll be able to give him a wee
we'll have a chat
chat
with him, find out how the logistics work, because there's obviously a few questions we'd like to ask him.
Because it's a longer show today, so
it's a longer show,
pack a bit
and
more
we're
in.
going to try and catch up with those leaders as well. There's been a bit of a change, but we'll talk about that in a little while. We're not going to give too much away. We'll do the official results soon.
Yeah, that's right.
And what we do is we'll play a tune, come back, do the weather, and properly launch day 6 of the Scottish 6 Days Trial. And the track I have chosen, final countdown.
Oh, very good. Europe.
Europe, indeed. Push
Right.
that button, Mr. Simon Everly.
Okay.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
11, we're just up to 12 minutes past 7, live from Parc Ferme. We've moved into our studio, sponsored by Two Tyres as one of our main sponsors. You can see their logo, and they just deal with motorcycle tyres. Is that right, Si?
It is.
Got a chance for a quick chat?
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, I've got, no, I can't remember your number now, it's 24 something. Danny Lamont from Inverness. Now, Danny, we had you on film yesterday at Corrie Mohair, and things didn't go too well yesterday on that section.
No, it didn't go well at all, actually. I thought I was up. I got all the way to the top, and then I just stopped dead. I don't know if the sump guard caught on a rock, and then I backed down. The bike landed on top of me. So I had a wee knock on my knee, so I've been struggling a wee bit with that, but we're here and it's the last day, so...
That's what it's all about. And the thing is, we saw it sort of just about live, I think we got it, or just shortly after live. And I thought, oh, that's a bad one. And then I sort of figured it out it was you. I didn't realise it was you at the time, and it was your colour of your helmet I picked up on.
Yeah, I know, like, I had to take a wee minute there, had to sit down by the side and just sort of gather my breath and all that. And, yeah. But no, it's the last day, so I'll battle on through.
Yeah, well, they replayed it again about maybe 5 minutes later. So it's one of these things. Back in the 60s, Jimmy Eyre was rising for CZ and motocross. It was a television thing. And ITV kept playing the same thing over and over for about 2 years. And Jimmy was sick of it.
Yeah, I don't really want to see that video, if I'm honest with you.
Anyway, so have a good day today, Danny.
Thank you, John. See you later.
Okay, that's Daniel Lamont from the Inverness and District Motorcycle Club, one of the club riders down from Inverness riding the Scottish. He's done it a few times now, and still only 26 years of age. Just bought his first house with his girlfriend, Caprice, and got a sore knee now. But that's what we saw yesterday on the vids from David Green.
At least he's okay, that's the main thing, because if people said, you showed it twice, and said, yeah, not deliberately, I think it's just the way it worked.
I think it was just the way it worked, actually, but it did demonstrate...
It just shows how dangerous and...
Well, the section, when you look at it on the video, just looks, aye, that's okay, I think I could do that, but when you actually see it in real life, it was quite a lift through there, and as I say, he doesn't know whether the sump guard just caught on the rock at the top of the nib of the rock there on the section, and it spat him off, but he certainly went down with a thud, and then the bike went chasing after him, and that's always a kind of tricky thing, you know, where the bike lands. If it lands on top of you, it can be quite a sore one. So, yeah, it landed on his knee, and he had a bit of a bad knee before that, so there we have it.
Not helped.
Yeah, and just before I forget, just a wee bit of remembrance. We lost 3 Gs in the last year since the Scottish 6 Days trial. First of all, the great Gordon Jackson, who won this trial in 1961 on one single solitary dab, passed away in July. We also, later in the year, lost his teammate, Gordon McLaughlin, and he passed away. Okay, he was a ripe old age, as they say, but still somebody from the trial that was one of the top riders back in the 1950s and very early 60s. And then more recently, the evergreen, very enthusiastic man, George Greenland, who passed away in Belgium when he was out at a trial with his family, had a nice meal and just slept away during the night at 92. George rode a Triumph twin, a Wasp twin, here in 1973, and almost took the 500cc award, but for the fact that Don Smith had entered on the 450cc Works Kawasaki, and he got the award. And he actually apologised to George. He says, George, I didn't realise you were riding the 500, otherwise I would have ridden someone else, because it was one of these things that Don just did it to get a cup for Kawasaki at the time. So we lost the 3 Gs in the recent time. On the Works AGS team, there was 3 Gordons. There was Gordon Jackson, Gordon McLaughlin and Gordon Blakeway. Happily, Gordon Blakeway, who used to own the Kilcam Lodge Hotel, who's one of your advertisers now, is still healthy and living down at Norton now. So if he's listening, a wee shout out to Gordon Blakeway, one of the AGS factory teams. It's factory team from the 1960s.
Exactly. Gavin Kenzie's behind us. Just grab him and see how his week's going, because he's one of our main sponsors before he comes in.
I don't know if he's just got in. Gavin, are you going in? Now? Just now?
Just 2 minutes.
2 minutes. He's only got 2 minutes.
2 minutes quick.
Quick 2 minutes, just a quick chat.
Just how he's doing.
Just to see how you're actually faring. How's things going, Gavin?
Struggling. Day number 8 for me after the pre-65, so old body's just about ready to pack in.
Yeah. But leave it till later this afternoon.
Yeah. Aye, let's try and get it finished. No heroics today, just try and get it finished and get over the line.
Because this is your day.
Yeah, we sponsor the Saturday, yeah.
As well as the radio station you sponsor the trial.
Yeah, we do the radio and the trial, yep, so every wee bit helps.
Well, we'll let you crack on because obviously you shout your number, so we might catch you when you're working about. Any work to do this morning?
Front brake pads, that's it.
Well, that's not too bad.
I sprayed contact cleaner on them.
Oh no. Well, never mind. Have a good luck with that.
Thanks very much.
That's Gavin Cairns, sponsor of Nevis Radio, and also today's sponsor, the Saturday of the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
Maybe when he's doing his brake pads, we're going to have a look around and see how easy it is to do these sort of jobs. I'm assuming it's just a pin pulls out and a quick in and out, is it?
Yeah, normally there's a pin that you pull out, but you've got to take off, well, you might have to take off the cover, but yeah, he'll be doing that shortly, so we could maybe zoom in when he's doing it, and I'll maybe
sort of stuff's
commentate on it, yeah.
Exactly. Well, I'll tell you what, messages, you want to get them out to us, Si? What's the best way of doing that? Get in contact with us?
You can get us on WhatsApp, that's your best way, 01397 706 100. You can phone us on the same number, that's 01397 706 100. Email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk. Or find us on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official, or quite simply find us on YouTube at Nevis Radio Official. Or just type in Nevis Radio and click on our live link, and we'll go from there.
And you can do us a little voice message. You want to do a message to anybody in particular, you can do that as well.
We can do that.
Should be
I
quite
believe the fans of... hang on, I'm just trying to... Mark and Andy are back on again, and they want to wish Phil, who's also in Dorset, a happy birthday.
There you go.
Happy birthday, Phil.
We can do that as well.
That's from Karen.
And so we're going to catch up with as many riders as we can between now and around about 12:30 when we finish. It's not a defined time, but between 12 and 12:30 we estimate the last rider should be leaving Parc Ferme. I guess do the weather, and I think Johnny's out there trying to get hold. He's out there now. You got hold of anybody you want to do at the moment? Anything interesting? We'll do the weather and come back to you.
Well, who have we got here? I'll try 243.
Oh, we're doing this first then.
Yeah, Rider 243. What's your name?
Oh, Kyle Jacobs.
Where are you from?
Cornwall.
Cornwall, way down south. One of the furthest places you can get away from Fort William. Just doing a little bit of maintenance on the air filter this morning.
Yeah, I just put a fresh tyre on and putting the air filter in now.
Did you ride with SW Trials down there?
Yeah, that's right. They've given us some support to come up here, get us through the trial. So.
And it's been a good week weather-wise.
Yeah, very good. Can't complain.
Have you ridden before?
No, this is my first time.
Oh, first timer. Well, good luck for the last day.
Thank you very much.
Will he be back, John? That's the question.
Oh, will you come back?
Definitely.
Oh, definitely. There you go.
That's the answer.
So the SW Trials van's sort of booked for next year already. That's good news. That's it. So yeah, he's just working on the beta, doing the air filter, which is very important. That's how the motorcycle breathes through the carburetor. It has to take in fresh air. If we're looking at it now in the live stream, you can see that there's a bit of dirt got in there. Even though it's been a dry week, there's always a lot of gunge gets thrown into the air filter because it sucks air in from the atmosphere. And does all sorts of things internally with a two-stroke motor and blows it out through the exhaust. So there's a little plastic cover comes out along with a foam filter. So what he'll do is he'll just chuck that away, put in a fresh one. In fact, it looks like a new oiled one that he's putting in, and it is prepared, ready to go. The oil, the roundabout the filter normally traps a lot of the loose dirt, the dust and everything when you're riding along. So that's going in now. Looks a dry one to me. I don't know if it's been prepped with stuff, but we'll see. It'll do the job, and it's only got one day to go, so that's a good thing.
That's quite an important part because the engine needs to breathe. Who was speaking to the other day about it, how important an air filter is?
Yeah, very much so. And obviously there's got to be a good supply of air going in there, because remember once one of my sons was doing some trials and he had a bike which continually took in water, so he put a rubber flap just in round about the exhaust and the carburetor to try and stop the water going in. And then the bike wouldn't run right. And the mechanic's rule is, what was the last thing you did? And it was put on the rubber flap. So we took the rubber flap off, and it ran perfectly. Yeah. And what was happening is the air was being sucked into the airbox, but it was also sucking the rubber flap up onto the inlet, and it was shutting the air off, and then it would just drop back. So the bike would start run terrible for a bit, shut the bike off, start it again, it would run okay for a couple of seconds, run rubbish. And it was this rubber flap was getting sucked in and blown, and just relaxed back out when the bike stopped. So that's how we cured it. But we just put a little bit on, and it stopped the water going in so easily, you know, when it was in deep water. Yeah.
Well, first rider away in about 7.5 minutes, I guess, now. I guess we do the weather, tune, come back, we'll try and get first rider away. Gavin's over there doing bits and pieces. He's going to do his brakes now, we're not sure. Yeah. We've sort of been trying to fill in for that one, but he's just going to get his machine now. But we can still, no, we can't watch it, can we, while we're playing a tune?
That's true.
That's the
Did we
issue.
just keep it open and then, is it 7 minutes we've got to fill in?
we can do
Well,
that.
Gavin will have his bike down in about a minute flat, I would think. He's just going to pick it up now. He's riding a Vertigo. He's knocking it off the side stand and he'll just be pushing it into the work area. He'll then put it on a centre stand if he's going to be doing this, I would think. And away we go. Although I don't see a stand for him. So he might just do it on the bike without taking the wheel off or anything fancy like that. He's just pushing it down. You'll see with the camera feed. He's pushing it down into what they call the work area. Gary from London, Gary Matthews, has been experimenting with a new system this year.
It seems a bit better. It seems a bit calmer down there.
Yeah, and it's very. I know that they brush up every night,
Yeah.
but it's very, very clean. Of course, it's not been raining this year, so there's not been a lot of wet mud kicking about, which is good. But it's easy to brush up the sort of dry stuff as it falls off the wheels when they're working on their bikes. But you'll see some drops of dirt falling off now when the riders are spinning the wheels round and doing a bit of maintenance.
And talking about machines, we've been talking about prices and things like that. What's a pair of brake pads for a bike? Are you 10, 20, 30, 50 quid? What sort of money are you looking at?
I've not bought brake pads for ages because I don't use a modern bike so much now, but normally about 25 quid, I think, is the going rate. I know that the old drum brakes, they're about 26, 27 pounds for a wheel.
Yeah.
So you're talking about near on 60 pounds to do a front and a back drum brake. It'll be roughly about that for the disc brake ones as well, roughly.
Yeah, so it's not too bad, is it?
No.
In relation to other motoring costs and general cars?
No,
and
your
stuff?
cars will be a lot dearer. Somehow £17 gets into my head, but I'd have to check with one of the dealers now as to what the retail price of There's a very popular brand, Golfer. They seem to produce a lot of the brake pads now for the bikes, and they come in, they are bubble pack, ready to fit. Some riders put that anti-squeal grease on the back of them just to keep them right. I used to use copper grease on it.
Copper grease?
Yeah, copper grease on it just because of the heat. And that stops them seizing on. But you've got to check these things regularly. You can't just sort of fit them and forget them because they do wear down, and when they do wear down, you don't want them to wear down to the point where it's metal to metal because that just ruins the rotor, the disc rotor. And then you've got to replace that. But they do sort of degrade as well. They start to get ridges on them, especially in a long trial such as the Scottish 6 days, and they do get heated up on the road when the riders are braking to slow down in the road. So
you talked about general wear and tear, vibration on a machine, bolts coming, nuts coming loose. I guess that's quite a thing to go look at too.
Every night they come in and they check certain bolts in the machine, especially the ones that hold on the mud guards, and if they're using a mud flap on the front mud guard, that can sort of flap about a bit more and it starts to ease the bolt off. The little Allen screw gets loose, and I noticed yesterday or the day before one of the Vertigos came in and it only had one screw left in it, so that had to have a new screw put in it to keep it fitted together, and it was really the mud flap I think was doing the job on that. So Gavin's looking at 254. That's Kyle Neal, one of the Inverness riders. He's doing the tyre pressures. He's putting some air into the tyres, so I think Gavin's waiting to get tools from him. So he did say he was going to change the brake pads, but I think he's watching what Kyle's doing at the moment.
And 245 rider out there, he's got his red stick, so
Yeah,
he's
he's
still
got a
taking
red
part,
stick.
but
He's
for
one
no
of the-
award, is that right?
I think he's one of the Kellett brothers. No, it's not. Sorry, my apologies. He was leaning over the bike. It was just the same sort of colour. No, 245. I don't have the list with me,
I've got it in front of me.
unfortunately.
I'm
You got
looking
it?
for you now. I am.
He's riding round for New
Peter Rue.
Oh, sorry, Anthony Roo's son at
On a
ACU.
Vertigo
Peter Roo,
from the west of England.
he had some problems early on in the trial, so he's just riding round for no award. Do you want me to maybe
Yeah,
catch
can
him?
do. Just find out what his story was. Maybe it'd be quite interesting.
Okay, because it's just one of these things. Obviously, the bike went a little bit sick. Rider 245, right, no award. Peter Roo, what was the problem with your bike? Obviously, you've pulled out the trial.
There was an electrical problem on the first day. Couldn't fix it up in the field, so yeah, had to be brought home in a van. So yeah, missed the last group, so had to be excluded from the event. But so I've just been riding the rest of the week for the crack.
Now, what electrical component had failed on the bike? Because it's quite unusual now for failures in mechanical terms. It's very rare now compared to previous years. What actually gave up?
Well, I was blessed with two problems. So on the first day, it was the coil that went. But to its credit, I think I hit that on a rock in one of the sections. And then on Tuesday, the bike wouldn't start after a couple of sections. Then we came back to the tent here and they found out that the ECU had failed.
Oh, right. That's a major component now.
It is. The thing wouldn't run.
Yeah. Basically, the ECU is the brain of the bike. It's the same with your car. If the ECU packs in, you ain't going anywhere, isn't it? So anyway, we've got 245 there. Peter Rue from way down south, and he's riding around for no award. Obviously, he's paid his money for the trial, and he's continued to ride the event just for no award, just so he gets 6 days of trial, and that's.
And he's ridden it before, I'm assuming, as well.
Yes, he has ridden it before, a few times. So that's what's happened. So a couple of things went wrong with his bike, and that's it. He's here with the red stripe through the number plate.
Well, it's good then, Karen, because obviously they spent there, was it 700 quid to enter, whatever it is, plus
Yeah.
the cost of getting here, staying here.
That's right.
So it's an important thing, just even the experience to go around and be
Yeah, that's right. Especially if it's say your first year,
Yeah.
then it's good to get the 6 days under your belt, even though for no award, because then you know for next year what to expect. And a mechanical issue like that, sometimes it's just you're not able to repair it when you're out on the course. It needs, well, in the case of the Vertigo, they need to sort of check the output of some of the electrical components, maybe even plug it into the laptop and see what's going on there. A bit like your modern car, the mechanics take them in. There's little plugs under the dashboard that drop down. They plug it into a laptop, and then the car tells the mechanic through the laptop, through the telemetry, what's wrong with it. You know, if something's out of sequence or out of trim or out of range or not talking to another part of the componentry, then it's a case of, right, change that, and if they change that and it works, then there's your fault. And if it's a newish car, it's maybe even done under warranty, you know. And the part is replaced. So a lot of components now are changed rather than trying to fix stuff in the old days. I always remember with a little Morris 1000 pickup, I could do most of the jobs on it, apart from the big stuff like crankshafts and boring and things like that. But things like, you know, the petrol pump, in some cases you just give it a light tap with a spanner or a little hammer, a little toffee hammer, and that would trigger the thing, and away it would go for another couple of 100,000 miles.
I'll tell you what, if you and Robbie can make your way to the start ramp, first rider is away very shortly, in about 30 seconds' time. It's going to be Rob Pollard.
Rob Pollard, yeah, from the Camel Vale Club, is the first rider away at 7:30, 241. One of the Southwest riders, and he'll be getting ready to start in about a minute or less.
And what we do is we'll come back after this and catch up on a few things. Now we've got to do that, so I'm well aware we've got bits to do in the studio.
You want us to take a tune in while we're at it?
Yeah, let John choose one. What he's thinking, maybe, John?
Yeah, Kim Wilde, Trail of Destruction.
2 Kims in 2 days, blimey.
Trail of Destruction.
Mm-hmm. Quite a new one.
Is that what you're leaving behind you today?
Probably.
Have you seen where he lives?
241 kicking the bike over. There he goes. Rob Pollard starts day 6 of the Scottish 6 days trial.
Spot on 7:30. And as the first one away, we'll be here for the very last rider away on this Saturday as well. So obviously after 241, we've got 242.
242, George Edivian, again from the Camel Vale MCC on a beta. We spoke to him yesterday, I think it was, and we were talking about the support that was given by George Sarton of Talon Engineering. And now, of course, we've got other people helping out. George is still involved in the background, and George Edivian here is riding with the help of SW Trials, who have been supporting the riders all week and also giving us a wee bit of a hand as well. Stephen managed to break the throttle twist grip body, and John MacDonald of SW Trials was able to supply one straight away, so no delay there. 242 kicking it over. Ready to start, George in. This microphone seems to cut out over here, I've noticed.
Yeah,
so
I think it's just
apologies for that.
Yeah, I think it's just behind the Secretary's tent. It's tent. Secretary's tent. Secretary's.
Try standing back a bit. There's George going
office.
out.
Yeah.
So that's just, that'll be 7:32, I would imagine, is it?
It is indeed.
Time-wise?
Well, 7:31 and a half, actually.
Is it? Oh, well, there you go.
They're
of course,
early.
every minute. No, every minute. 7:30, 7:31. This will now be 7:32 start. 2:43. I don't have the programme in front of me.
Yep. Who you after?
243 on a beta. 243
243. It is Carl Jacobs
from
Camel Vale.
Another of the Southwest riders.
Yeah. And we'll see this rider off. Go for the tune, catch up with a few things, come back. We'll have a look at the results.
Okay.
You doing Weber?
And do ad breaks. What do you want to catch up with?
Yeah, you doing Weber?
Do you want to do that first?
Well, we'll do that and then play tune if you like.
Yep, that'll work.
Okay.
You want that now?
Yep.
Okay.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio. Brought to you by Thistle Access.
Dry, clear and sunny, feeling warm in the sunshine, cloudier in the Western Isles and Northwest Highlands with a risk of the odd spot of rain. Temperature-wise, 21 degrees centigrade. Tonight's going to be staying dry as well, but there could be get a few clouds across the west coast and a few showers around dawn. Dropping down temperature-wise to 4 degrees centigrade across Loch Harbour.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio.
Had a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Time has come to
the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 6 of the Scottish 6-day trial, the final day for this Saturday. We've got 2 riders here, father and son, I believe, 265 Ethan Richardson and 266 Andrew Richardson of the Leamington Victory MCC. We've been requested to have a chat with you this morning. Yeah, we have. I don't know who it was that put in the request. Obviously, you're a first timer. Now, you're Andrew? You're Ethan.
Both first timers.
Oh, both first timers. Oh my God.
It'd be from Jenny, Charlie, and Isla. They're watching. So
Jenny,
good morning to them.
Charlie, and Isla, who's watching. Right. So that's who requested it. So we'll catch you. So first timers, father and son.
Yeah, it's been an experience. It's been absolutely fantastic. I left it a few years too late, but I've enjoyed it.
Well, I've heard the fathers and sons going round, but I'm not quite sure about a father first time and a son first time, to be honest.
Probably not. Probably not. Yeah. And my dad did the event 10 times back in the 70s and 80s.
What was his name?
John Richardson.
Okay.
And this year we managed to sprinkle his ashes up at Bradley Leg. That was what he always wanted.
Right. Well, that's brilliant.
Brilliant. It was a real good week for us.
A bit of respect. So you're first timer as well. You enjoying it?
Just about. It's different. Nothing I've ever done before.
No.
It's just one on its own. This event.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain unless you're actually here competing in it. As to what you experience.
And the camaraderie with everybody has been brilliant.
Yeah.
You know,
what did your father ride in the Scottish?
Pardon?
What did your father ride? What type of bike did your father?
I think it was back in the days of the Fantics. I know he rode an Aprilia.
Oh yeah.
Because the gearbox gave out on the Thursday and things like that. But yeah, a good mixture of bikes. I think the last one was probably on one of the TYs when it just gone to the monoshops. Yeah.
So anyway, we'll let you crack on because you've got a bit of mountains. I see the other guys, Adrian Harry's moved up to the start. Maybe have a quick word with them. And all the best for day 6. Get round there.
Thanks so much. We'll do our very best.
Okay, thanks very much. That's Ethan and Andrew Richardson of the Leamington Victory MCC, both on TRRSs. In fact, one of the riders there's got a personalised number TRS on it. So we'll just nip up the top here and try and catch a couple of the riders if we can before they're called up, and that's let me see the numbers now. Yeah, Alicia and Adrian Harry from Australia. I think Adrian Harry's ridden this trial before. You've ridden before, haven't you, Adrian?
I have, yeah, 6 times many moons ago.
Yeah, and you brought your daughter along with you?
I did, yeah, she's doing awesome, to be fair.
Good. She's got the L plates on, so is she on a 125?
It is, yeah, it's a beast of a machine, that's good.
Oh, good. So you're quite enjoying it this week?
I have. It's been awesome riding around with her. Can't say I've got on with the sections too well, but it's been a good week.
Okay, I'll have a quick word with Alicia. Obviously, let's see now. This is our, let's see how now. First time.
Yeah, first time.
And enjoying it?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah. Would you come back?
Yeah, hopefully.
And I see your crossbar pad's got a lot of writing on it. What's that? Is that a bit well-wishers?
Yeah, my friends and family from home wrote stuff on there.
Okay, now Australia's a very big country. Where are you actually from? Where do you live?
South Australia, like the Adelaide Hills, Barossa way.
Did you say Adelaide?
Yeah, Adelaide Hills, pretty much.
Okay, that's fine. And it's a different climate from Scotland, isn't it?
Yeah, it's much warmer and drier at home.
Yeah. So anyway, how do you get home now? After the trial's finished, all going well, do you fly back home?
I've got about 3 more weeks left here, and then I'll fly back home for the Aussie titles.
Oh, brilliant. So you'll have a bit of fun over in the UK?
Yeah.
Okay, well, best of luck on day 6 of the Scottish 6 Days trial.
Thank you.
That's Alicia Harry and Adrian Harry, father and daughter from Australia, from the Adelaide area, Adelaide Hills. If you know Australia, you know what I'm talking about, because it's a big, big country, isn't it?
It is rather.
It goes on for miles. They take a plane and it takes them a couple of days.
It's hotter there than it is here. I don't believe it.
Hotter?
Well, she says it's hotter over in Australia than it is here. I just
well,
don't
so they
believe
say,
it.
yeah.
I don't believe it.
And yeah, we've got a team of Scotsmen here on the last day of the Scottish 6 Days trial. Officials are staffing this. We've got Alan Maxwell, we have Angus McIntyre, Neil McKechnie, Big Davy Fletcher, and we should have another guy, Neil McKechnie, did I say it? Yeah. Yep. Davy Fletcher's brother Ian. Now, he's normally on this team, but he's had to go to Lower Fast Ferme, I think it is, because they were short of a riding observer, so the team's a little bit depleted this morning. But we spoke to some of the observers earlier this week, and this is the car park officials, the Parc Ferme officials for the day, a complete Scottish team running the car park festivities this morning, so it's all good to them. They need lots of observers during the Scottish 6 Days trial. It takes a whole team of people to run this event on the ground. You know, we talk to David Dignan every day. He's a clerk, of course. He's the main chap in charge of the event, but also there's a team of people run the car park even, and of course there's teams of observers out in the hills, you know, doing the scores of the bikes as they come through. And then of course you've got the secretariat, which is led by Kirsten Pennycook, in here with all the sort of paperwork, you might say.
Doing the admin, which is a very vital part of the event.
Yeah.
Making sure it's all correct. Well, do you want to come back and we'll have a look at these results so far today, Mr. Moffat?
Yes, that's not a problem at all.
There's been a wee bit of a change.
A wee bit of a change at the top,
a wee bit,
I believe. Yeah, they've managed to extract some points, marks, if you like, from the previous leader. And now we've got a new leader in the trial, which is Jack Peace, number 79. He's on 3 marks now, and Adam Raga, who had been leading the trial consistently, he's now in 2nd position on 7. So they've taken a few marks off Adam yesterday, which is quite interesting. It's good to have Adam Raga here, isn't it?
It is indeed.
I think it's brought a little bit of World Championship contenders into the paddock again, whereas back in the days of when I rode, for example, long time ago, you had about 10 or 12 riders who were taking part in the World Championships were actually here. And at one point the Scottish 6 Days trial was a British Championship round, which not a lot of people remember. So now we've got the leader, Jack Peace, who is, did I say Price earlier?
No, I think it's a Peace.
No, it's Peace, yeah. Jack Peace, because there's a Jack Price as well, who unfortunately went out the trial because his bike expired. So Jack Peace, number 79 on the Sherkas on 3 marks.
What's his history with the trial? How's he done with that before?
Jack Peace? Yeah. Oh yeah, he's ridden before, yeah.
But I mean, how's he done in the past? He's
always been up in the top 10, I think.
It?
Yeah, he's not won it,
okay.
No. Jack Price was last year's winner, but he dropped out.
Did it?
Yeah. Adam Raga's in 2nd position on 7 marks on the factory Sherco. Billy Green on the Scorpa, rider 130s on 11 marks. In fourth position is George Hemingway, who's the younger of the two Hemingway brothers. It's his first time at the Scottish Six Days trial riding it. He's been here as a very, very small boy, obviously, and he's number 163 on the factory beta on 12 marks. Previous winner James Dable on the Rev Shed Scorpa, he's on 15 marks. He's rider 34. Harry Turner, who was up the top before, and he's in sixth position, rider 181 on the Sherco on 17 marks, as is now Harry Hemingway, who's dropped down from the leader, from not so much from the leaderboard but from the top position. Oh, just lost it there.
You were reading for that, weren't you? Oh,
yeah, Harry Hemingway, 17 marks.
Yeah.
And then we've got in 8th position Jack Dance on 18 marks, number 237, brother of no, sorry, I'll just stop that right there, get it wrong. There's Dances, there's Jacks, there's Jack Pierce, there's why do they call him Jack? Cannot call him Bruce. Anyway, 18 marks Jack Dance on rider 237. 9th position Jamie Galloway, Scots rider, who's now doing World Championships on the TRRS, so I think he'll be the highest placed TRRS rider this week, I think. 19 marks, rider number 86. And in 10th position, Dan Peace, who's the brother of Jack Peace, got it right now, on 22 marks, rider number 84 on the Sherco. So that's the top 10. That's quite handy, that's what I like. Getting a bit more electronic results in there. I did actually manage to download the Sportity app last night. That worked well. I was looking at the wrong name. I was putting it in as Sportify. It was Sportity, and the password I managed to get off the Secretary's office window, and yeah, there were the results. The only thing about that was that they were quite wide, and you'd have to turn the phone on its side, and even at that it's still quite wide, and I'm not very good at auto-rotate on a phone, quite honestly. It kind of...
You're getting there, though. I mean, in the last 12 months, you've improved technically quite amazingly.
Yeah, not bad, I suppose. I'm using the bigger phone now, and...
you didn't like that when you first got it. I mean, you threw it in the bin several times.
Oh, yeah, I threw it up and down there with disgust, and I went back to the little one that I had. But, you know, I can start my car in the morning when it's winter with these phones, and... I'm always frightened it jumps into gear, but I'm assured it can't do that. It's sort of locked on in a start mode. But that's why I got the phone, was because the car could talk to the phone. It's not a full electric car, it's one of these plug-in hybrids made by the Ford Motor Company, and it works on a thing called Ford Pass. But I suppose the technology is probably similar to what the observers are using. We've got on the screen now Neil McKechnie on the right and Angus McIntyre from Maleg on the left, and they're scanning the E-chip on the number board of the Scottish Six Days Trial Competitor 260, and that puts it into the system, and then they're able to monitor that rider through the day. They know what time he started at, etc. And now in Scottish trials, a lot of clubs are using these handheld devices to score. There's a couple of systems available. One is called Trial Observer. There's quite a few AMCA clubs have actually adopted that now for scoring. And there is another brand available, the name escapes me. And it's, I think, an ACU-backed system. So yeah, it's all becoming high tech. The only thing they haven't developed yet is an electronic observer, you know, to how many dabs you take or marks you lose during the section. That would be a difficult one to prepare, but certainly for the observers, they're now becoming more conversant with the handheld units, and then that way they download it at the end of the day. That all the scores for your section go into a central system, if you like, and then it produces the results at the end of the day.
These number boards, do the riders take them home? Do they get taken back off the machine and reused because they've got the electronics in them now? Is that
I'm not quite sure. I know that Stephen's ridden about 7. This is his 7th Scottish, and
it's almost like a little trophy you put on your wall.
Yeah, that's in the man cave, isn't it? The girl cave.
But with the electronics in it, I mean, is that reused?
I don't know. I don't think they reuse these number boards because they're actually dated.
Yeah.
So these are 2025 boards.
Okay.
Down the bottom, if you look, they actually come from Italy. The Blackbird Racing makes them for the trial. I think they've been one of the sponsors in the past, and I'm sure it's still made with them.
I don't know.
But well, it's like your credit card, isn't it?
Yeah.
You cut that up. and I always make sure I cut through the little square thing.
I scratch it first. I should get something. I really scratch the surface.
No, I just cut right through it.
Paranoid about it, so I might get my information.
That's it.
Get my £2.50 out my bank. They're not having it. It's mine.
Yeah.
It's mine. I guess we've got to do a bit of catching up, have we?
I could do with doing a wee break, yeah.
I thought you could. Have you got enough to take us up to the news? Do you want to come back?
No, we can come back after that. Just a quick one. We've got people chatting to us on Facebook, YouTube. We've got Off-Road 360 listening, so good morning to you. You've also got, I believe it's Trials Alan. I don't know if it stands for something or if that's your name, but he's or she for that matter, loving the footage. So this is their 4th year sticking with us on our footage. Big fan of the SSDT with the Guru.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, obviously, we've been doing a bit of promotion since last year, being 10 years on the internet with the Trial Guru VIP caps, of which we did a special this year for Nevis Radio. They've all been distributed, well, apart from 2 which are going out to prize winners. Bud is one of them.
Yeah,
I think John Weller's taking care of that. It's a local one, and I'm going to be posting out the other one when I get the details from you before I go home, or even if I do go home, you can fax them across to me or email them to me, I should say.
We're not going to talk to you once you leave this place. That's it. Once you're gone, you're gone. We're not going to talk to you. That's it.
I sort of disappear for a year, don't I?
Right,
going to hibernation. Yeah.
Guys, I think we're going to cut for this break because we're going to try and catch the 2 riders, the Fallon Sun, as they're leaving as well. So if we cut for a break, we should be able to make it back in time, Hank.
Right. Okay.
Initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, cool man looks smart. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking.
.co.uk, and they'll steer you in the right direction.
This is day 6 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Caught him out, haven't I?
Yeah, you're back. No, you're back with us. Here we go. It's all right. We forgot about that bit.
Yeah.
It's all right. We're just talking about why Jack's such a popular name.
Yeah, that's Andrew Richardson just going down the exit there, and son. Oh, sorry, Andrew. Was it Ethan was the father and Andrew was the son? I got the numbers wrong. So they've actually just left the Parc Ferme. We were blethering there with the earphones out. That's why we didn't hear what was happening. But however, Robbie captured them. 266. That's now who is that? 266 is the father, and he is Andrew. So Andrew's the father. 266, so Ethan must have just left. It was Ethan first, and then Andrew of the Leamington Victory Motorcycle Club, both on TRRSs, and both first-timers. I can't remember a
big thing
father
to do,
being a first-timer when the son comes out. It's normally when the son comes to ride the Scottish, the father helps take them round, shows them the way. So both first-timers, but the grandfather, John Richardson, he'd ridden the Scottish 6 Days Trial back in the 70s and 80s, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah. And his last ride, he reckons, was on a TY 250R Yamaha, and they managed to do the need be, spread the ashes up at Bradley.
Yes, his last ride up the hill to spread the ashes. Oh, that is lovely.
Yeah, it's happened quite a few times. I think the popular one up here is the old Devil's Staircase out at Lochailart. I know for a fact that the late Don Smith, part of his ashes are spread there. Not all of them, because I think some were spread down in the Essex area or down about that. Amanda Lazenby and her husband John are actually coming for a trip next week, and they're going to walk up the Devil's Staircase again one more time, but they're having trouble sort of finding out where it is. And I know exactly how to get in. I know the rock that you look for as you're driving along. So you go and park a wee bit further along, walk back to it, and then the path goes from the roadside, effectively, up onto what the locals call the Coffin Road. I think a few years ago you remember that Paul Merton did the grand tours of Scotland's lochs on the BBC, and they asked me to get involved in that, to show them the Devil's Staircase, and I had to ride up and down ride up the Devil's Staircase.
Oh, I remember you doing that. I didn't see it.
Yeah, and that was the Coffin Road.
Did it a few times, didn't you?
I did. I had to. I wasn't practicing it. They wanted to film all the different corners because they only had one big camera, and there was a local man. Mr. McLean, I think he was called. They used to have a little cafe just before it went from a double to a single track road on the Lochilot Road, and he was featured on it as well, and he was talking about why it was called the Coffin Road, because that's the track, the drove road that used to carry the deceased and the coffins, that actually walked them out that path up to a burial ground in the olden days. But we always know it as the Devil's Staircase, and of course the road round there, round Lochilot down to Struntian places, that was only opened in 1966. Before that, the track that goes midway across Piper's Burn, that's the old drove road, and that's how they took the post in, and people had horses and pack mules and things like that, and things used to go in and out that way. Other than that, it was all done by boat.
There you go. Are we going up to the news just talking? Is that the plan now?
Yeah, you can do. You got, 2 minutes? So
a couple of minutes to do that. We'll come back, we'll have a look at the route as well. We've not done that yet, because it'll be probably a really local route. I think most of it's around the Glen Nevis, goes out to Corpac and Muirshealach and all that area.
Talking of Glen Nevis, I think hopefully later on. Yesterday we gave you some videos from out on the course and the route. I believe after chatting with Jonathan at Jahama, I think he's hoping to send us some videos later on, so we'll stay tuned for that.
Okay. Yeah, he reckons it's a good place if you want to go out there and do some actually filming. He's quite good to go there, so it'll be quite good one day to get out there. Yeah.
We will get there. Yeah. We will. We're working on it.
And a big thanks to our sponsors. I know we're going to mention them at the beginning, but Michelin Tyres, Gavin Cairns Rough Casting, we spoke to him. He's now gone. Thistle Access for the outside broadcast trailer. Comms West helping us get the signal out there right across the area. Transguru, thank you very much for your week of time and knowledge. Who we got? 2 tyres for the outside broadcast desk we're behind right now. It's quite nice, isn't it, this?
It's lovely.
We weren't sure it's going to work, but it's working really, really well.
Yeah.
And who else have I missed off? Nevis Bakery, we've been handing out. I don't think there's much left. I'll have to look in the bag. I think there's a couple of packets of that left. But anybody else which has sort of contributed in any way to get us on this week, it's amazing. Thank you very much to you. So it all makes a big difference.
And maybe for next year, 2026, we could maybe get somebody to sponsor the breakfast, the cups of tea that
that's
we didn't
look
have
at.
this year.
We have got a breakfast that's been paid for. We have got a breakfast.
We have?
Well, you haven't.
No, I haven't. No,
You've had one, haven't you?
Just a cup of tea. Normally.
We've got a cup of tea on the way for you.
Yeah.
That's at 8:30. I think David Green, another presenter, he's coming in. He's going to pick it up on the way through.
All right, that's good. But we used to have a sponsor for that, effectively, but don't
Something to
this
look
year.
forward to at 8:30. Just that little pick me up and that bit of energy.
Nice cup of tea.
Cup of tea indeed. And what, you're going to come straight back to us after the news? Is that the plan? He's gone now.
Sorry, what was the question?
I say you're coming straight back to us after the news. Is that
that was the plan. Sorry, myself and Dan were just prepping the next part.
Oh, the next part. Oh, I do like when you prep. Right. It is Nevis Radio. We'll be straight back after the 8 o'clock news here in the 6 days trial Parc Ferme, or West End Car Park as we call it here in Fort William.
From 96.6 to 102.4 FM, this is Nevis Radio News.
Police are investigating an alleged attack on a prison officer by Southport triple murderer Axel Rudder-Cabana. It's believed he boiled water in a kettle in his cell at HMP Belmarsh before launching it at a guard. Pakistan has launched airstrikes against India, claiming it's in response to continuous provocation. Officials in India have called it a blatant escalation of tensions. The former Chief of General Staff of Pakistan's army, General Muhammad Saeed, says retaliation is necessary.
There were public aspirations, there was public anger, and if the Pakistan had not responded, the very credibility was at stake. The defense of motherland was at stake.
Top US diplomat Marco Rubio has offered American assistance in brokering any potential talks. Meanwhile, tensions between the two nations could see the remaining games of the Indian Premier League cricket season played in the UK. It's understood the England and Wales Cricket Board would consider offering up venues. Sir Keir Starmer will join European leaders in Kiev today as calls intensify for Russia to agree to a ceasefire. A joint statement's been released by the Prime Minister and the French, Polish and German leaders, insisting they stand in solidarity with Ukraine. This was Sir Keir Starmer speaking yesterday.
The message of leaders here is very, very clear, and that is that we're focused on Ukraine, and we've been with NATO allies here in Norway. Of course, we also announced our biggest ever sanctions package against the Russian shadow fleet.
A mock funeral for the 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming target will be held in Cambridge later. It's being organised by Extinction Rebellion, who claim politicians have broken promises to keep to the pledge agreed to in the 2015 Paris Climate Accords. And Mallorca and Paris are reportedly among the European travel destinations affected most by over-tourism. Consumer group Which claims destinations like the Estonian coast may be better for a quieter stay. That's the latest.
This is day 6 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 6, it's got a little bit chilly. The sun's gone in, and I must be honest, we've dropped a couple of degrees already.
12 degrees now, 12.8. We're talking about a name, Jack, very popular, and we're trying to figure out where Jack has emanated from, and I've put forward a suggestion it might be the character played by Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic. He was Jack. I can't remember the name of the girl that was the main character.
Late 80s, early 90s,
yeah, and I just wondered if maybe a lot of Jacks were named because people had gone to see the film and oh, Jack's a nice name for a youngster, you know.
Or their parents got a puncture in the car and had to get the Jack out.
Well, that's right. You never know.
That's my contribution for the day, anyway.
Whatever you do, just don't put our Jack in a box. He's busy.
Oh, he'll bounce back though. He'll be there. Boing. Hello.
What's the plan now? We've had
we're going to look at the route. We haven't done the route yet.
Oh, the route. Is that what we're doing now?
We're doing the route now. We can do that. Is that
day 6 of the Scottish 6 Days trial, Saturday the 10th of May 2025. This day is actually sponsored by our sponsor, Gavin Cairns Rough Casting. So there we go. Group A, first group of sections, 4 subs at Lower Fast Ferme. That's spectator accessible. First rider has probably just arrived. It's 8 o'clock, it says here. Upper Fast Ferme doesn't seem to be accessible. The first rider will be there at 8:45. There's 5 sections up there on Group B. Group C is Drumfara. Another 5 sections, that's not accessible, and the first rider's there at 9:15. Group D, an old favourite, it's 3 sections at what they call Trotter's Burn. Now that used to be called Muirshairlich, and it actually was a sidecar section. Part of the Muirshairlich area was a sidecar section back in 1959-60, but that's now called Trotter's Burn, and you certainly wouldn't get a sidecar up there now. And that rider, the first rider, 241 was it, will be there at 9:45. Then over to Group E, which is called Achentee, which is known by the locals. It's actually part of the Ben Nevis foothills, and years ago they used to call that Ben Nevis, but now it's called Achentee, and it's just opposite the Ben Nevis Inn, I think it's called, a restaurant. And there's 2 sections at Achentee, normally quite hard ones actually, up the side of the hill. That's at 10:30. In the 1960s, the Achentee sections were actually on the tourist path of Ben Nevis, but they stopped using that. Then we go over to Group F, very popular set of sections. There's 6 sections on the Ben, as they talk about, but it's really on the foothills of Ben Nevis, just below the tourist track. And the first rider's there at 11:10 this morning. Then down into the Group G, 2 sections on the very, very sensitive area that we call Glen Nevis, because there's about 19 different restrictions on the Glen Nevis area for plant life and flora and fauna, if you like. So there's a lot of restrictions in Glen Nevis, so the club do well to be able to still use that area. 2 sections there, first rider there at 12 o'clock. Then down to Fort William itself. Group H, a single section. The Edinburgh District Motor Club have called it since the war Town Hall Brae, but if you're living locally, yep, that's Rocky Brae. A set of steps were put in the 1970s, which sort of narrowed it down a little bit on width, but it's not the first time that a leader has lost the trial in Town Hall Brae. I think it was back in the 2016 or around about that. Alex Wigg lost the trial on Town Hall Brae because his chain snapped. of all things.
So I was out with some friends yesterday and they're saying, local people, and they're saying, why do they do it? It's such an easy section. I said it can all be won and lost on that one little section.
It can, and not only that, it's David Dignan was talking about tradition earlier this week, and yeah, traditionally the Rocky Brae, Town Hall Brae, it had been modified round about the early 90s. Big Rab Patterson and a crew brought in a forwarder, a telehandler, not a forwarder, a telehandler came in with some rocks and actually placed some bigger rocks on the rocky side, not on obviously on the step side, because there's a railing there, but there's some rocks put in to make it a bit more interesting for spectators. Now, the Rocky Brae never used to have grass on it, I mean, because people used to walk up and down it all the time, and it was always kept clear of grass. But what happens now is the trial goes through it, it sort of clears the grass away for a couple of months, and it grows back in again. But really it's bedrock, isn't it, going up that hillside, taking you from one street to the other. And if you look back the history of the Scottish 6 Days, not so much on the SSDT website, but if you look at Trials Guru, SSDT Guru, you'll see some old pictures. I think we've got one of the late Miss Marjorie Cottle on her BSA on Town Hall Brae back in the 30s on her works bike, and there's not a blade of grass on it, and there's no steps as well, of course, so it's a bit wider. But it used to take marks off people. There's nothing more embarrassing than coming in after a day's run and say, how do you get on Town Hall Brae? Oh, I dropped a one. Oh, you donkey.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's what the locals were saying yesterday. I said, but I said, you could just put a foot down, you don't know.
Yep.
And it can be won and lost just out the very last
section.
section.
And of course with poor Alex Wigg, the Sherco shed its chain and he lost a 5 on it, and that just put him right out the running. And he had been a previous winner on a beta, and that was it, over, game over.
What's the official finish line? Is that back in the car park here at the other end?
I believe so. They normally set up the finish line just opposite the hub. Yeah, they move that along there. I don't know what they do about final machine checks now, because it used to be a big thing that they would come into where we are actually sitting now, very much in that area that we're sitting in, and there used to be the ramps. There was about 2 or 3 ramps, and the bikes used to be pushed up in these ramps. The rider held it with one handlebar, and the officials checked all the bits, the dabs of paint all over the bike, and if there was any misdemeanors there, if they changed the wheel hub or something like that, there were dock marks for it. So they checked all the seals on the bike. I don't really know what they do now. Maybe I don't know if David's coming in today, we can maybe ask him. But yeah, there used to be a final machine examination at the end of the trial. But now there is the finish podium where obviously members of the family get up beside the riders, get the picture taken, and of course it says finish 2025, or it will do later today. We've got start up there just now, and that way it's a kind of memento which people will obviously keep for years and years.
Absolutely. Back to the studio, how are we doing there for our socials? All good?
I think people are just sort of sitting, watching, enjoying, listening, and all that kind of stuff. Everything's all quite happy and calm.
Because you reckon more people will be able to watch, wouldn't you, on a Saturday? Not so many people working, maybe. I'm not saying this, because some people can say, you say not working, no, but maybe a few more spectators around the world.
You never know.
Sitting back and enjoying it.
You never know.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I certainly find the number of hits on a Friday go up on the website, because they send you, well, you can actually go in and look at it, the number of hits you get, how many views of certain articles, etc. And certainly a Friday evening is probably the highest hit rate, if you like. That was Rider 281, Miles Crothers just leaving the Parc Ferme, for those who are watching, and for those that are watching their clock to see what time they're starting today. You don't want to be late on a Saturday, do you? It's not a long lie-in.
Last day, you don't want to lay in. No.
Yeah. So there we're
a lot of fettling around us, a lot of stuff going on. Is there anybody you know out there? Anybody you want to sort of catch up to? What are you through? We've got riders 9, 10, 11 in
4. Let's see.
So it's not back to low numbers, to say the way it
Rich
works.
Kendra, we'll maybe have a quick word. He's just in his bag away now. So we'll have a word with Richard Kendra. He's of the Eberacum MCC.
Robbie's coming running for you. Robbie's running.
Oh, Rich, you just push your bike up, not a problem. You've ridden the Scottish 6 Days, what, 4 times?
Yeah, I think 4 or 5 times now, something like that.
You're from the sort of Hull area, is it?
York.
York.
Yeah, York, just beneath York, yeah.
Which is Jorvik if you're Scandinavian.
Yeah, that's right.
You enjoy the Scottish. You've not ridden every year since you were a young lad, so is this a wee bit of a comeback here?
Yeah, as much as you can do. It's always good to come up here if you ever get a chance, you know, and every life gets in the way a little bit, doesn't it? But as you get older. But it's fantastic just to come up and be able to ride around here. You know, it's incredible. There's no one else like it in the world, is there?
And your dad's still following you around, I believe?
Yeah, he is full on pit crew this week. So.
So anyway, best of luck for day 6 of the Scottish. Hope you get round there okay.
Thank you very much.
That's number 4 is Richard Kendra, Eboracum. I think that's the right pronunciation, from the York area. I always get it mixed up with the Hull Auto Club. It's that sort of same generic area, you know, that same sort of area. Rider number 9, I don't know if he's moving off, Mark Grant on a 4RT. He's ridden it a few times before. Mark, this is what, 15th time?
15th, yeah, one last.
On a 4RT, would you believe?
Yeah, it's been going good, but apart from the damage I do to it.
Well, that's true.
Always replacing parts, but it's still going. So.
I think one year you actually sheared the gearbox shaft off, didn't you?
Was it the kickstart, or no, it was the gear lever, yeah, I sheared that off.
Were you stuck in gear?
And, no, I think I managed to get out of gear on that one. But what was it, 3 years ago? 2 years ago I was stuck in first at Kenloch Leaving on the Ranach day.
Yeah. And you managed to get round a whole day in first gear?
Yeah, the Glencoe Road was a slow road.
I think that must be a world record.
I think so.
Anyway, we'll let you get going, Mark. Rider number 9, Bonaccord, member from Aberdeen. Mark Grant there, and as you heard, he once did a day in first gear because he couldn't get it out of bottom gear. Now,
that would have been a frustrating day, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very taxing. I mean, most riders will tell you want to get out of first gear as quick as you can if you're on the moors or on the road. I mean, first gear normally is a section gear, maybe even second in some cases. So, yeah, it's...
I suppose it's better than being stuck in a lower gear. At least you can still do bits, but...
Yeah, well, but then you've got to get cracking and keep on the time schedule, and that's not so clever if you're down in bottom gear. Who have we got starting now? I can't really see from this angle.
285 is up there right now.
Yeah. Oh, I'll maybe catch somebody up the top here. Can we do that?
Yep. You carry on, my friend.
Let's see some of the Inverness riders. 286 just getting ready to go. John, good morning. How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks. Good, thanks. Looking forward to it.
Now, you've been a British champion at quad racing.
Yeah. Another lifetime ago. 2011 was the last time, so yeah.
You're from which part of Scotland?
Oh, the Isle of Lewis.
There you go, Stornoway, yeah. So anyway, have a good day. You'll be called up now, so I better let you go. Okay, that is John Mitchell, 287 David. Does a bit of motocross, etc. Yeah, what are you doing most of now, David?
A bit of enduro and a bit of trials. I'll try my hand at trials, but yeah, loving it. Great week, and just want to get today done and head home.
Which part of the country you live in?
Port Mahomet near Tain.
Yeah, just up the road from me.
Far, really, just about an hour, well, 2 hours away.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
Yeah, good.
Anyway, that's great. Anyway, David Vass, 288. Now, this, I believe, is possibly the finale of Gordon Murray, a director of Inverness District Motorcycle Club, a committee member. He lays out courses for us back up in Inverness, and now you've turned, well, you're 66, coming on 67. You've decided this is your last Scottish.
Yeah, that's it for me, thanks, yeah.
Any problems with the bike this week?
No, just minor things, that's all, yeah. So it's been very good, very reliable.
Now, you live up not quite at Tain, just below Tain, isn't it?
Yeah, Eventon. Yeah, it's just about 80 miles west of Inverness.
Yeah, and what's your occupation?
Electrician to trade. So, yeah, so I'm planning retiring from that as well and going sort of 3 days a week.
Joining the John Moffat Club, then, of retirees.
Yeah, pretty much.
OK, that's 288 Gordie Murray, getting ready to start the final day of the Scottish 6 days and the final Scottish 6 days for Gordon, because he's done quite a number. I'm just trying to see now. He's 288, so he's at the end. How many? That's this will be 22nd, so not a bad innings. Is that right, Gordie? 22nd?
22nd.
Yeah, so that's good. So that's Gordon getting ready. We've got David Vass just starting up the TRRS. A couple other riders just behind. We'll have a quick word. Number 1, former Scottish trials champion, Andrew Anderson. Andy, how's it been going this week?
Oh, it's been good. Really enjoyed it. It's been lovely weather and that, riding round. So I thoroughly enjoyed it, John.
Of course, I had to scotch the rumour when I saw your bike in the Parc Ferme on day 2. I thought you'd actually retired.
No, it wasn't me. I don't know what happened there.
No, it was that they've changed the system of laying the bikes out, and that's where they used to put the retire rolls. And I didn't realise they were actually 1 to 18.
18 retirals.
That's right. That's what I had it down. Yeah, in numerical order, but I hadn't actually twigged that. So a bit of a disappointment. That, yeah. So Stuart Gairns, number 2 on the TRRS. Stuart, you've ridden 3 times before, so this is your 4th Scottish.
Aye, this is my 4th so far, but it's been the most enjoyable just with this weather. It's just been perfect. So
brilliant. Where are you from?
Comrie.
In Perthshire.
Yeah, Comrie near Crieff. Aye. So
yeah. Rab Patterson country.
Aye, big Rab Patterson territory up there. Aye.
So anyway, have a good day. Your number's being called. Who more from? Is it Tayside you're classed as?
No, unfortunately we're Stirlingshire now, John, and down in Callander. Yeah, but aye, great week out with the boys, stunning weather, and aye, a good run round.
You've been here before, of course?
Been here, this is my 9th or my 10th, I think, 9th I think this year, so aye, not quite sure whether there'll be another one in the bank or not, but not getting any younger. But
exactly, but the weather's been good.
The weather's been tremendous. Yeah. Aye, we've been blessed with good weather. It's been quite easy going on the hill and stuff, and aye, sections are just a bit odd with no water in them.
Yeah, that's right. Well, anyway, have a good day today.
Thanks, John.
That's Tony Moore. Who else have we got here? Who's rider number 5? Dan Hodgson and Ben Hodgson, presumably it's brothers from the Richmond Club, Richmond Motor Club Yorkshire Limited.
Yeah, so as long as I beat him on Poved, like, so.
Now, obviously, the Richmond Club run the Scott Trial in October.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll be riding it or not yet. We'll see how bike fit I am, to be fair.
Well, you'll be fit now.
Well, yeah, probably. But it's a hard day, that. I've done it once, and yeah, it's a hard day. Like,
it's a very, very difficult trial, the Scott.
Yeah, it is very difficult, like.
Bit of a bike breaker as well.
yeah, especially when you spend a fortune on them and all.
Exactly. So. Okay, we'll have a word with your brother. Now, you're number 5, which is Dan Hodgson. This is Ben Hodgson, again from the Richmond Club. Have you ever done the Scott?
Yeah, I've done it once. Hard day. I was 15 minutes out of time. And
do you help out with the trial if you don't ride it?
No, I haven't. I've always been busy, really. I should really.
Yeah. Speak to John Fraser. He'll get you a job as an observer. That'd be good fun.
Yeah. Well, no, I have observed it twice, I think, actually.
Oh, that's all right then.
I have, yeah, with my dad. Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
So anyway, someone like that are back marking. That's probably the best way to go if you don't fancy the trial itself.
Yeah, it is, because you know where you're going, and like you just know, get to there and then get to there, so it helps you get round.
Exactly. So anyway, have a good day today, final day of the Scottish 6 days. Thank you. So that's the Hodgson brothers from Richmond, and it's a really nice day today. It's actually perfect for riding because it's not too hot at the moment. It's a wee bit cool. And of course, once these riders get out on the hill, you begin to warm up pretty quickly. So yeah, I would say this is an ideal day for riding the trial. Another rider I'd try to get, if you don't mind, have we still got time?
Of course you have, yeah.
Right, okay, I'm just trying to see his number here, yeah. Rider number 17, Dominique Guillaume from Switzerland. Now, I'm just trying to see how many times he's ridden the trial. 28 times. This is number 29, Dominique.
This year, yeah.
Yeah. You really enjoy the Scottish 6 days?
Enjoy. Always difficult.
Brilliant. So thank you very much for coming back again.
I think.
Yeah. Okay, I think Dominique will be back again. He's also an enduro rider. So Dominique has ridden the trial, you know, as a rider from Switzerland 28 times. This is now his 29th, so hopefully next year make it 30, which will be good.
His counterpart used to bring chocolates into us, didn't he?
Yeah, one of the Swiss riders, Walter Treber, was known as the chocolate man because what he did was, on the last day, I think it was, he used to fill his knapsack not with anything to eat or parts. It was filled with Swiss chocolate, and he used to give a cake of chocolate to every observer on the last day, which was really something special. I don't think I've heard of anybody else doing that. So yeah, Walter's still around because I was asking after him. I was speaking to Alexander Stampley, who's a Swiss rider who is across for the pre-65, and yeah, Walter, they keep saying to him, come back to the Scottish. Oh no, I don't know, I'm a bit old now. He wouldn't obviously ride it, but certainly come over and spectate, or you know, he's the sort of guy that you want to be observing. So he was the one that said that Lochaber was the the great weather kitchen of Europe, I think he called it, something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we miss him coming into the car park. He was an entertaining character, and known for a big crash he had in his TYZ Yamaha, which I think one of the photographers managed to capture out on the sections. I think it might have been Ferme, actually. It was one of these major get-offs, a bit like what we were talking with Daniel Lamont this morning. He had a get-off at Corrie Moher yesterday, which was captured on David Green's video.
There, that's what's happening right now. And if you want to get in contact, there's many ways. WhatsApp's the best one, 01397 706 100. Come through that and leave us a message. Let us know what you want to talk about. Any comments? It'd be great to hear from you.
That's it. And you can leave us a voice note. We can play it out. I know that generally puts people off, but you could be part of the show.
Yep. Maybe a personal dedication to the one you love, or just say hello to somebody you haven't seen for a long time.
That's it.
Make friends, that's what it's about, and that's what this whole trial seems to be about. Friendships, comrades, and it's got that sort of family atmosphere, which I always think is quite nice.
Yes, trials has always been a fairly friendly sport. I mean, I know a lot of guys that ride motocross, and the rivalry in motocross is far more aggressive, I think. It's a more aggressive sport anyway. Riders are racing at it, and trials is different. But there again, there's a lot of nice people in motocross that I've got on with for many years, with my association through my late father, Arnott Moffat. He was the secretary of the SSU for 32 years successive, and they all used to get the competition licences at their house in Whitburn before they went on to office accommodation once my dad had retired. And I got to know a lot of the guys. I mean, there was some of the trials guys that I started riding with were actually migrated over to motocross and enduro, of course. So when I'm going about at the Scottish 6 Days, I bumped into Murray Thompson, the man who's got the loudest laugh in Scotland, and he was an enduro rider, very good enduro rider, but he started off in trials and rode a Fantic here in the Scottish 6 Days. In fact, he broke the frame out at Piper's Burn. The Fantic had a bit of a fault where the frame broke, and then it actually cracked the crankcases at the bottom of the engine, and he was out on his 301 Fantic that year. So it's amazing all the people you meet in the sport. They've got trials connections that have gone into other sports and motorsport.
You say the frame broke, was that on the weld? Was it metal fatigue? Do we know?
It was just a design fault, unfortunately, on that model of Fantic. After you'd used it a wee bit, it seemed to crack at the engine mounts, but it also caused a problem to the crankcases, and then you had a set of crankcases to be alloy welded, which wasn't so clever. And of course it was an engine out job, so he knew that he just couldn't get it repaired in time, so he actually retired from the trial out at Piper's Burn at the side of the road that year.
And
they go back to
about 1987. Aluminium, are they carbon fibre? What are they sort of mainly constructed of?
The crankcases.
No, the actual frames.
Frames. Oh, the frames. A lot of the bikes now they're on alloy frames, and also the 4RT's an alloy frame, and then you've got the space frame of the Vertigo, which is, I think it's steel tubing, but they did do a special version which was a titanium frame. Okay. Quite an expensive bike. In fact, it was the Vertigo Titanium R was a couple of years ago. It was the most expensive trials bike of its time, being about £10,250 or thereby. But of course, going back in time, you had the Monteza 348, which was classed as the dearest trials bike ever at that time. I think it was about 1976, 77, and it came in at £1,000. It was the first trials bike to touch £1,000. Now they all said then it'll not sell. No, it's sold and it's just sold out. And then I think about 18 months later, 2 years later, if that, not even that, the SWM came out, and it was £1,200. Again, the so-called pundit said it'll never sell. Sold out completely. And with the Titanium R, maybe about 3-4 years ago now, I think, 10,250. That sold out. I think they only made about 25 because it was a special edition bike, and that sold as well. So yeah, it doesn't matter what price you put on it. If people want it, they'll buy it. Simple as that.
Unique selling point and makes that limited. It's a good thing, isn't it? And gold-plated, got gold-plated pipes. Has that ever been done?
Not in trials, but in speedway. Yeah, the late Ivan Major, his Jawa was gold-plated.
Jawa, there's a name
I
going back,
wouldn't
my
like to say
goodness.
how much it cost the sponsor for that, but it was many thousand Australian dollars.
I've got a question for you here, John, on the subject of buying these kind of things. On my social media yesterday, an advert popped up for a Chinese replica trials bike. Would you do a trial on a bike that's come from China for a massively, heavily discounted price?
Would you do what with it?
Trial. We do
Trial. Well, they do, because there is a Chinese trials bike. I've just forgotten the name of the damn thing. It's that particular model isn't high quality. I mean, the swinging arm of it is all sort of milled away. It looks like a honeycomb, and I don't think it would be the bike for the Scottish 6 days, but for a one-day club trial, it's a wee bit like the old Honda TL125. It was not exactly cheap as chips, but it was a fairly easy entry-level bike. I mean, I was just talking about the prices of the Titanium R Vertigo being over £10,000 at the time. That was for somebody who wanted a really, really light motorcycle, and it was reliable. It was as reliable as any other models that Vertigo were doing at that time. But it's all down to your pocket, isn't it? What you can actually afford, and yeah, it'll do a one-day trial, a little trial, maybe a club trial without too much bother.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I'm walking
now,
up. Been out.
John Miller's got Sandy Mack to interview now, the major in the army who runs the refueling.
So we'll swap places. We'll do that.
I'll just give you a microphone, Sandy, and you'll be able to rock and roll.
So the team's gone away, so you're stuck with me. But Sandy Mack,
No, that's fine.
I've been following you for many, many years. You've been coming up and down. What's your official title? You a major?
So I'm a major in the British Army.
Serving,
yes, for my day job. And I'm now the Director of the Army Two-Wheel Motorsport. I've always been the Secretary for Army Trials, but last year the guy that was in charge overall Army motorcycle sport, he got posted to Australia, lucky man. So I've taken over now as the Director of two-wheeled motorsport in the Army. So we run trials, enduro, road racing, adventure bikes. So motocross started last year. So it all sits with me.
So is this done as logistic training for the people coming through the ranks? Is that the way it works?
Yeah. It's we class it as an exercise. So this is exercise Highland Trot, a great logistic exercise for us, because it's what we call real life support. So, we have to be in the right place at the right time with the right equipment. So, it's great training, the command and control, the signals, the communication. So, really good for us. Really
So it can't be that easy, I guess, to organise throughout the week to have the right people at the right place for the right stuff.
No, it isn't. But I have one of the guys that's been coming with me for a long time, W1 Steve Johnston. So he I organise prior, and then I hand over to Steve, and Steve runs it during the week for me and does a great job. This is his 10th year he come in, so he knows it inside out as well, and we know all the locations. So it's good. And every one of the fuelers is a volunteer. They all volunteer to come up, so they're giving up their own time.
You've got to respect that, haven't you, as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
And what's your first involvement yourself with the trial? I think you've been here since I've been here.
93 was my first trial, and 2008 was my last one. And then in 2003, the Scottish Transport Regiment used to do it, and they couldn't commit to it. And then I had this conversation with John and Wally Darlin at the time, and decided to take it on. So 22 years later, I'm still here delivering the fuel.
But obviously that knowledge, and even riding it yourself, you know what's involved, you know the terrain. It must be a big thing to have in the mind.
Absolutely. Because
you can't read and learn that stuff.
No. And actually try to do it, off a map wouldn't work. But knowing the trial and having ridden the trial so many times, I know every place they're gone. And but the weekend prior, we do all the recce's. So the guys go out to everyone, they take a picture, they come back to me, and they show me the picture, and I go, yes, aye. And if it's not me, it's the general Mrs. Mac, you know, because she knows this trial as well as anybody as well. Aye.
And with the fuel itself, you haven't got a big tanker here. Do you just go to local fuel stations?
Yeah, local fuel station. We pre-warn the fuel station off, and they.
Because how many litres are you getting through a week?
26,000.
26,000 litres a week.
Right,
okay. That's a big bill.
Does he want to borrow my nectar card?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Simon says, can you put it on his nectar card?
Well, actually, the old petrol station where we used to go, they used to put on the card, and there was thousands of points. But Adrian used to take it and give it to a charity, you know, give it to a charity in the local area, which was great. But no, we've stopped the nectar card points now.
I suppose what you go in sort of ready to late at night to refuel your cans and get it sorted out.
Aye, because it's about, I think it's about nearly 400 jerry cans.
And that must take a fair amount of time just filling them up.
Aye, it does, because I think the first lift on Sunday is something like 6,000 or 7,000 litres. So it's a long afternoon in the petrol station, and we try to keep out the way because obviously the locals are still trying to get their petrol. So, but no, it works well. It works well.
And I mean, I'm assuming you refuel once the bikes come in late at night, is it?
Yeah, aye. So there's always a team in. Every day is different. It goes for 4, like today there's only 3 petrol checks, and then there's always the check for the last thing at night in here. So, but we swap the guys about, so they go to different locations. So it's quite nice because they'll send us this week with the weather being so good. We've got some cracking pictures of where they've been. So they've really enjoyed it, and there's been a few new guys come up this year. And they're volunteering to come next year, so that's great. I like a volunteer.
And also you've got the army team in itself, you're there supporting them?
Yeah, you know, we've grown.
How many riders you got? Is it 8?
Nine riders, 3 teams we've got in, so which is great. You know, compared to my day, it was the 3 of us and that was it. But the sport has really grown, and overall I've got about 25 trials riders, all at different stages. So these.
And does the army help train these up as well?
Yeah. Aye. Wow. So we have maybe 2 or 3 times a year we have training weekends where we all come together and do a bit of training and that. So and they're well supported. The Army Sports Control Board. They support us with funding to come and do the event. So it's really good. So. I keep telling them they're better than professional riders. They're better supported than professional riders. So, but they're all good. So new boys this year. Young Jake Eli just joined the Army last year. He's a Phase 2 recruit at the minute. So he's gone through Phase 2 training. But he's done it once before on a 125. So he replaced, my son should have been riding, but he's been no well for the last few weeks. So we had to pull Jake in at the last minute to replace Stuart. But he's done really well, and Nathan Burrows, first timer as well. So our custom this afternoon, they will be swimming in the loch.
Jump in the loch?
In the loch, as they
it's
always
one of those
do.
things, isn't it?
Aye. It's a custom we started many years ago, so new riders have to go for a
the
wee
old
swim.
rookie rider in the loch.
We christen them.
And you yourself, how many years you got to serve?
I'm now on, that's coming up year 40.
So, not that many? Oh my goodness, that's going to be a big change.
Year 40, so I've got another till September 27, and then hopefully I will retire in 27, but I think the General Dan was up at the beginning of the week, General Dan Reeves, so I think he's got other ideas actually. So
you're not going anywhere yet.
I might not get to see my pension yet. So
well, it's nice for us to sort of see what goes on behind the scenes. So we saw you guys are all around here, and obviously out on the sections in all weather. I mean, you've had a really lovely week this week, but I mean, sometimes it's not as lovely as this.
No, definitely.
And dealing with the wind and the rain must be a nightmare when you do refuel.
Because you know the bikes are that small, and there's a small drop of water in the petrol, and the bike doesn't run.
I mean, these are fine machines, aren't they?
No, they're finely tuned. So you know, if you can. But the boys are, you know, the ones that have been coming for years, that they know they've got ponchos up, they've got the pop-ups up, they do everything to, you know, keep that water out. So, but no, when it's dry like this makes a big difference.
There's probably a question I should ask John, but the two-stroke mix, is that a standard mix for all the bikes that are on the 20 to 1 or whatever it is? I don't know what they use these days. 375
cc's of oil we put in every 20 litre can. So that takes it to about 70, 75 to 1. So because a lot of the bikes now run with less oil. You know,
I say it's changed there. Every manufacturer used to have their own ratios.
And I know the Verticos run with very little, but they run well this week at that mix, and it'd be a logistical nightmare to have some in that mix, some at this mix, and I know they do it at the ISDE, and it's just an absolute nightmare. So no, we just stick to a standard mix for everybody for the week. That makes
life a bit easier.
It does. It does.
Well, all the very best. I'm sure we'll catch up with you again next year.
Yep, absolutely.
We'll be here. You'll be here.
I'll be here.
Same time, same place.
Same place.
Doing the same jobs.
Absolutely. No.
Sandy, always a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
And musically, what sort of music do you like to listen to? Let's play your tune.
Well, let's go for an army man. So let's go for James Blunt. Something to James Blunt.
James Blunt?
He was a tank guy, wasn't he?
He drove me. Did you drive a tank? I don't know.
He did. He was household cavalry.
Cavalry?
Household cavalry.
We only literally got 2 James Blunts.
There's not many James Blunts on there. Beautiful, I guess he's on there.
Oh no, there we go. Right. I'm just having a wee look through. We've actually got quite a lot of James Blunt on here.
Yep.
Which one did you want, sorry?
Any particular track?
No, anything
from James Blunt for all the army boys and the team and girls. Keep saying boys. I must get that right. The army team.
Okay, right. James Blunt it is.
World time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I have you, darling. No matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I have you, darling. No matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
Day 6, you're expecting the Saturday Flashback show. Not today, I'm afraid. We're through here covering the Scottish 6 Days trial. Based in the West End car park of your local Parc Ferme, as it is till about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
And you've got an audience?
We've got an audience?
Yeah.
Where have we got an audience?
Right beside you, looking at a TV screen.
Yeah, that's the Lonergans. John Lonergan, his first trial up here was 1970, father of Paul Lonergan. And his last trial was 1983, so he was sort of riding right through what we would call the twin shock era before it became monoshock, which is more like the bikes we ride today.
You look behind the scenes, everybody is stuffing food into their mouths. It's amazing. Each and every camera person, the operative in the Digital Access trailer, he's stuffing burger into his face.
There you go.
There you go. Do I get a bit of sort of brownie points for that now?
Well, it's only taken, what, 6 days?
Yeah, I know.
No, thank you.
It's all good.
It is. I'm sort of nibbling away. I've got mine under the
I've
desk.
got a cup of tea as well.
Yeah, a cup of tea, and I'm dealing with I've got the 2 tires desk sort of hiding my sandwich, which is behind me right now. When I could sort of, pull it out there. Let's see.
It's all good.
Nice to hide bits and pieces, but no, thank you very much.
Obviously, you've got the hub down there, which is obviously selling other refreshments for people on site as well. So, always a never-ending task. I'm guessing feeding the masses down there.
That's just us.
Well, is it a local firm that's running that?
I think so. I recognise the people, so I think so.
I'll tell you, I've never seen Robbie devour food as fast as he does. He just goes on to it. He's gone.
It's because he's busy with his camera.
He is. He's gone out and about now.
Oh, well, I tell you, while you're doing that, I had a phone call from a lady. Didn't leave a name, but she said she's really enjoyed listening to us this week. Thank you very much for everything we've done. So I thought that was quite a nice message to get back. Also, I've got Eileen online watching, so good morning to you. Jacob's online watching, so morning, Jacob. And Off-Road 360 has told me, John, it's a Tanachi Wong TW200.
Yeah, Tanachi Wong. I couldn't remember the name because it's a Chinese manufactured machine, but yeah, you're quite right, Tanachi Wong. But I was told some years ago when it first came on the market that it wasn't the bike to do the Scottish 6 days. It would have to be beefed up somewhat. But yeah, that's the bike. So, I mean, entry level, ideal sort of machine. And a bit like back in the round about 75 when Honda brought out their TL125, that got a lot of riders into trials. But of course, as they got better, a 125 is pretty small, let's bore it out to a 150. And the great Sammy Miller produced a kit where it used one of the 4-cylinder pistons of a 750 Honda, actually bored it out to 150, and then Pete Gerrard bored them out to 225, almost to 250, and I actually did an article on the Gerrard Hondas in Trials Guru website just end of last year, and we managed to get a lot of 6 days trial pictures from Jimmy Young and Ian Laurie and people to back up that article, and that was all developed on from the original 1975 TL125 K1 by Honda. So yeah, there's always an entry level bike, and for the kids, it used to be the TY80 Yamaha, which was a mini development that Mick Andrews was behind. He insisted that they brought out a children's version of the TY250, and that's what they ended up with, the TY80. And there's still a number of them going about today, and a restored one will put you back about $2.5 grand.
Wow. Well, I'm just going to chuck it out there, John. The gentleman you had on yesterday, I'm trying to remember his name now, Trials Tube.
Danny Butler.
Right. Obviously, with that kind of input and footage, and I'm sure of what he's doing, could there be a challenge of, could you take something like this Chinese trials bike that you mentioned, maybe not quite for the trials, and see how far it gets? Purely because, isn't that the idea of the trial, to test these things out?
I suppose you're right. I mean, the original trial was Alfred Angus Scott of the Scott Motorcycle Company in Shipley. He started trials because he put on effectively a reliability trial for his motorcycles for the workers, and they all had Scott motorcycles, and they went around the hills of North Yorkshire and on the tracks. And in those days, you know, you're talking about pre-First World War, the tracks were quite tricky. And he started a trial basically to test his products to show how reliability tongue twisted Scott motorcycles were back in the day. So yeah, I suppose it's possible, because we've had guys riding six bikes in the 6 days as a kind of promotional thing, and so on and so forth. And we've had twin shock riders coming back with Fantics and bull tacos and things like that, just to try and get them round. I think Gary McLennan and Paul Patterson, they did I think it was a cancer charity they supported, and they rode round the Scottish 2 years ago, I think it was, on their Fantic twin shocks. I don't think Paul Patterson's ridden since, but certainly there are these sort of challenges. I think there was a relay team in at number 200, if I remember rightly, this year. There was supposed to be one. I don't think we actually featured it as such. I'm just trying to see if I can find it. Yeah, 200s, Jordi Roquette and Joachim Terebrakas, both on numbers 200, so I think they were perhaps doing some sort of charity thing this year at the Scottish 6 Days trial. We weren't able to catch them, unfortunately.
A lot of people do that, don't in the past, where there's a good cause and they can sort of get publicity for it. I think it's a nice thing to sort of include within the trial itself.
Yeah, it is, and obviously we were talking to some guys from the Richmond Club. The Scott trial isn't a charity trial, it's a time and observation trial with a special ACU permit, but they do raise a heck of a lot of money for charities in and around the Richmond area. There's just to select a band of local charities, good causes, and the money they make from the Scott Trial programme and part of the entry fee, etc., all administered through the Richmond Motor Club Limited, Yorkshire, and they put money back into charities round about the North Yorks Nature Reserve, or what you call it now, National Park, sorry. So they put a lot of money into charity for that, and it certainly does good things.
How are we back at the studio? All caught up with bits and pieces we need to do?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we could do with running another ad break.
Yep. Well, you've got to do that and play a track for Dan. If he can give you a message through there, please, that'd be good.
Do you know how long he takes to pick a song?
Oh, no idea.
It's ages. Ages.
Well, yeah.
I appear to have a bit of a generator buzz as well. I don't know where that's come from.
I don't know. It's a bit random.
Yeah, it's been fine for now.
Yeah, a bit random.
Don't know.
But there's a lot of things happening around us. It maybe nothing to do with us.
Maybe.
Don't know.
We shall wait and see. Anyway, right, I'll play some ads, we'll get a tune on, and we'll be back.
Excellent.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, something looks smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, something looks smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I have you, darling. No matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, something looks smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, something looks smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I have you, darling. No matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in...
This is day 6 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
That got off a bit quick, didn't it? Who was that?
Tupac, Dr. Dre.
Oh, you see, I wouldn't listen to it. I wouldn't know.
Oh, fair enough.
We've got Davey coming in. David Dignan's coming in about 9 o'clock, so we're sort of just getting sorted out here at the moment.
That's cool.
We'll have a chat with him, find out how his last day's going. Things back at the studio, how are we doing with that?
We're grand, we're all up to date. Things are ticking along. See, I'll be honest, we've got a little bit of an earth buzz going on, but I've tried to dial it out a wee bit aside.
Don't know why.
Don't know why, not changed nothing.
Not been there all week and all of a sudden it's there. It doesn't make any sense at all, does it?
Day 6, innit? It's a reliability challenge.
I suppose there's lots of other people around the area. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? God, this is quite nice, isn't it?
This is a very
Change of
pleasant.
location.
Yeah. 12 degrees, a little bit chilly, but nice layout we've got here down in the studio at West End Car Park, Fort William, i.e. Parc Ferme for the week.
Thanks to Two Tyres helping us out down here.
Yeah.
So new advertiser this year. Michelin, of course, one of our big ones. Gavin Cairns, one of our biggies. And the other ones, Comms West, Charles Guru, and Thistle Access. Without them, this wouldn't happen.
Supporting the outside broadcast this week.
Absolutely. So we're all caught back up in the studio now. You're happy?
Yeah, we're all good.
I'm assuming we're going straight through the 9 o'clock news.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's what we're doing.
Yes, and we have a new leader at the moment, Mr. Moffat. It could change. He's what, 5 points ahead at the moment?
Yeah, something like that. I think he's on 2 and Adam Raga's on 7. It's Jack Peace.
Yeah.
I got that right without looking at the results. Managed to get a little bit of electronics working this morning from yesterday. Sportity, which is the app that you put on your phone where you can actually see live the Scottish 6 days trial results every day. And that's been on the go now, I think, for a couple of years, and I managed to download it last night, and I was able to see the results this morning, which is good. And then you brought it up on screen this morning. Unfortunately, when I got to number 8, you cut it back off, so I couldn't read the last 2, and then you had to put it on again. But that's really good, because it saves faffing about with bits of paper, and especially when it's bad weather and windy, you know, the paper blows into the loch and things like that, or across the car park. So it's nice when it's done electronically, and that's the way things have been moving for the last few years. It's brilliant. But what are we doing? Are we doing news or not doing news? Just so I know.
Well, I'm going to start by saying a very good morning to David Dignan. Very good morning to you, David.
Good morning to everybody.
How are you this morning?
Just fine, grand, yeah. That's
last day?
Day 6 on that. My face probably tells a different story. Tired.
Well, I'm not saying nothing.
on there. But no, look, yep, we're sun's still out, you know, not had a drop of rain all week. So we can't complain.
no major dramas either, I guess.
Like I said yesterday, the dramas we can cope with, because life is a drama. It's a crisis we've got to worry about. Yesterday, really good day. Yeah.
I mean, your biggest nightmare, as we talk about social media, that must be somebody sees something on a section, then starts a rumour, and there's always somebody who's got a view. They may never have been up his ridden the 6-stage trial, but they'll have a strong view. How do you deal with that? Because as a team, you've got to try and manage it. I guess, is that a fair way of putting it?
So, why would I be surprised you asked that question?
I don't know. I'm not leading. I've got no leading anything.
So,
I wouldn't do it.
Of course, social media has gained traction over the last number of years. 10, 15 years ago, you got the odd video, you got that, where now, it's instantaneous as we talk about. That's the technology moves on. At the end of the day, we have the observers that are out there, they position themselves as best they can to watch the section, and we mark it as the observer sees it. And I think there's many opinions one way or other, and you just need to look at football. And I'm not a football fan by any manner, but I look at the VAR and the controversial, that puts out. So at this moment in time, video evidence is there, and it's something that the keyboard warriors like.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the observer's got to make the decision. That's what they've seen, that's what they've experienced at that time, and that is their final stamp, I guess, on that scorecard. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the observers, the observer is in charge of that section, You're drawing me into...
If I could just jump in and help him here. The observer is an assistant to the clerk of the course. The clerk of the course can't be everywhere, so the observers are the representative of the clerk of the course. And at the end of the day, as David quite rightly says, they're positioned at the point of the hill where they see what's happening. Now, we had this at a World Round at Nevis Range some years ago when the World Series came to town, and there was 4 of us on one section, and Adam Raga, of all people, was the guy involved. And he came up the big current burn rock just below the bridge. His minder put his hand out to grab the bike, right? And everybody said, that's a 5, right? And I went back, and they couldn't decide what Adam was going to get. So I went back to the observer, what did you see? And none of them saw the observer's hand actually touch the bike. So we gave him what he was due, which I think it was a 1 or something. It wasn't a 5. And everybody was boo, boo, And I says, and I pointed up to the bridge, and everybody knows that bridge at Lenacan. And I said, see them up there? They don't count. You do. You're the observer. What's your score? None. Right, okay, fine. And when we saw the video by Colin Bullock about 2 or 3 weeks later, he put his hand out to reach out to the stanchion, and he pulled his hand back and never even touched the bike. So it was the right decision, but it's what those people see. I think you're right in that, David.
I think absolutely. Look, we come back to the light-hearted. The observer sets himself, herself up. They see, they mark what they see, and we back, and I back that. At the end of the day, it's not quite else what to say about that one.
But I'm just really talking about social media. It's got good points. I suppose the good points outweigh the bad points. The fact, the publicity it gives, the sport, the event itself, it gets a lot of coverage around the world.
Well, like all publicity, it has its, it has its, it's a very powerful tool. For sure, and I think used correctly in the correct manner, and it's a good thing.
Definitely.
But I think just go back onto yesterday. I'm fairly relaxed about all this, and we're now going into the last day. We have a new leader this morning. There's still a lot to play for. We again, just to reiterate to folk who may or may not think that we go out looking for marks or whatever, is that the boys set out the course, like I said to you, I designed it, they set out the course yesterday with nothing in mind other than to put the sections in that were asked to be put in. So we're up fast Ferme this morning. you know, sort of slabby, slippery rocks, up into Drumfadder and then over into Ben Nevis. So the Ben Nevis is the traditional sections. The washout obviously changed the face of our middle burn, as we'd call it, and up to Glen Nevis, which is you know, again opposite the graveyard. So yeah, there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, it was indeed. And I enjoyed the chat with Jonathan from Jahama yesterday. That was amazing to see what goes on behind the scenes and how delicate this environment is and how well it's looked after by those using it.
Yeah, I mean, again, really nice to see him in here. Exactly.
Yeah,
I also seen, to be fair credit to you know, the army and their, you know, seen Sandy and having a wee chat, and it's important to realise the, you know, the work that they put in to allow us to fuel on Jahama grounds, you know, because the legislation that is attached to that fueling regarding landowners is very strict. You know.
And when does this event finish for you this year? Do you have a sort of cut-off date? We say we're going to an evaluation and we'll sort of go through stuff. Is that in the calendar as such?
So as probably most people know, there's what they call the greeting meeting,
right?
Okay, which is not the welcoming type.
No,
okay, we'll call it, as they say in La Haber Fescava, you know, welcome, and it's we take a week, 1 week,
have a break,
to have a break, and so on a serious note, we have a job in hand today, tomorrow, to clear the car park, to get things back onto a level playing field. And there we meet one week later at the greeting meeting. We digest, you know, what the week was, and we have a break. You know, and
you need it.
Yeah, you know, it's a long week, you know, and it's just a combination of many months put together, and a rundown of that. So, but yeah, we have the awards tonight, obviously, over at Cole Community Centre. I think that's 9 o'clock.
Okay, yeah.
On there, so that's the second year we've now been in Cole Community Centre, so that works very well, and yeah, come along on that.
Looking forward to that bit then.
Yeah, no. But look, I think overall for the week, it's been a superb week. I must say at this point in time, you know, the Nevis Radio, your coverage, John, I mean, I think, you know, it's been welcoming. There's a bit of refreshness to it as well, what you're doing, Simon, in the back there. Yeah. And well done, guys. It's really very much appreciated.
I know those behind the scene would appreciate it, because obviously myself and John are sort of stuck out at the front. We do what we do, but there's a wee team does a lot of work. Like you guys here, there's stuff behind the scenes nobody ever sees or gets to know about.
Yeah, you've got your entourage out in front here. Young David there as well. Look, you know, he's looking very official there nowadays on that. So yeah, it is, you know, about the people that are sort of.
And there's always next year.
Yeah, there's next year, of course, on that.
You're going to say, John, any questions you'd like
well, I was going to ask John a wee question.
All right,
you know, I'll give you a wee interview on that. No, I'm curious from your side of things, because I also see you out in the course, waiting for Stephen, knocking about, and to take it from your perspective, because I'm always interested on what other, you know, what you see out there as well.
Well, obviously at the moment Stephen's still riding the Scottish 6 days, and I don't know how long that would continue. Obviously gets through the ballot, he's a happy chap, but no, it's different now to previous years when there was nobody riding that I was connected with family-wise. So I don't get to see as many sections now, because you're sort of waiting. I mean, yesterday, because of his timing, didn't see him in the morning at all because I was here, so it was up to Ferme. So it was a case of park up, waiting on him coming down, and then following back down the road. And that happens for a lot of people. Yeah. We're going round with John McDonald of SW Trials, same thing. I don't think he's seen hardly a section all week, and it's difficult that way. So you sort of miss the Scottish. So in some ways, it would be handy if I didn't have to follow somebody around. I said to him jokingly last night, next year we're going to put a mechanic on. I'm going to go round and just lord it, you know. And he said, really? I went, no. So anyway, it's good because it's the family connection. I mean, my father rode the Scottish 6 days. You knew him quite well, I think, Davey. And he rode twice in 53 and 54. He had nobody following him around because, well, his father had passed away a bit before that, and his mother wasn't interested, and she never even, I don't think she ever saw him ride a trials bike. Whereas when I was young, you know, Mum and Dad used to go to things. But the funny thing is, I rode in 77, as you're probably aware, and my mum didn't come up.
Oh, right.
It was just my dad, but then that allowed him to bring the 750 Honda 4, and he went round with fuel in even the panniers, you know, and so it was a kind of family thing then. And I always vowed that if my children took up the sport, I'd try and help them as much as possible, but obviously help them is different from assisting them. There's a difference, and yeah, I followed David round when he rode several times, and then Stephen took it up after this university. And now we've got grandchildren that seem to be interested in bicycles and motorbikes, and me, Lucy, she's only a year and a half, she's not quite 2 till October. Broom, you know, everyone's bike. She was in there watching everybody working on the bikes, and she's picking up spanners and put that down, put that down. So it's all very much family affair stuff. But I still enjoy the Scottish. But people say, do you miss the sections? Yeah, to a point I do, because I don't see the top riders riding and seeing what they're doing. But you're right. You talk about the social media stuff. There's a lot of people send me stuff and said, whoa, don't like the decision on that. And I look at it and I go, yeah, fine, but that video wasn't taken from where the observer's standing. And having observed at the Scottish before I rode, I was brought into that way of doing things. My dad was very strict on that, you know, observe first and then see what it's about and things like that. So I never really say yes or no, that's a dab, that's not a dab, because it's what the observer sees, because my background was Scottish ACU, Trials Committee, blah, 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 laying out trials, then doing the secretarial side of things, and a wee bit of clerk, of course. And I'm always very protective of observers, because I know how difficult it is to get these people on the hill. And I tend to say, yeah, interesting question, but I'm not going to answer that because I wasn't there. And having, you know, done the world rounds when we had it at Lenacan, that example is a pure one. It's what the observer sees. So I'm wholly supportive of what you have said. You back the observers every time. You've got to do that.
Well, I mean, just to, I don't want to draw and get back onto that one in a sense, but just to answer that question, you know, we go by, you know, it's fact-based. You know, it's based on facts. It's as simple as that. Yeah. If I could ask you, yesterday, you know, we were down the 82, and you know, I've got to say that the volume of traffic that was down on the 82 was just absolutely unprecedented. It was phenomenal. It was just, and it, you know, if you're going about, you know, what happened, you know, my goal is to get every rider back here safely. After watching or looking at that yesterday in the 82 with these buses, the wagons, and these tiny bikes in the sense trundling down, it put the fear of death up me. Seriously, I had to go and put marshals there, and it does what, you know, you have a you have a duty of care as a clerk, and you know, you know, when you plan something in, you can't plan for everything, and you know, for you know, people behaving in a certain manner, but generally speaking you have, and that you know, was worrying. So get every rider back home safe and sound. That
you had a good day.
I would be, yes, exactly, and on that, but going round as a van, you would have probably seen that over the years, the amount of traffic that has increased.
Well, that particular stretch of road, I've been down there before, obviously, when the timing's been right, when Stephen's been riding Barhouse and chairlift, we pick him up, and I don't like it, because it's, you know, it's tight. There's wagons, buses, all these big stuff going about, and I always go, come on, let's get down to the Black Mount, get into the lunch check, get everybody off the road and away over to Gorton, and I'm quite happy after that.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think at this stage, John, I would like to just say, like, a big thank you to everybody involved in, you know, from our committee, and you know, there are numerous people in you know, I know you've not managed to get Kirsten on this seat yet.
No, we tried.
You know, I mean, she's lost her voice, unfortunately. I think I'm just looking to see if she's knocking about there, but you know, a big thank you to her. You know, this week we work very close together, and with everything that's happening. As I say, just a big thank you to everybody really in and around Le Havre for accommodating the trial, and yeah, thank you very much indeed for this week.
And what date's next year's?
Oh, that's a question.
Come on, the easiest one, surely.
The easiest one is it's the first Monday in May.
Yeah.
Right.
It's round
Will
about
As you
the
should know.
4th or something. It moves
is, it
forward
moves-
with...
it moves down. It's a four- I
and
think
a
it's a
leap
four.
year mucks it up
Yeah.
a bit.
Yeah.
So
It
it's the
is.
first Monday
It's
in
the
May.
first Monday in May.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll be invited back. It's great to be part of this.
I'm sure you will, John. I'm sure you will. You know,
Be part of our diaries, and appreciate everything you do to help us be here facilitating.
no. I think again, it just plays a part of the whole event.
Yeah.
It spoke volumes yesterday, David. We met up at Ferme yesterday, and Jimmy, who's up there, all the grass was cut. You know, that's...
Sorry, my brain wasn't slightly working
sorry.
there.
Yeah, and all the grass, the grass was cut for parking and everything. I actually said to him, I shook his hand and said, look, thanks very much for doing all this, because, you know, there's a fair bit of effort. I don't know what he used to cut it, but, you know, it was all cut for the people to go and park up in and everything.
Absolutely, and I actually, when I went on my way back out again, I made a point of thanking him and credit to Jim.
I saw you.
He had that whole hillside looking pristine.
Yeah.
Again, I had a phone call from Ali McGill, you know, for Trotter's Burn today, going, I'm just trimming, I'm getting it ready, right, where we, you know, and kind of stuff, and you know, so.
Yeah.
These people, you know, yes, they're not directly involved, but they are involved, and
they take a pride in it.
Excuse me. Yes, of course they do, and just to see the park and up in NCP would be getting them for their car parks.
That's right.
So first it was looking really good yesterday.
Nice.
I know it's a long walk out,
but it was dry, and all the vans got parked up out the way, and people could get moving.
Makes a huge difference on that, and the same goes for Mashirlach, you know today for Trotter's Burn. Ali's got the field ready, hopefully, and everything up there. So yeah.
And that gets them off the road, and that's what it's all about, safety.
Yep, exactly. You know, from that, when I was heading back out last night, I was obviously know the road, but I had Isabel Lankin trying to tail me going out to get.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, she was. It was quite ironic on that, but yeah. No. Everything's good.
But it went well this week. Everybody's happy. The sun's shining from start to almost finished, that we think. We don't think it's got to rain today. And I think the last time that we had that like this, where not a drop of rainfall in Loch Harbour, was 2017. That was the first year that Stephen rode, and it was really warm as well. Probably maybe slightly warmer than what it's been this week, but not a drop of rain apparently was recorded in the whole of Loch Harbour that week. And I think it's the same. Yeah.
It's that's from Loch Harbour. We don't quite count it like that. But yeah. It's quite unusual. It's quite unusual to see for ourselves here to have a westerly wind without the rain.
Yes.
In fairness.
That's how it works normally, doesn't it?
Yeah,
the westerlies bring the rain in.
Absolutely, and as I say, I'm further up, and we tend to get, when it gets to this sort of that cold easterly wind.
Yeah.
Which thing brings the dry weather in.
That's right.
Anyway, so.
Strange. So there we have it. So great.
So what tune are we going to play for David then? Have you got anything sorted out there? Back at the studio?
Oh, sorry, I was talking to Dan there for a moment. What was the question?
Song for David?
I've already got one lined up. I've got Skerryvore on the road.
Skerryvore on the road.
Yeah.
I'll just do grand.
But before we do that,
well,
hang on.
I got a message from
I hear he was on Blondie this morning again.
Yeah.
Kim Wilde.
I got a message from Philip Crosby.
Hang on, sorry, say that again, it's not people talking.
I've got a message from Philip Crosby saying, well done to David and the team, fantastic job yet again, so thank you very
Philip Crosby
much.
says well done, did you hear that? Philip Crosby says well done to David and the team.
Thank you very much indeed, Philip.
There you go.
It's all good. Right, are you ready for that tune, are you?
We are indeed, and say thanks again. And so enjoyed these chats every morning, just catching up and getting your point of view and getting messages out. I think it's a big part of it.
Very welcome, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks very much, David.
Happy days.
John, thank you.
Here's Skerryvore.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, cool man looks smart. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis, it's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis, it's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis, it's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it
move, so I make it harder. Hold back. Think about it, slow it. Cool man, look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, slow it. Cool man, look smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
The spindle out of the exhaust and they just slipped it in between the wheel, and I thought, now that's a nice little trick. I never thought about doing that. See, you can always learn something new.
That's what
especially
it's about.
at the Scottish 6 days trial. So to save time and be a bit more efficient. So there we have it.
And not lose it, I guess.
Not lose it. I mean, as I say, I looked down and I thought, where's the spindle? How's he got to manage this? Well, it was just handily placed in the tailpipe of the exhaust.
So he's in first place at the moment. A fair bit of pressure, I guess.
Yeah, well, Si was saying, look, can we interview the leader? Can we get the leader? And it's always very difficult sometimes to get the leader of the trial because of the way that the numbers are going. Saturday, it's a little bit more relaxed for us in that all the riders are in today, and we'll be here until the last one leaves the Parc Ferme somewhere around about midday, I would imagine.
Yeah, and we'll certainly try and catch up with rider 183, Adam Raga, before he leaves today if we can as well. Find out
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day,
like coming back.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, I mean, all the manufacturers are looking for a win, and your first and second place people this week at the final day is a Sherco rider, so that's quite exciting.
No, exactly.
Yeah, and there's wait a minute. I think he can't hear us. It's Dan Peace's mum's looking for him, and he just disappeared round behind the toilets.
Deliberately, do you think?
No, I don't think so. I think they're trying to send messages. Of course, this is a restricted area, so Mrs. Peace can't come in. Hold on. I was going to try and catch him there, but he keeps disappearing back into van.
Kind of a mediator for the Peace family. How about that?
Your mum wants you.
You're in trouble.
Dan Peace, your mummy wants you.
9:30 on this day 6. It's so great to be here, and it's great to be part of this event each and every year, which we have done for many, many decades now. I'm going to go for. So it's been a long, long time. Studio-wise, how are we doing with communication back there?
We're doing all right. I have had a phone call, actually, from Tony Gibson.
Tony Gibson, yeah.
So apparently we've got an observer, Scott Turpin. He's ridden 9 times. He's aiming for his 10th next year. So good morning to him if he's listening.
Did you catch that, John? Scott Turpin?
No.
Observer?
Congratulations on being an observer. Sorry, I was speaking to somebody.
Scott Turpin is an observer, apparently. That's come from whom?
From Tony Gibson. And apparently Scott's ridden 9 times. He's aiming for his 10th next year.
Yeah, he's from the northeast of England, Scott Turpin, yeah.
Oh, I see. You were multitasking there.
Sorry, yeah, this chap appeared out of nowhere. I'm sorry, I'm live on the radio. We're actually going to have a quick word with him at some point, or maybe even a long word with him. George Webb, former army rider at the Scottish 6 Days Trial, but not only the Scottish 6 Days Trial, represented the Army and Great Britain in an international 6 Days Trial. Very interesting character. I'm going to be doing a piece on him very shortly on Trials Guru. He sent me a lot of pictures of when he was in the Army, and of course these guys were given with army bikes to ride, and factory BSAs titivated up with an army number on them. So George will be coming on to speak to us very shortly, I would imagine. He's come in specially today to see us.
That'd be good. And we've got a manufacturer coming in, Scorpus coming in, I understand, is that right?
That should be correct, yes.
And what time is that planned for?
Any time round about now. There should
time around
be
now?
getting organised so you can get them when they're there.
Well, I spoke to Scorpa yesterday, and they said they didn't have a bike available and they knew nothing about it. So I don't know maybe who you spoke to at Scorpa.
I spoke to a couple of gentlemen yesterday. They said they would sort something out. It's not a brand new bike, but it's a
Right.
clean one.
Okay, that'll do fine. That's fine.
Yeah. So
Well, what are we doing now?
No,
Well,
we're
nothing.
just
Can we maybe
talking.
get George Webb in?
Yeah, if he's there, yeah.
George, would you come in, please? And we'll try and get your microphone. Oh, we've got your microphone, which is handy. We'll just stand on the other side of this here. This is the interview area. George Webb, former competitor here at the Scottish 6 Days Trial. You rode the Scottish several times, but more importantly as well, you also rode the International 6 Days Trial, which is now called the ISDT. ISDT became ISDE, International 6 Days Enduro.
Yes, I did.
How many times did you ride the Scottish, George?
About a dozen.
Yeah.
Yeah, round about a dozen. I'm not sure exactly, to be honest.
Yeah. And what about the ISDT? That's a different event.
Yeah, 9 times.
9 times. Now, did the factories help you out with the British Army? Because obviously now the riders on the Army MCA are riding, you know, betas this year, I think it is, and they get them through Acklams. Did the same thing happen with the Army back in the day?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Not really. We either rode our own bikes, or if we hadn't got a bike, then we used to ask around, see if we could borrow something.
Right.
Basically, and that's how it worked.
Now, the Army used to give you standard issue bikes to ride. The BSA B40 was a popular model because obviously the British Army had bought a whole heap of them. Were they good bikes?
Yeah, basically a good Army bike. Yeah, underpowered for the ISDT, so they put a 441 engine in, and that gave us more power and more torque, but it was still a slow bike, topped out at 65 to 70 miles an hour, and you find that the little 2-strokes would go past you on the road, and change up a gear and leave you behind, basically.
Make you look as though you're standing still.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, 1969 ISDT, you were riding for the Army on a BSA at Garmisch Partenkirk, and that ended not so well, didn't it?
No, it didn't, no. I'd had trouble all week with starting because we were using an experimental ignition system, capacitor discharge ignition system.
Yeah.
And we wasn't generating enough power when you kicked over to get a decent spark.
Right.
Once we had the bike going, it seemed to perform okay. But midweek, I lost the sparks and found out that the feed from the alternator, the wires had fused together because the engine had been running so hot. And it melted. But I did manage to get it repaired, and I was 40 minutes late. I was coming to the end of the first 100-mile lap.
Yeah.
And I met 3 Russian outriders who were illegally riding on the course, going the wrong way.
Oh gosh.
And I met them on a blind corner, and I hit the middle one, and I took him out, and I flew over the other 2, and I landed in the grass, and I was totally uninjured. I could have been dead.
Yeah.
And that's how dangerous it is.
Yeah, and the front end of the bike was wiped out, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, a similar situation happened at exactly the same event with Jimmy Valentine on a 250 BSA, and he had trouble getting the bike to run, and he found out very late on, almost houred out, that if he switched the lights on, the bike would start and run fine. So he kept the lights on. But what had happened was the forestry people had thought that the trial, as it was known then, had gone through the forest area.
Yes.
So they opened the forest to the workers, and of course it was a working day. They came in with these big plant, and Jimmy came flying round a corner, you know, confronted with this great big machine, and he chucked the bike down on its side, and the bike slid under the wheels of the bike and got crushed, and he hit the truck and got run over and broken both his legs. And Jimmy obviously had to be taken to hospital. And that was a bike from BSA's to the Scottish ACU, and BSA wanted the bike back. So this bike went back. It looked like a banana, and it was bent in the middle, but Jimmy had fitted a pair of Cherry Annie forks off his greaves, an AGS tank, he had a seat that was cut up, and all these little bits. So he took all his own bits off it. So this bent bike went back with a perfect set of BSA forks and a nice road tank, because it was a Starfire, and it went back. So it was a similar situation to 2 British riders in the same event, and it was almost the hour-out situation, and you're trying to make up time, and then came to grief by things coming another way that you didn't expect.
Exactly, yeah.
Crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But you still enjoy your motorcycle, and I know that you've been on the Moidit run a few times on bikes. Remember, I went round with you for a while. You were riding, you've sold it now, a Cheney Triumph. They were very popular in the ISDT, weren't they?
Yes, they were, yes. The British motorcycle industry was in rapid decline around the time that we were riding, both in Scotland and in the International 6 Days. And so we're always scrabbling around for something decent to ride.
Yeah.
As an army rider, we were kind of obliged to ride something British. And so we always ended up with a BSA or something on those lines.
Yeah.
But I did ride a Triumph from Meriden.
Yeah.
That was the original Triumph Adventurer. And it had been thrashed around a little bit, and I went back up to Meriden to get it overhauled and get it lifted from the 350-500 class into the 750 class.
Oh yeah, the big class.
So I rode in the 750 class with riders such as the German rider Herbert Scheck from BMW, and that performed okay, and it ran very well all week. But it didn't steer very well. We couldn't work out why it didn't steer very well. It was as though it had a steering damper on. And it wasn't discovered until after the event that the top yoke had part worn through.
Oh, heavens.
And that was been assembled incorrectly
at the
factory for some time, but we don't know by whom.
Yeah, exactly. No, but machinery was always played a great part in the International 6 Days and the Scottish 6 Days, and Yeah, I remember the police riders, Hobbs and Minskip, they had, you know, 650 Cheney Triumphs, and they even rode them up here in the Scottish 60s. They were quite a fearsome beast, weren't they?
They were indeed, yes. Yeah, it didn't pay to get behind them.
No.
Because you get filled in with stones.
But I remember on the Moydart Road run, I was on a 350 AGS, and I kept up with you for a while, and I thought, oh, this is good. My dad's old bike's keeping up with a Cheney Triumph. And then you kind of looked round and smiled, and then you opened the throttle and took off. Left me for standing, because obviously this Triumph was a lot quicker on the road than the AJS. Yeah, good fun though.
That was, yeah, I enjoyed the Moydart run.
Yeah.
And the other one down at, was it Glen Lyon when we...
Yeah, that's right. That was the one. It wasn't the Moydart run. It was the Glen Lyon one. It was the Bob McGregor Memorial run that Pete Remington put on. That was it. Because we were down at Weem at the time, and we were tittling along the road, and I'm thinking, oh, this is great fun. I'm keeping George. I could still see George. Yeah, right behind you. And as I say, you turned around, smiled, and then I don't even know if you clicked it up a gear at that point, but you just disappeared into the. And I told Ernie Page about it. I said, oh, I was keeping up with Cheney Triumph. He said, were you really on the AJS? I said, yeah. And then he gave it the message. Oh, he left you for dead then. So Ernie knew damn fine that a Cheney Triumph was a lot quicker on the road. But there was a lot of different machines that you'd ridden over the years. But also, you were involved in the motorcycle trade at one time down at Harrogate. Was it Trident? No, not Trident.
We
did Trident boots. Yeah, that's right.
Yes,
yeah. But the name of the company again, you were in...
Sportex Skier.
Sportex, that's right. And that you were involved with Jack Noops, the late Jack Noops.
Yes.
But you were also very shrewd. You brought out, or you convinced a factory, CTS, to build a special helmet for kids called the Brat Hat.
Yes.
And that was a fantastic piece of kit.
It was. It wasn't called a Brat Hat in Italy.
No.
It was a name that I gave it, but they did all the graphics.
That's right.
The name on,
Mhm.
and it sold like hotcakes.
It did.
Yeah.
And it would sell like hotcakes today, because we're scribbling around looking for a small size for little Stevie Moffat, because he's under 3 just now.
Yes.
And it's getting a helmet that doesn't slop about on his head. So we're looking at possibly Wolfsport do a small helmet. But I keep saying to Stephen, we've still got your old Brat Hat, but it's so old that it's delaminating on the straps, and of course it's past its sell-by date. But they were brilliant helmets. They were absolutely fantastic. All the kids used to have them in trials.
I know. It had a lovely finish on it.
Yeah.
I don't think it was painted. I think it had a plastic shrink wrap.
It did. It was shrink wrapped on, and it was a smaller size of shell, because all the kids' helmet up until then, they were padded out. So it was an adult shell with kids padding. But your one, the one that you developed, was a small shell for a small head with the same amount of padding as an adult's would be proportionately, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and that made it a lot safer.
It was. It was absolutely brilliant. So we remember that, but we've still got one of them in the family, and it's still got his name on it, because you could put stickers on it because it was already pre-wrapped. It wasn't going straight onto polycarbonate. So that was down in Harrogate, of course. That's where you're from originally, is it?
No, I'm from Suffolk.
Suffolk was a bit further south, the Suffolk Punch sheep.
Suffolk Punch horses.
Horses, sorry, no sheep. Yeah, and I think they called a lawnmower after that, didn't they?
There is a Suffolk kind of breed of sheep.
Yeah, that's right, but not a Suffolk Punch.
Yeah.
So, and have you been up long for the Scottish this year? Have you seen a bit of it?
No, I've only been up, I came up yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm staying till tomorrow and then heading back down.
Heading back down, yeah. And is it Harrogate you still live now?
No, Ripon.
Ripon, oh yeah, well, just well, a bit further away, right enough. I know Ripon well, I've stayed there many times.
Yeah.
Used to go to the Ripon Spa Hotel, which has now been redeveloped, I believe.
It has, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
So, yeah, it's good to have you in, George. Do you know any of the Army guys now? Because it's a long time since you rode.
I only know the guys that are running the Army team.
Right, okay.
All the youngsters now.
Yeah.
I don't know them.
Don't
I
know
know
them
their
at all.
names,
Yeah.
but I've seen them on the...
Because it used to be great rivalry between you and, I'm trying to remember the name of the guy in the RAF, Ted Thompson.
Ted Thompson,
He was a character and a half. He used to ride with a white scarf when he was on the road, and everybody knew who it was because he was the bloke with a pure white scarf covering his nose, and it was always a great rivalry between the Royal Air Force guys and the British Army guys at the Scottish 60s.
It was indeed.
And the International as well, I think.
Yes, yes, exactly,
The services were always at each other's throats, you know.
Well, we helped each other out.
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
helped out the Metropolitan Police.
That's right.
And
Net
also
Police.
the RAF team. We all sort of banded together.
That's right.
So that we had enough people on support.
That's right.
To cover all the.
It was a great big community, the forces, basically,
Yes.
wasn't it? And of course, the Met Police being from down south, and then they were kind of replaced over the years by general, police forces all over. They would try and get teams together. I don't think the police have ridden for several years here now, and I certainly can't remember when the last RAF guy went out the car park here. So it's a wee bit sad that it's not as contested as well as it was in your day, because there was all these riders where the different services competing for the services award during the week. Yeah.
Well, the Met Police had enough riders to form 3 or 4 teams,
Yeah,
to be honest. They
that's
didn't
right.
all ride in every event.
Yeah, that's right.
But they used to come and ride in our army events.
That's right.
And they were invited to our army events,
Mhm.
and we had real rivalry with the Met Police.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they had some good riders too.
Yeah. Now, there was a chap that rode in the army, and he was in the white helmets. Do you remember him? He worked with Jimmy Aird at TT
Yes, I
Leathers.
do, yeah, Tom Walker.
Tom Walker, he was a great guy as well, and he worked for TT Leathers and
Yes.
sold other stuff. I'm getting the wind up now. What is it? Is it
Well, we've
news
got a
or
gentleman behind me who's on a time limit.
Oh, right,
Sorry.
OK, we're going to have a word with him. So anyway, George Webb, former army rider at the Scottish 6 Days and International 6 Days Trial, thanks very much.
Thank you, John.
It's all happening down here, and loitering outside, ready to come into Parc Ferme. Gary McDonald, how are you doing?
I'm good,
There you go. Right, there you go.
There you go. No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
And how's it going for you this week?
This week has been very up and down for me. I've not been fully concentrating on trials this year, more cycling. But, struggled to get in the flow on Monday.
Yeah.
After the P65s, the bike is so different, so it takes me the whole of Monday to adapt again to a modern bike. So yes, the gears and the brakes, everything's on the wrong side.
Is it a good thing to do to the pre-65s? We're chatting to Kevin Cairns, and he's saying his body's struggling this week doing that, to do both the pre-65 and this.
For me, trying to get a result, it's not ideal.
No.
It's most people think I'm mad doing it, but I actually really like the P65s. It's a very good social. It's fun. There's no stress. There's no pressure. I feel a lot of pressure in the 6 days. I don't know why, because I'm in my
How many times have you ridden it now?
It's 18 or 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
You
I've
still
missed a
feel
lot
that
of years.
pressure?
So, oh yes. I
That's
think I'll
amazing.
put a lot of pressure on myself. Can't eat my breakfast in the mornings, and it's not good. So,
Is that just to do well yourself, do well for the area? I mean, what's the big pressure for you?
do you know what? I don't know. I just don't want to let people down. I feel like if I don't do well, I let people down. I don't know why, because
Is that there's people behind you, your family and team behind you?
everybody, even people who support me.
You've got a big following, haven't you, to be fair?
I do. I've got a big following, and the support I get from everybody is fantastic. It really
Yeah.
is, all over the years, and still now. And I think with the standard now in the last couple of years from the younger generation, there are a lot of them are like the most full-time professionals I've ever seen in the top 20.
Yeah.
So realistically, I'm now thinking that a top 10 was awesome. Anything better was great. But now I'm like, if I get top 20, I'm doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's got a lot more competitive. But we've noticed a lot of newcomers and youngsters coming in, a lot of 125s being ridden this week, and that's nice to see.
Yeah, it's
the next generation.
Absolutely. There's so many 125 riders now, and to be honest, I'm so light now, I could probably do really well in the 125 myself.
Yeah.
But no, it's great to see them, and there's more and more of them coming, which is great, and hopefully, like me, in 20 years' time, they'll still be riding it.
In the sunshine, in Loch Harbour.
Yeah, well, don't get their hopes up. This is not normal, and to be fair, I'm not too happy that it's been sunny all week. I'd rather, it be miserable some days,
Yeah.
and it sorts a few people out. But that's just me.
Yeah, it does mix it up. It's a bit wet, and say some of these sections, I mean, even the wee burns, they're dry, aren't they? There's just nothing on them.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, it makes it harder. Some people are like, oh yeah, it's my late day. It's all right if you're a late day and it's wet. Streams are grippy,
Yeah.
what have you. But this week I've really found the sections with the mud getting dragged on really slippy on dry rocks, and
Okay.
it's sometimes better to be early.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been horse.
And on the body, somebody's saying the harder ground's harder on the body. Do you find
Well,
that?
there's 6 and 2/3s there really. The ground's so hard, yes, it's a bit more, bumpy, but the ground, there's grip in the ground, grip in the hill, there's less bogs, it's easier
Less
to get
fighting the
across.
bike,
It's
yeah.
less fighting, less getting stuck in mud. So, I mean, if it was pouring with rain, what a mess you would be in, and you'd be struggling to get over the hill. So there's, you know what I mean, it's a balance there. So.
And what bike are you riding?
I'm riding a Parc Scorpa 300.
Going well?
It's going really well, yeah, fantastic actually. I mean, a wee tactical change there after Thursday. I had a nightmare on Thursday, and probably one of the lowest points of my SSDT career when I just could not ride the bike. I was not on top of the bike, and I made a tyre change and went back to my old classic Michelin up front and a Dunlop 803 in the back, and yesterday I cleaned the day and was one of only 4 to clean. Mixing
brands, I've never heard of people do that, but I suppose it makes sense. It's certain grip and tyres perform differently.
They do, and that's just my preferred option. So yeah, I mean, I was delighted with yesterday. I mean, for me, that's all I can ask for, to win a day. Delighted. Yeah.
Well, you've probably got to get ready and do a bit of fettling yourself now. Anything major you got to do? Was it just clean up and get on?
I managed to get a lot of it done yesterday. Everything's good, the bike's good. I'll check the tyre pressures this morning. That's pretty much me done.
And work your way up that leader a bit, get to the top a little bit more.
Pardon?
Work your way up that leaderboard a bit more.
Well, yeah. I don't think there's much. I've got to try and keep things in line today, and just see, you know, least mistake. A lot of people chill out on a Saturday thinking they've done. You're not done. No. You're not done until you're finished.
Because people think this is an easy day, and I'm looking at it. It's not. It actually, there's a lot of pressure on certain people this day. It's not that easy.
Today's a hard day.
And a silly mistake can make a big difference.
Yes, there's a lot of cleaning 5 sections today, and the first up is Fast Ferme, and that is a cleaning 5. And I know that for a fact because I 5'd it last year straight away. But then you've got Trotters Burn, same again. Nowadays it's actually harder than it used to be. So that's going to be a cleaner 5. You know, there's a lot of this, and it's just your luck. If you're going well, you're getting these things, it's going to be a big difference today.
And a couple of pints tonight?
Yes,
celebrate?
Maybe 1 or 2.
Celebrate the end of the week?
No, I'll be having a few Guinness tonight, that's for sure.
And work Monday, I guess, back to normal job?
100% back to reality and back to work for a rest.
It's fun, isn't it? Yeah, a rest on Monday, that's what it's about. Gary McDonald, always a pleasure. All the very best for the rest of the week. Well, the rest of the day, really.
Yeah,
the week's gone. Where's that week gone?
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's where we're at.
Yeah, Gary McDonald, obviously the multiple, was it 13?
13, yeah.
13 trials championships you've got under your belt? 13 Scottish championships and a British championship. Amazing. And I'd just like to ask Gary, what shampoo do you use nowadays?
Pardon?
What shampoo do you use?
Oh, me, it's 10 and 1 or 5 and 1, whatever it is.
Because you're obviously, you've inherited your father's baldy pout.
I went and got my hair cut at 8:30.
Is that what it was?
You know,
Is that what it was?
So good.
Ah,
yeah.
Great. Well, there you go. So, I mean, everybody moves on a bit now, and of course, Gary, his first Scottish was 23 years ago, when I actually was the 6-day secretary, 2002, wasn't it? And all this yellow board, you've had that a few times, and you're the only Scot that's come so far that close to picking up the top award here, the Scottish winner. I mean, the last time it was done, we said, was 1935 with Bob McGregor. So, yeah, you are the most successful. I mean, I know that Les Winthrop had quite a few titles, Gavin Johnson had quite a few titles, but you have got the most number of Scottish trials titles, the proper one, the Premier Championship under your belt. And that series goes back to 1955. That's when it first started. So we're talking, what is that, 1955, 70 years of the Scottish Trials Championship. Pity that the SSU haven't actually celebrated that in some way, because that's a record, isn't it?
Yeah,
Thank you very much, John.
So thanks, Gary, for coming in. Great to see you again, as always.
Very best.
Riding the Burkett Scorpa this week, so all the best for the last day of the Scottish 6 days to go.
Well, we need to play a tune for the people in the Secretary's van. What do you call that, an office?
Event office.
In the event office.
Yeah.
The lady who helps Kirsten with the scores, what's her name?
The
other lady in there?
Adrian Whittam.
Is that her?
I think so. The one with
She came in and said, can we play her tune for everybody in there?
Did you have Denham?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Ur Wully.
All right.
Ur Wully. Dungarees.
There you go.
Yeah.
And she's asked for some Baccarat. Yes, sir, I can boogie. Can we play this come back after an ad break? Is that the plan?
You ain't got time for that, so what you're going to do, you've got 30 seconds. Just to recap, if you do want to get in touch today, you can get us on WhatsApp, 01397 706 100. You can phone us on the same number, 01397 706 100. Email the studio, please. Email studio@nevisradio.co.uk. You can find us at Nevis Radio Official on Facebook, and you can find us at Nevis Radio Official on YouTube, or just type in Nevis Radio and you should be able to find out everything happening there live and direct from the West End at Parc Ferme as well. And we're going to have Baccarat taking us to the news at 10.
Brilliant.
in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking
and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
In the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Scottish 6-day trial.
It is indeed. I've got to put my ears back. Right, now I can hear what I'm doing. It is day 6. It is... Oh, I've got noise here. What's that all about? So back at the studio. It is 2 minutes past 10. And yeah, we're live in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, we certainly are. Are we doing, is it weather now? Or?
Well, we're not doing it. Everybody sort of left us. We've got no camera operators. I don't know what's going on. They've all gone out and around. But we're here, and you want to do something. You've got a hat.
Yeah, I've got a presentation to make.
A presentation?
Last year at the Scottish 6 Days trial, I presented a young lad called Jacob with a Michelin hat. Now, the Michelin hat obviously is from our sponsors, but Jacob got the hat last year. He's not paying attention.
He's not, nobody's paying attention.
He's chatting. He's not listening to the radio at the moment.
He can't hear it.
Can't hear it.
No.
Jacob, listen to the radio. So last year we did a presentation to Jacob with a Michelin cap. Now, Trials Guru have done a celebratory cap this last year of 10 years of the Trials Guru website from 2014 to 2024, and we did a special range of or a line of the Nevis Radio Blue caps this year, of which there was 12 made, and that's limited to 12 for all time. So if Jacob would mind coming up here now. I don't have one with the tag on it now, because this is the one that I've actually been wearing this week on and off, so it's not been worn very often. And I'd like to present John Weller's grandson Jacob with a special commemorative Nevis Radio Blue Trials Guru cap, Jacob, and that's yours, and congratulations, because you're only one of 12 people in the whole universe to own one of these caps.
Crikey, have I got one?
Yes.
Oh, I have.
You're lucky it's under the table at the moment. So anyway, Jacob's got the cap now, and would you like to say a few words?
Thank you.
That'll do fine.
That's a nice short and
That'll
sweet.
do fine. So well done, Jacob, and I hope you'll wear it throughout the year and swap it between your Michelin caps. So there you go.
You probably have to sign that one now, you know, as well, there.
Probably will have to sign it, because I signed these Michelin caps. So yeah, these caps are not available to buy. You can't buy them, and I only had our manufacturer put together the special blue one as a one-off Trials Guru dedicated to trial.
Is that the one? Never to be any more?
No, there won't be any more now. Certainly not blue ones anyway. So there's certain colours have already been been given out. The red ones are the VIP caps. There's more of them, and I'm getting a new batch of the red ones in the next few weeks because they've been very popular. The white ones were the trial winner caps, and these went. There's only 10 of them made, and they went to previous winners of the Scottish 6 Days trial. And Gary MacDonald, who didn't win the Scottish 6 Days, but because of his efforts in the Scottish Trials Championships, he won 13 of them. He's got one of these caps, and they're all on the VIP club on Trials Guru. So what you'll have to do now, Jacob, is get your picture taken with your cap on, send it to me at Trials Guru, and we'll get you on the VIP club on the website.
Oh, just make sure you take the picture the right way around.
Yeah,
that's right.
But
I can flip them over, you see.
We have some amateurs around, don't we?
So it's good. And the other colour of cap is the grey one, the light grey, sporting grey, I think they call it. And that is called the Trials Guru VIP Trial Legends cap, of which Arthur Lampkin's got one. His picture's on the website. Jeff Smith, the two-time world motocross champion who won the 1955 Scottish 6 Days, got one, and a few other people. Dave Thorpe, Nick Jeffries has got his one going down to him this coming week, and yeah, there's 25 of those, but they've not all been allocated yet. So there we go.
That's what's happening down here. It is 6 minutes past 10. Riders, we're looking at 120s, we're up to the moment, around that sort of number. 116, 116, their numbers we're sort of looking and lining up at the moment.
Yep. Now, of course, I've just gone and stapled that in there, which wasn't a good idea, but I stopped it blowing away.
112's ready to go right now.
Yeah, 112, where is that? 112. 112 is Bill Reeves from England, the Scarborough member, on a 125 TRS, if it's 112. So
that's what he's doing.
Probably a learner driver, so there we have it.
All happening down here. And we'll be trying to catch up with Adam Raga as well. He'll be in probably about half hour's time, we estimate, because he's rider 183. So a minute in between, that's what we've got to work out, really. Yeah, about 20 minutes time he should be in the area, so we'll try and catch up with him as well. We've got live sections on the thing. Was this from recorded earlier, Si? We're looking at what stuff now?
This should be Lower Fastfern from about half an hour ago.
This is Lower Fastfern from about half an hour ago on the
and
side.
Who's supplied these videos just for copyright
This
reasons?
is actually coming straight from SSDT crew that do this as a live feed on their Facebook page.
Okay. That's quite a hefty waterfall there.
Yeah.
Designed to take a few marks off the riders there, I would imagine.
Testing.
Early riders would have that very slippery. Whoops, yes, they see it. Guy just lost grip there and jumped off to the right. The side of the bike I never push a bike with. Never push it from the right-hand side. It's always the left-hand side. Can't cope with it on the right. So there you go. He's managed to recover the bike and drops it back down into the stream, or near enough. Takes a wee while to recover your bike when you drop it on a waterfall.
It does.
Scary stuff, but there you are. Is that it?
Yep, that looks like that for now. If you want to have a look at the leaderboard right now, if we can do that, go through who's doing that, please.
Yeah, it's this is the old adage now when you say, well, I wish everything was electronic, because then you've got to do the paper base. Yeah, we spoke to number 79 earlier on today after day 5 of the Scottish 6 Days Friday, the 9th of May. Jack Peace is leading. Number 79 in the Sherco, as in second place Sherco rider Adam Raga, 4 times world champion. We hope to try and catch him today, 183 and 7 marks lost. Billy Green in 3rd position on 11. George Hemingway in 4th position on 12. James Dable in 5th position on 15. Harry Turner in 6th position on 17. Harry Hemingway, who's up on the leaderboard, right up the top, now down into 7th place on 17. Jack Dans, 8th position on 18. 9th position, Jamie Galloway on 19 marks. And Dan Peace, Jack's brother, in 10th position on 22. So that's the leaderboard up to position 10 as of this morning, before they all leave Parc Ferme for the final day of the Scottish 6 Days trial. And there we have it on screen as well, so I've just been reading that off, and all the customers that are looking at the YouTube feed tonight. Customers, listeners. Sorry, I was thinking retail there. Our listeners will be seeing it, viewing in hopefully later on. Bernie Schreiber been sent the links all week, and he prefers the audio link rather than the video because he's missing the tunes, because obviously we can't play them because of restrictions. So Bernie's actually now switched over purely to the audio version. He prefers that to listen to it. So, because obviously some of the tunes he must be liking.
That is what it's about. And talking about tunes, we played Baccarat earlier, and we had dancing girls in the car park. What was going on there?
I don't know. I think it was just a little bit of light entertainment going on between Kirsten Pennycook and Adrian Whittam.
Yeah, it was quite entertaining, and hopefully we're going to play that. We've got, I sent Si a couple of bits and pieces.
It hasn't worked, John.
Has it not?
No, it hasn't worked. It came up and said invalid file, so I don't know what you've pressed.
I just forwarded them. I don't know. I'll have another look, see what I can do. If not, it doesn't matter. Right, where are we at? You were all caught up back at the studio.
I think so.
Do we need to do weather and an ad break?
We could do with doing that. Do you want to put a tune between weather and ads?
Yeah. Who shall we have? How about Don't Stop Believing?
Journey.
Good one.
Helps as well. Journey,
Try
really.
and get a tune lined up for Jack. I don't think he's done one yet today, so we'll get one lined up for him very shortly. I'll get him to have a word with
That was in a film, wasn't it, that tune, The Journey? The one with Tom Cruise, something about rock.
I don't know.
There was a rock film some years ago. There was a lot of tunes on that. We went to see it in the movies, my wife and I. Treated herself one night, took herself off to the pictures, as you used to call it.
The flicks?
The pictures.
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got Journey lined up. We're going to come back and see if we can give you some more live footage while you guys are doing stuff as well.
Yep.
Got some adverts coming up, just to recap on that one. Also, next Friday, I'm just going to get it in there now. Well, I've got the microphone. We've got our very own Crisp Cafe coming up, raising money for your local mountain rescue team at Lochaber Mountain Rescue Team. Please do come down for that at the Lochaber College in Fort William.
How many pieces are you expecting to sell?
I've no idea, that's the thing. I don't want to buy like 500 bags of crisps and find out of like 10 people.
Are you buying these out your own pocket? Is this the way it works?
Nevis Radio supporting this.
Oh, I see. Know them.
So, yeah, we kind of need some people to come
particular
down.
flavours? Are we sort of going for particular flavours? Is it now?
Well, I'm open to suggestions, you know what I mean?
Would you put a prawn cocktail crisp in a sandwich?
Yes.
Oh, you definitely put a Worcester sauce flavour, because that was an old favourite. My mum used to sprinkle it on the crisps and then put it in a roll or a sandwich, a piece, and eat the piece with a
all
Worcester
concoctions
sauce.
apply.
I like the extra crispy crinkle cut beef crisps. I can't say the name, but they're my favourites.
Ridge cut, I think they call these things,
thick
don't
ridge.
they?
Paprika cut for me. That's too good.
Each their own.
But yeah, that's next week's project. So yeah, we'll get that one sorted out. However, in the meantime, we've got what weather? So you organised for weather?
I'm waiting. I'm always primed and ready. You know me.
Me that's holding proceedings here for a change.
Today's weather on.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I have you, darling. No matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move.
Day 6 and we're basking in the sunshine in Fort William. You don't often say that, do you? It's a bit breezy out there. Temperature-wise, it's up to just over 15 degrees right now. And can't grumble, Mr. Moffat, can't grumble.
When the sun's in your back, we'll go across and have a quick word with some riders.
Off you go. Robbie's out there.
Yeah, I'll give quite a quick chat with somebody.
You're going to have a meander.
Yeah, I'll just catch this lad coming back up the car park. He's been looking out over the loch. Former winner of the Scottish 6 Days Trial, Sam Connor. Good morning, Sam.
Hello, John. How are we doing?
I'm doing fine. More at the point, how are you doing? You won this trial way back when on a Sherco, didn't you?
20 years ago, 2005.
Yeah, that's right. Time flies, and I think the bike still exists with the gearbox sprocket welded onto the shaft.
Yeah, it's a story to that bike, but yeah, it's the only bike I've kept, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. So it's kept safely and secure at home. We use it for a few things. In fact, it came up here last year for the Sherco stand or whatever. Yeah. So, but yeah, what a week we've had, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
it's been amazing.
Week. Weather-wise, can't complain.
I think if people have come up here for the first time, I think this is what Scotland's normally like. They could be in for a shock if they come back next year, but yeah, it's been amazing. It's been great fun.
You don't ride so much regularly now, do you?
No, you know, life takes over. Kids, business, family. But, you know, we wouldn't miss this week, though. It's probably the biggest trial in the world still, isn't it? So.
Yeah. Now, those that don't know, your dad was a very good scrambler in his day, Jim Connor.
Yeah, 60s and trials as well. Dad competed in the ISDE in the 60s. He's done Scotland 2 or 3 times. Yeah. His last in 86. That was another wet year.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, there's a long history of bikes in the family.
And then there's the extended family as well. Your dad's sister?
Yeah, Auntie Rhoda and Uncle Malcolm. Yeah. Malcolm's won this a number of times. Yeah. And obviously used to run the Sherco team up until sort of last year. So my 2 kids now, they're sort of nearly 14, 11. They're desperate to come up and ride this. So we'll see. You might see me in a few more years with 2 of the kids.
Look forward to that, Sam. And we'll let you get going. Good to speak to you. Sam Connor.
Hey, John.
That's Sam Connor, previous winner there, 2006 on the Sherco. And he likes to come out for the Scottish 6 Days Trial. It's his type of event, and as you heard his father, Jim Connor, he actually rode, I think, in the 1967 ISDT for one of the British teams, and his aunt is Rhoda Rathmole, wife of Malcolm Rathmole. I remember him winning in 1973 on the early model 325 Bultaco, and yeah, he had to not nurse it back to Edinburgh, but he was listening for every little sound that was coming off that bike as the trial used to finish back then down in Edinburgh, and he actually thought it was partially seasoning as he was coming down off the Tyndrum Hill, you know, where the gold place is. You know, there's a gold mine there. And as he came off Tyndrum, the bike, of course, he was shutting off coming down the hill, and he felt it sort of nip up momentarily. But he got the bike back to Edinburgh, and it was all finished and examined, and he was declared the winner of the 1973 event. The presentation of awards was held in the George Hotel in George Street, Edinburgh at that time. I think the presentation of awards this evening is at the Cool Community Centre. I think that's right, John?
It is indeed, yep.
And
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock, is it? Yeah.
Gary or somebody saying?
So, yeah, so that's it. And I think we've just missed the rider I wanted to speak to. Where's he gone now? They're all getting gaggle here. Oh, yeah, we'll have a quick word with this guy that's just coming in. He's getting his bike placed, and this, hopefully, all being well, finishes today, will be his 52nd Scottish 6 Days Trial. Rider number 142, Nigel Burkett. We can't let him go the last day without having a quick word with him. Nigel, 52 under the belt. Fingers crossed, all goes well today.
Not a bad week for it, though, John.
Yeah.
I mean, Christ, it's got to be one of the best weeks we've had up here for a lot of years. Last year was good, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah,
but no, we've done well with the weather.
Absolutely. I think the last time it was like this was 2017, when it went the whole week without a drop of rain across the whole of the harbour.
Aye. But it did spit on the Saturday or the Sunday, I can't remember now.
Something like that.
Aye, yeah. But no, good. All good.
The thing is, the big question is, 52 Scottishes, yeah, that must be an all-time record. I think I'd go out and say that was probably the most number of rides by any rider. Make it 53?
Never say never.
Well, there you go.
Never. Odd number 53.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah.
55 sounds good.
And that also sounds good, but no. Hey, you know the score.
Yeah.
If I get up, I'm going good, it's good, you know. But one day it will happen that your body won't cope with what you're doing, your head can't keep up with everything, and you can't go fast enough.
The late Bill Grant told me, he was Assistant Secretary, I think, at one time, Bill Grant, the 2 Grant brothers Roga, he said to me, when I was saying about the pre-65, he says, John, the bike will tell you when it's time to stop.
Correct. That's truth. You know, you get some places now, although everybody's, it's dry, it's this, that and the other, there's still a lot of wet patches on the moors, and there's still a lot of bogs out there. And when you start knocking yourself about, that's when you're not going to finish. You know.
I think you once went into a bog involuntarily, and you reckoned that bog probably came out in Adelaide.
Yeah, there is some out there like that. You asked Jono about yesterday. He went in. Jimmy had to drag him out, and he couldn't stop laughing till he got to the next petrol check.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I think Nigel, you thought that the bike was going down, it wasn't ever going to stop, so I think you got out of that one because you're still here.
We did, but I also remember Adam Norris. We found him swimming around, and it was where the petrol check was yesterday when you first went onto the moors, and we went straight across heading to Rannoch.
Yeah.
And he was in one, and we thought he was going down. The bike was completely in. And we had to lay one on top of the other to get out of it, to pull it out.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. You've heard of quicksand, that's what it's like, isn't it?
Quick bog, we call it.
Yeah, quick bog. Anyway, Nigel, we'll let you get cracking, and good to see you here, and hopefully see you again.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Nigel Burkett, importer of the Scorpa brand down in Cumbria, and this is his 52nd Scottish. We really hope that everything goes well for him today, because it's nice to get another one under your belt. And as Pete Churchill, one of the observers that was mentioned earlier this week, he said to me, yeah, Nigel Burkett, 52 rides, that's a year of his life he's spent riding the Scottish 6 Days trial, and I think I'm safe to say that will probably be an all-time record. I don't see many people hitting 52. I know there have been a few of them this week who said how many Scottishes. 37. I think I spoke to Gary Pears this morning, mentioned 34 or something like that, Gary mentioned. And yeah, it all racks up, and it's great that these guys have been able to do it as long as they have, because, you know, that's half a lifetime basically they've been up here riding. Maybe not every year. I mean, I know Gary had a bit of a break and he was doing back marking, but yeah, he's clocked up 34 rides, I think it was.
Something else, isn't it? Something else. And say to do it in a lifetime, I don't know, how can you beat that?
Yeah, exactly.
Start very, very young.
Well, start youngish. I mean,
what age did you start riding?
Well, Nigel started on a Suzuki, an Eddie Crook Suzuki. That's where he was doing his apprenticeship as a motorcycle mechanic down in Cumbria. And his first Scottish was 1971. He must have been about 17 or 18. Nigel, what age were you first Scottish? Were you 17? 17. He was 17 years of age. And I remember watching him, because my friend John Hodge and I, we came up for the Monday and the Saturday because we were both still at school. And we looked at this guy and we thought, he's pretty young looking, isn't he? He can only be a couple of years older than us, if that. And yeah, he rode round, and we kept an eye on him, you know, in the results and the reports coming back from my dad each night, you know, such and such is leading. How's that guy Burkett getting on? Oh, yeah, I'll have to look it up, you know. So he looked at, oh, he's lying this and lying that. And Nigel, on his way back down to Edinburgh, decided, somebody said, oh, give your bike a wash, because you've got a bit of time to go down the road. Well, he rode into the part of the river to give his bike a bit of a splash. But he rode clean into a big hole and drowned the thing. And he spent about half an hour drying it out, plug out, upside down, all that stuff. Just through, at that time, inexperience. But no, Nigel's got the experience. He knows what to do out in the moors. If he has a breakdown or whatever, he's one of the guys that knows how to get his bike back. That's the main thing. But yeah, 17 years of age, riding the Scottish 6 Days. And it's great to know that I'm still around to remember that time when it was his first Scottish 6 Days trial. And I mean, he's ridden virtually every one and finished just about every one. And of course, the only years that were missed out were Foot and Mouth in 2001, and of course the 2 years that we missed the Scottish 6 Days trial due to the COVID pandemic.
No, exactly. So I'm just trying to see what riders off. I think it's 1, 3 just off. Cameron Bryce.
Cameron Bryce just ready to start Scorpa, I think.
I believe that's it.
Yeah.
1, 3, 3. Yeah, I can't quite see. Yeah, so they're just off. That's where we're up to. And we're here to the very last ride it goes, which means we've got, I guess, about another hour and a half. Guess in, look at the number of bikes.
I would think so, yeah. That would take us up to around about the midday. We hope to get number 183 interviewed today, which is Adam Raga, who's...
Yeah, probably quarter of an hour will be heading this way.
Yeah, he's not ridden this trial for 25 years now. He's leading most of this week.
We'll try and get him in before he fettles if we can. We can see him out there and grab him. That'd be great.
Yeah. Of course, his bike...
We've lost him. Where's he gone? We've lost Mr. Moffat. He's just disappeared around the corner somewhere. Don't know what he's doing.
I didn't realise...
He's Jahama triangled.
Yeah, well, if you... I think it's the secretary's office being a metal
It
office,
blocks signals. It just blocks signals.
it just blocks the signal. I went up to see that Adam's bike was still there, 185 it is, and it's got a white number plate on it because obviously he's lost the lead yesterday. So he's not the official leader, but it'll be interesting to see who the official winner is. That's the one that I want to see. See if Adam can pull Mark's back on Jack Peace.
I think it's possible. I think on this day it's possible.
Never underestimate the Saturday of a Scottish 6 days. Never. Even back in the days when they were going back to Edinburgh, it was always regarded as a bit of a slack day. Now, I remember the late George Baird, a saw doctor from Edinburgh, who was the clerk of the course then, went on a Castrol film produced by C.H. Wood Bradford Limited, who produced the films for Castrol and Yamaha. And they interviewed George at what you would describe as the lunch stop at Kinlochleven, I think it was, but I don't know if it was an official lunch stop as such. And he said, right, this year, the riders were asking for 6 days. And we've given them 6 days, and that meant he's given them 6 days of section, because the Saturday they sort of played it at, you know, a couple of sections thrown in just to take them off the road on the way back to Edinburgh to Blackford Hill. But George Baird had decided, right, you want 6 days, you'll get it. And that was the year that Bill Wilkinson won on the Greaves, the last British rider to win on a British machine, 1969. And it was a needle match between Bill Wilkinson and Sammy Miller. Sammy was in the Bultaco, the Spanish Bultaco, and they were riding very close together in numbers, and Sammy was watching Bill, Bill was watching Sammy, and it came to pipeline, and Bill pulled it off on the pipeline section at Kinlochleven, and then Sammy lost a couple more marks more at Marcum, I think it was.
Okay.
Then they rode all the way back to Edinburgh, taking in Tyndrum, which was a rocky climb up the hillside, a sort of zigzag, if you like, a switchback up on the hillside, and it was back onto the main road and away down to Edinburgh. And yeah, the last day was a deciding factor for the 1969 trial. And I remember Mick Andrews telling me that when he was riding the factory Yamaha 0W series bikes, and he said, you know, there's a couple of times I was going back to Edinburgh and my heart was in my mouth because the bike began to tinkle. And I thought, oh, here we go, last day of the trial, and I'm put out because the damn bike seizes. But he got back to the finish and everything was tickety-boo, and what it was something that just worked slack and it was making a tinkling sound. He thought it was the small end going. Yeah. And yeah, it's always the last day they're a bag of nerves, because if something goes wrong now, and of course we said originally earlier today that Alex Wigg lost his trial 1 year, and it was because he snapped the chain, or the chain let go on the Town Hall Bray section, the Rocky Bray as they call it locally.
I'll tell you what, I never thought I'd say this live on air, but you don't want to tingle in your small end, do you?
No, you certainly do not.
You don't want to bang in your big end.
Big end,
that can be nasty.
That makes a sort of a louder noise than the small end, yeah. It's funny how that goes. Yeah.
I love the way you can get away with certain things like
I've only run a big end once.
Did you?
Yeah, it was in a Ford Mondeo diesel, and what happened was the engine, when they had built the engine, they actually hadn't bored the oil way, and the number 3 big end actually seized, and that was it. The engine had to be replaced by Ford under warranty at 1,500 miles. So I'd actually, a thing that my dad always prided himself, I have never run a big end on a car or a motorcycle ever, and I managed to do it on a virtually brand new car. There was a company car at the time, but that doesn't matter. But no, Ford were very good. New engine was sent up to Inverness and it was replaced by the local Ford main dealer and put to rights. I got a courtesy car, a Fiesta, for about a week. But there's so much to do when you replace an engine in a car. It's all got to be coded and everything. Of course, being a diesel, the diesel pump is coded to the machinery as well. So it's quite technical, all these things.
It's too much.
Very
too
much so.
We've got live sections here. So where's this coming from?
I believe this should still be Lennican. That's where they're filming at the moment on the SSDT Facebook channel.
All right, bit of live section there.
Lennican.
Yeah.
Lennican, did you say? Oh, from yesterday.
Oh, no, sorry, I've got that wrong. Where are they today, John? I don't have it on my screen just now. I'm actually Lower Fast Fern. My apologies.
there you go.
Lower Fast Fern, that's the first group, Group A today. We'll just cover the route for those that are not knowing what's what. So Lower Fast Fern, out the A830. First rider was there at 8 o'clock. Second group, Upper Fast Fern, it's not accessible, 8:45 first riders. Drumfada, Group C, 5 sections there. First rider was there at 9:15. Trotter's Burn, that's Muirscherlich, the little hamlet just outside Fort William. Trotter's Burn, firm favourite. As David Dignan was saying, Ali McGilvery was out strimming the grass there, so you had a car park made for you. 3 sections there at Group D, 9:45 first rider there. Next sections down at the foothills of Ben Nevis, Achantee, near the Ben Nevis Inn. 2 sections there, Group E, and the first rider should be there now. Ben Nevis itself on the foothills, Group F, 6 sections, and it's 11:10 as the first riders there. Glen Nevis, environmentally sensitive area, 2 sections in Group G, I should say. 12 midday, the first riders there, and Town Hall Bray, Rocky Bray, Group H, 1 section, 1 single sub in the town centre at 12:30.
All happening. And did we manage to get that video sorted out I sent you?
I believe so. Obviously, we're in the middle of juggling a few different media things.
I've got a lady behind me. I'd like to tap her shoulder and just embarrass her.
Well, that's not very nice.
I know, but it's like what I like to do.
I say at the moment you're watching Fast Run, as you mentioned. I believe this is live now. This is as it's happening.
Okay.
This isn't pre-recorded. This is like now. Basically.
Yeah, waterfall section here. Wouldn't say standard stuff. Waiting for live video signal. It says here, so it's frozen.
Yeah.
So
that is the challenge, you see. That's why we haven't managed to achieve this yet.
This is live. Now, but fair play to you guys. This has improved over the years. We've now got split screens and all sorts of things. Here's its action. It's started the action again. Some of the riders having a quick chat there as they're waiting for their turn. But what they're doing is they're watching the lines of other riders, see the easiest way up this waterfall, if there is an easier way. Looking for where the water's been scrubbed, scrubbing the rock, because obviously there's lichen or whatever grows on rocks. Scientists will be able to tell you exactly what's actually stuck itself to the rocks, but it's normally a green sort of slime that you get, very slippery, and that's where you get the back wheel spin and you lose traction, and then that's when the bike, instead of going up the section, begins to go down the section in reverse. So they're having a chat with the official there, and none of the bikes coming through at the moment, but a lot of people testing the water, see how deep
One thing I wanted to ask, obviously you've got a lot of the riders that stand sort of watching the other people going through. Is there like a certain order, or have they got a time stamp they need to go through it by, or how does it work?
Well, it gets quite technical when they get a lot of riders in a section, or a group of sections where it starts to sort of build up. They run a thing called delay, and they note down the time that you arrive and the time that you leave, and that's controlled in order of when the rider arrives at the section, and they note the time card with the time you arrive, time you disappear, and then the start line officials calculate your delay. Oh, sorry, no, the Secretariat would probably do that. It's all put into the system, and then they work out how much delay that you've had. So you might have sat at a section for 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, whatever, that's when your delay's added on.
Playing.
There's a video.
Well, she just got in. Can you grab a shout
So just for context, obviously we played Baccarat, Yes Right and Boogie earlier on, and this is what you saw. This is what you see from your perspective of the SSDT on our video feed. Obviously that doesn't really work on radio because we don't have the sound. We've already played it.
Hang on.
And I'm not singing Yes Right and Boogie to fill it up.
What's all this about? What's going on in the car park? We want to know. What was that about?
What is going on here?
We're having fun on our last day, John.
All right.
Over there, you know.
Dancing girls, boogie woogieing.
Shimmy, that, isn't it? Yeah, I'm glad you know what a shimmy is.
Look at
We're having some fun on the last day.
Is this line dancing? No?
No, it's not, John. No, it's not line dancing. Have you had a good week, John?
Me, personally, yeah, I've had a good week. I'm just watching these two lasses. Oh, it's gone now.
A big thank you to all the committee, all the army, all the observers, everybody that helps, puts a lot of effort into this event.
Quite right. About time.
And you people too, because you help us with our scores and results and making us welcome. It all works both ways.
We give you a wee smile in the morning.
Yes,
Yeah, we do enjoy the smiles.
Yes.
And the
Smiley
dancing.
person. She's always been a smile person. I've actually known Adrian since she was at primary school. Would you believe that?
My goodness, back in
I know,
1973.
far too long.
I used to go and visit her family at, what was it called? The Shawfair Farm Cottages, Dalkeith, or near Dalkeith.
We could never get rid of him.
That's right. I used to stay till about 11 o'clock at night, and her father, her father used to fall asleep at the fireside, and he said, "It's all right, John, I'm just resting my eyes."
Yes, no. And then he would go to his bed and just, hopefully John would go away home.
And then your mum phoned my mum to say he's on his way back because I was on a motorbike.
And we didn't have mobile phones in those days.
Not a thing
Mr.
like
Moffat,
that.
swap sides. Come around this way. You come this way.
No, no.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, sorry, was I blocking
You were blocking
view?
the whole
Sorry about
view.
that. That's your best side being shown now, Adrian.
Oh, thank you. I don't think I've got a good best side at this age.
Now tell me, how do you pronounce your surname, your married surname?
Whitham. Not,
Whitham?
Not Whitham, as
Not
you
Whitham.
keep saying.
Because that's the road racers pronounce it that way, don't
It
it?
is, it is. And this is my great niece.
Great niece.
Liston Bell's oldest, Freya Bell.
Jings. You must be about the age that you were, Adrian, when
Yeah.
I first came to Shawfair.
I know you, yeah.
Scary, that.
You're a lot older than me, John, though.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm retired.
He was your teacher.
You're
Go on,
not.
tell us now.
Well, 60 this year. Yeah.
Heavens. Oh, right, now you're frightening me now. Oh, wow. And your sister's up as well, I take it.
The whole family are up. Liston Lewis had a great week. Yeah. I think everybody's had a great week. The weather has helped tremendously.
Oh, can't say fairer than this.
So we're all getting ready to dismantle the car park, get the start ramp down to there to the finish, and get ready for the award ceremony.
Sounds good to me.
Tonight, around at Cole Community Centre, guys. Please all come.
What time does it start? 7?
No, probably about 9.
About 9, sorry. 9.
So yeah,
Sounds good to me. You dancing there?
probably not.
Okay,
Yeah, podium's
fair
out, dancing.
Only once a year and we've done it. Is that okay?
Well, it's all done now. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Adrian, for coming in to speak to us. It's nice to see you. And yeah, I'll just do a wee bit talk. Adrian's dad, Willie Dallin, of course, was the clerk of the course of the Scottish 6 Days Trial, and the section that they've used for many years now, since Willie passed away in 2005, sorry, I think it was. WDs, that's named in his honour.
Yep.
They didn't name it Willie Dallins, just named it WDs because Willie would accept that. But it was a section that, funnily enough, he was out round that way the year just before he died. They were looking for sections, and he went into the bushes and came out and he said to the guys, "I found a right cracker in here. You want to have a look at this? Come on." And they went in, and Willie was a very straight-talking guy, and yeah, found the sections. They didn't put it in straight away, but then they got permission for it and put it in, and they said, "Right, I think we'll just call this one after Willie." But they did it in a sort of subtle way that would have been acceptable to Willie. And I think at the same time, they created the Willie Dallin Endeavour Award, which gets presented to riders who have suffered some sort of catastrophe and overcome it. Because Willie was a club rider, but you know he was a good, handy rider. He was never Scottish champion, but I think he came third in the pre-65 trial one year in the Royal Enfield. So he was a fearsome competitor. Yeah.
Put a lot into it and got a lot out of it, I guess.
Oh yeah, put an awful lot into it. And I was secretary one year, 2002. And I asked Willie about expenses and stuff like that, how they covered that, because I had to learn a lot of stuff quite quickly. And he says, "I'll tell you what I do." He says, "I get a sum of money, I put it in my back pocket, and once I've spent that, then I know what I've spent." And I mean, they used to go to the bar and all sorts of things and buy kids drinks and all the rest of it. Willie Dallin was one of these individuals that put a lot more in than he took out of the sport. I know he was a rider, as a trials rider, but there's no two ways about it. Willie Dallin put a lot more into not just this trial, but the Edinburgh St George trials as well at the Hungry Snout Gifford. He had the 2 or 3 different courses. Put a lot more into the Scottish motorcycle trials than he ever took out as a rider.
How are we doing back in the studio? Anything to report on?
Yeah, Wendy's emailed in to say good luck to Yeadon, is it Gaisley? Riders?
Dignan and Gaisley, yeah.
Yep, and Carlos Casas.
Carlos has put something in?
No, he's good luck to Carlos.
Good luck to Carlos, yeah, the Scottish 6 Days ambassador for Spain and Catalonia.
Very good. We haven't caught up with Carlos this week, have we?
No, I've spoken to Carlos a couple of times. Spoke to him at the weigh-in Sunday. We had a bit of a chat, and he actually presented me with a Motor Club Amadeus, I think it's pronounced, the Santiagosa 3-day trial buff. I got one of these. I was going to wear it this week, but it's not been cold enough,
don't need your buff.
Yeah, I didn't wear the buff, but I'm taking it home. I'm keeping that one, so that'll be nice. It's something different. So he gave me that on Sunday, which was very nice of him. And of course, Carlos is, yeah, he's a VIP, Trials Guru VIP, and he took a picture in front of his trophy cabinet in Spain. So it's a nice picture. If you look, you'll see that on the VIP club.
Quite a well-adorned trophy cabinet.
Oh yeah, very much so.
The boy's done good.
Yeah, and I think his first trial was it 79, was his first one. He missed a couple of years, but when he made a comeback, he's ridden every year since and brought a lot of Spanish riders over to this event, enthused about the Scottish 6 Days trial. And that's it. Have we got any time at all?
Yeah.
Spotted somebody, maybe like to have a quick word with. Mrs. Darling.
I don't think she wants to talk to John.
No, I think we'll maybe convince her. We've just been speaking. Crina Darling from outside Edinburgh. Yeah, what we want to say? Well, we're just speaking about your connect. Newland Rig, that's the place.
Newland Rig.
Hopefully we can see. Yeah. Now, Crina, you've been coming up to the Scottish for many, many years, but your late husband, Willie, of course, was a committee member, and then he became clerk of the course for the Scottish 6 Days. He retired for that and he was chairman. Sadly, passed away before his time. Now, how many years have you been coming to the Scottish? I know that Willie rode quite a few times, and also rode many times in the pre-65. But
Crina and Adrian would be about 2, 3.
And they're coming up for 60 something?
Was it 79 Willie rode his first one?
No, 69.
Was it 69?
69.
Well, we've been coming up since
Because we'll tell the story about this. Willie was riding a Bultaco and he lost the nuts off the swinging arm spindle. And he rode for a whole day, something like that. And he rode for a whole day on the road and everywhere with his boots, keeping the swinging arm spindle in position, and it wore right through his boots. Then he got somewhere where he could get a weld, and Willie could weld, and he tacked the edge on so that it wouldn't come out. So he basically kept the thing together, and that was his first Scottish in a Bultaco.
Willie's first year, the Woodrow key split going across the Forth Bridge.
Really as early as that. But something he could fix, probably.
He got it fixed.
Yeah, I think the trick then was to stick a 2p piece in, or cut a 2p piece, and that would do it. But certainly I knew the story about the swinging arm spindle.
Well, it was 69. Crina was born in 64, the beginning, and Adrian was born at the end of 65. So they've been coming up since 69.
There you go. Well, only a mum would know that. But I was just saying that Willie put a lot more into the sport than he ever took out of it, didn't he?
God, John. When Willie was clerk of the course, Adrian worked at the garage. Adrian worked at the garage. And you didn't know if it was the 6 day you were answering the phone or it was the garage.
Yeah, definitely that. And as I say, we knew that Willie rode, because when you go back to the old programmes, his name's in it. But one year he had a terrible trouble with a new Bultaco. It was the 325s. Both him and his friend Gordon McMeekin had the same problem.
Yes, Gordon and I, they were great friends.
Yeah.
Although Gordon stayed through in Ayrshire and Willie was through in Edinburgh. But they were so like each other, their colouring and everything, their mannerisms. And we used to say, did your dad have a bike?
Now, the thing is, because Willie was friendly with Gordon, you were friendly with Jessie as well.
Yes, aye. Jessie was up here at the weekend.
I was looking at that and I was thinking, well, these two people used to stand at the sections and observe.
Yes, many a time. And they're going to use a calendar again this year, aren't they?
So I believe, yeah.
Yep. That was the Southern used it, and Jessie and I used to observe there, and there was one year I had to come home and just wet waterproof trousers because all my gear was soaking.
Wet. Yeah, some wet weeks, that's the thing.
Today Jessie and I used to observe, and Dave Fletcher and Ian Henderson used to take us up to Dan's Gully in the back of their bikes.
So there you go. That's how observing used to be, and we could be more people like that.
No, you don't get that now.
No, you don't.
There was whole families. There was the Winthrop family. You could guarantee you'd get 3 observers. There was myself with the 2 girls, so that was another 3 observers. So that was 6 observers you'd get, and you'd guarantee it. If John was there and Willie was there, and of course Jessie, if Gordon was there, you could count how many observers you would get. Well, you've seen that photograph. That was a Dromellington trial down in the Bing. They used to, their wives and families came, but you don't get that now, John.
You don't, unfortunately. That's the downside now, is finding people to officiate.
No, you don't get that at all, no.
So I think I lived through the time, because obviously I was a young rider then, and you were always on the hills. All these people you've mentioned were always on the hills observing, and you never needed to worry about it, and you just got on with the job, and you did that, we rode the bikes, and at the end of the day, your results, they're all handwritten, weren't they?
That's right, aye.
So anyway, we'll let you crack on, because you're obviously sunning yourself now in the great weather this week.
This is us going home.
Today?
We go home today.
Yeah.
Well, we stay in a cottage, and there's 8 of us. The boys stay up for the awards, but we were having to pack up and go into a hotel. And it's a hassle with kids and that, so we just go down the road and leave them up here to enjoy themselves the rest of the...
Well, anyway, we'll hopefully see you soon again, Karina. Nice to interview you.
Yes, right you are then. Hopefully next year.
Fingers crossed. Anyway, nice to speak to Mrs. Karina Darling there from Newland Rig, just outside Edinburgh, the widow of the late Willie Darling, who we described earlier, and obviously past clerk of the course and chairman of the 6 Days Committee.
Exactly. I'm still trying to work out where Adam's going to be, and it's going to be very shortly, about 20 bikes away, I reckon.
So about 20 minutes he should be being called in.
Something like that, so we'll sort of look out for that, try and catch up his side of the story.
Yep.
Do we need to catch up at the studio?
Yes. I can play a tune, do some ads, and then I can bring you back, take you into the news. How's that?
That sounds like a plan.
Right. Kenny Loggins, The Danger Zone.
Oh.
World time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I have you, darling. No matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I have you,
and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I have you, darling. No matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool man, look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool man, look smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I have you, darling. No matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
Trial. Last and final day 6 of the Scottish Six Dales Trial 2025.
Yeah, it's gone through so quickly. I mean, I can hardly believe this is Saturday already, and it just seemed like hours ago since I was getting up on the Monday.
It has
Can't
been
believe
for you.
it.
You were late.
I think
Don't
the
forget
weather
Monday, you
got
were
a
late
lot to do with
Monday.
it. Yeah, well, I was late in getting here, but
Have you done detention yet? Did you actually serve your detention for being late?
yeah, I've done all that bit.
Are you sure? I never saw
think
you
I've
there.
made it up. Did you not?
Seen outside class there doing
Yeah.
lines.
Sat in the place till 5 o'clock at night. No, but it's funny. I think the weather has a lot to do with it. I think when you're enjoying yourself, things go past faster than you appreciate them.
Yeah.
When it's raining here, and it does rain, believe it or not, those who have not been here before, it seems to drag on a bit, and you think, oh, I wish it was 11 o'clock, get dried out or get the paperwork put away. And many times the paperwork has turned to paper mache, hasn't
Mush.
it? Yeah.
Absolute
A
mush.
lot
That's
more
what you-
protection now with the big awning here and having
Thanks
the
to Gavin
table.
Cairns. helped us
Gavin
get that
Cairns, yeah,
a couple
one of
years
the
ago.
sponsors.
Michelin Tyres, been our sponsor us here for quite a few years now on Never Shade. Expect to have them on board. Comms West, Thistle Access, Charles Guru. 2 Tyres, mustn't forget them, because they're new on this year as well. And everybody else which helps put this on this week for us here at Nevis Radio.
And Nevis Radio, very important to thank them. I'm sure the committee of the 6 days trial are grateful for the everyday support for the event. It's the only media channel that actually is represented here this week. Yeah, it's fantastic, and it's been going on for quite a few years now that the trial is covered. And it throws the trial out to the far-flung parts of the universe, doesn't it? People listening in Australia, New Zealand, America probably, you know, they're all out there listening in.
They're out there somewhere. Make it and they will come, isn't it? Or something, build it, they will come.
Yeah, build it and they will come.
It's great to be part of it. It's great to sort of spread the word out there and get people interactive with us. It's just nice. The feedback we get is good. Even bad feedback is good for us.
Well, it allows you to improve it, doesn't it? I mean, if somebody is constructive in their criticism, I think that's the
word.
key word, isn't it? Yeah.
If you just tried this, it might be better, guys, or something like that. But it's all taken on board. And plans already been made for next year. I can't believe it.
Yeah, that's right. So I believe. I mean, obviously the trial. I mean, we were speaking to David Dignan, the clerk of the course earlier, and he asked him what happens now, and he said, well, next week they have the revamp meeting where everybody gets together. They call it the greeting meeting, and they discuss all the aspects of this year's events: what went well, what didn't go so well, what could they improve. And then round about, I think it's September, if I remember rightly, they reconvene for a committee meeting, and then everybody's asked if they want to continue for the 2026 event, if anybody wants to resign, maybe new people coming on board, being co-opted. And clerk the course of both the pre-65 Scottish trial and the Scottish 6 days, both clerks of courses are effectively directors of the company. And so are the secretaries of these two events as well. They're directors of the Edinburgh District Motor Club Limited. So, yeah, it's all to then be re-established for 2026. Who's coming back, who's decided to pack in or whatever, or do something else. And then they start the planning procedure for the 2026 event, get all the permissions in place. The clerk of the course has an idea where he wants the bikes to go, confirms it all with the landowners and land agents, and hopefully then carry it forward, and hopefully the army come back and do the fuelling and everything starts up again. And then that's when hopefully we come in and we get a pitch at the Parc Ferme and do the broadcasts.
All the bits in the big jigsaw puzzle come together to make a big picture, which happens once a year.
That's right.
So that's pretty, wasn't it? I'll put that together.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed. Gone very posh now.
This is Nevis Radio, broadcasting from...
Are you practicing for your show now? Is what you're doing?
Voiceover, man. So there we have it, and yeah, it's getting warm. It's now up to 16 degrees. I can feel the sun on the back of my neck, which is quite pleasant. And where will I go today? Probably nowhere, because I expect our rider, Stephen Moffat, rider 246, to be almost in sight when the first man's leaving, because they were away early today. I think the first man comes back around about the 1 p.m. and there's always this great debate: will the last rider be back in the finish when the last rider's leaving the start? So I don't know if they've actually had that happen. I know that over the years there've been riders have arrived at sections and the observers haven't been there. Yeah. I remember the story I got from the late Ron Thompson, one of the local riders here. Ron had a grass machinery business out at Parc, and he had a bike which had a dual set of sprockets in the back wheel, and they changed the gearing for the roadwork. Now, this was in the days when you started down in Edinburgh and came up to Fort William, and he actually beat, on the way up from Edinburgh, the observers at the because he was an early number, because he was a small capacity bike. That's why he'd been gearing it up, and he actually got to the sections before the observers were actually in place, so he had to wait on the observers setting up, and then they went, right, you've looked the section, give it a go. So that can happen. That's Adam Raga just come into the car park.
Might try and catch him if we can. You're going to go? You're good. Okay, we can just come in here very quickly. That'd be great. We can come to this area. That'd be marvellous.
While you're getting that sorted out, I'm guessing if you're watching a live feed, what you see here is an official rounding up sheep in Glen Nevis, courtesy of Jonathan Hart, who was with us earlier in the week, landowner and representative for Tehama Estates.
Okay, we'll say...
yeah, he's coming. He's just going to the loo.
Gentleman's.
So he's disappeared there. There's a queue formed out there just now. So he's just waiting on just be a few moments, and then Adam will be here with us to talk about the Scottish 6 days trial, number 183. Who's interviewing, you or me?
Well, both, if you want to do it that way.
Yeah, we can do it both. Yeah. We'll need a mic for him. Yep. He's just waiting on... he's just speaking to somebody just now. It should be a few minutes. And yeah, Adam Raga, Last rode this trial in 1999 in a gas in the company of his mentor then, Jordi Tares, who was World Trials Champion, of course, on Beta. And then Jordi moved over to gas, and they had the JTR version, the Jordi Tares replica. So back in 1999, Jordi came over and Adam was his wingman. They rode round together. And then, of course, Adam then began to concentrate on the World Trials Championship for gas. Rode many world rounds, both indoor and outdoor, and became 4 times World Trials Champion. And he's now just coming up to the studio. Adam, have a seat. This is John Weller. John Weller from Nevis Radio,
nice to meet you.
And I'm John Moffat. I'm the guest presenter. You've probably heard of me in the past.
Who is he? I've no idea.
Adam, 1999 was the last year you rode at the Scottish 6 Days with Jordi Tares. Was that a good year for you?
That was in 2000.
Oh, 2000, sorry.
Yes,
2000,
was,
25 years.
Back in 2000, yes.
Yeah, you rode gas at that time.
Yes.
But then you went on to ride the World Series. You won 4 times at the World. Was it 3 indoor and 1 outdoor?
4 indoor and 2 outdoor.
4 out, yeah. So
6 times.
that keeps it right. So what brought you back? Why did you come this year to the Scottish?
After retiring from my professional riding, I want to make these kind of races where you are more, you are closer to the public, and you are closer to the customer of the bike, and we are working to improve the Sherco, and the bike is getting better every day, so we want to be closer to the public.
Yeah, and the Scottish for you is very much a test of the bike and yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good place to test the bike and to see how it takes so many kilometers, days, and everything.
Yeah. Now, your father rode trials as well, didn't he?
Yes.
On Bultaco?
Yes, he rode with Bultaco, and he was the champion, regional champion in Catalonia. And yes, he's a big passionate of trial.
Good. At what age is your father now?
77.
Yeah, okay, 10 years older than me. But I remember seeing pictures on the internet of you on the tank of your father's machine, and that's probably where you got your passion for the trial.
Yes, yes, sure.
Yeah. Now, you've been leading the trial. Is it difficult to try and win this trial?
Yes, it's very difficult, especially when happen things like yesterday. I was very disappointed. Many things come together. That flag, that I don't run over it. I just get to the side. The observer is who it is. Everybody knows him, and the good work for the 99% of the observer is destroyed just by a man. So that was very bad decision yesterday.
Okay. Now, you still enjoy trials as much as you did when you were a small boy?
Yes, I enjoy trials a lot. It's what I like, and for me, it's the best sport in the world.
I can't disagree with you on that. Yeah, very much so. And how long do you think you will still ride the trials bike?
I don't know. I will ride the trials bike as long as I have fun.
Yeah.
For me now, it's not. I don't need to ride, or I don't need to do anything. For me, I just do this for fun, and because I enjoy myself. So I will keep doing it until I think I have fun.
Good. John Weller.
Like I say, riding around Scotland, you've ridden right around the world competitively. How does riding in Scotland compare to that?
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it's nice, especially this year with that crazy weather.
Did you bring that with you? Is that special for us? Thank you.
Yeah, it's my gift. It was very good to ride with this weather. I think for all the people in the trial it has been a different one, but we can enjoy spectacular views, and to ride here it's fantastic.
Coming back to the Scottish this year, did you feel more pressure to sort of do well, or?
No, I just feel very bad yesterday after the 5, but until then I was having a very nice week, and now I just want to finish and go home.
There's still a chance though. You're not out of it.
There's not any chance.
You don't think so?
No.
Oh, okay. That's a confident no in a way. That's not good.
No chance.
I always say though that don't write anybody off until the last day, because if something happened to the leader, then you would be the leader. That's the thing.
But Jack Pease is a professional rider.
Of course.
And he's not gonna do any stupid things.
Yeah, but one year Alex Wigg
Yeah, but he was not a professional rider.
No, well, that's it. Now,
That's the
big
difference.
question.
That's the difference, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, I know you've got to
Big
get going.
question. 2026, you come back?
I don't know. Now
Please,
I'm very
please.
pissed off. We'll see.
Yeah, thank you for chatting
See you
to
next
us.
time.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you
very much, Adam. That's
Wow.
Adam Raga, 6 times overall trial champion of the world. I think it was 4 indoor and 2 outdoor, I think he said. Yeah, he's a wee bit disappointed at the moment.
Yeah, I could hear that.
But give it a year or give it 6 months, and depending on what Adam's wanting to do and develop the Sherco, you never know. People say to me at the end of the trial, "Oh, that's my last one. I'm not coming back." And you look round the paddock the next year, or you look at the entry list, I should say, and there they are.
Yeah.
So the one that I'm really intrigued by is Tony Bow, Adam's adversary, who rides for Monteza. I'd really like to see Tony Bow and the Monteza come here. Because Adam's come, you know, and he's retired from the World Series, but still helping with the development of the Sherco machine. And yeah, it would be nice to see Tony Bow come over and give this a go, because that's what the trial fans want. And I think it still sells bikes. I mean, I think there's a little bit in what Adam said there. It's closer to the sport, the Scottish 6 days. I think they're beginning to realise that the World Series is becoming remote a little bit. Certainly it's remote for me. I don't follow it at all. I mean, I know that Tony Bow wins, and he's winning, and there's other riders, you know, coming up.
That's headline stuff, isn't it? It's not following all the other stuff.
I picked that up on social media now, and you know, Danny Butler with his trial tube and things like that, everybody talks about it. But I think Adam hit the nail on the head there. Sherco are looking at the mass market and who buys motorcycles, who pays the bills. And obviously Adam's heavily involved in the development of these bikes now. They're on fuel injection, and as we heard, you know, more and more manufacturers are moving over that because of the Euro 5 or Euro 6 legislation, that they've got to get engines as clean as possible, and they can't achieve that with a carburetor, but they can certainly do it with fuel injection systems.
The likes of Adam, would somebody within the Edinburgh District Committee invited him to come along, or would he have just made contact himself?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether there was an approach by the committee or it's been a case of Sherco.
There's obviously a feather in their cap to get him here.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, you've got to remember that the boss at Sherco, the Mark Tisia, I'm sure he's still the CEO. Mark is an enthusiast of the trial. He's ridden the trial several times, and he always likes to see Shercos here, and obviously that's what they're looking at, is they're trying to get the most number of Shercos entered in this event as possible. And certainly by bringing Adam Raga in as a master stroke, in my opinion, because getting somebody of the calibre of Adam, now he said it himself, professional rider, they do what they do. Tony Bow, professional rider, he's contracted to do the World Series. He's probably and most likely not contracted to do the Scottish 6 days trial, which back in the days of Bernie Schreiber, my good friend, it was in their contract to do the World Championships and the Scottish 6 days trial. Now, when you go back into history, Don Smith, his biggest regret in life was not winning this trial, and he was on the podium a couple of times on the factory Greaves and on the factory Monteza. And the biggest disappointment for Don Smith, the late Don Smith, was that he never actually won the Scottish 6 days. He came close, but no cigar, and that's what they've got to look at. And I think it would be great for Tony Bow if he came over here and won it. But the question has been asked quite a few times: why would Tony Bow come to Scotland to be beaten? You know, you go to an event to win. You heard that from Dougie Lampkin. Dougie's not happy if he doesn't win the trial. And I overheard him a few years ago when he came second. He said to Bill Wilkinson, Bill said, "Very well done, Dougie, you did well." And he went, "Second, the start of the losers." You know, the head of the losers, if you like. That's what he said.
Leaving the way Adam was hanging his head down, oh, yeah, I can't win it today.
Yeah, and the thing is, there could be a catastrophic engine failure of the bike. Now, he won't want that because it's a Sherco that's leading. So at the end of the day, Sherco should win this trial this afternoon. That's all going well, and of course Adam won't see Jack not win because Sherco therefore then takes top honours. Then the sales go up because people say, well, that can win the Scottish 6 days, there must be better bikes now, fuel injector, I'll have one of them, they've obviously been proven, blah blah blah, and that's how it worked. The factories have always looked at the Scottish 6 days and say, right, best team manufacturers team, have we won that? Premier, have we won that? You know, and if they didn't win the Premier, if they got the manufacturers team, I remember Monteza one year didn't win it, but their manufacturers team A won the manufacturers trophy. That was straight in the press that week. Yeah. You know, because the press used to come out on Wednesdays in those days, and then later on the Fridays. So that went in for publicity. The propaganda machine went into overdrive, and that's what they like. So yeah. I'll be surprised if Adam doesn't come back next year, because I think he likes this trial, and it was great he brought the son with him.
Yeah, absolutely. and I guess they're just not riding for themselves. Every name he's got on his suit there, he's riding for that sponsor.
Did you notice the little badge he had on?
He's got a lot of stuff on there.
No, it wasn't a manufacturer or an equipment. He had a little tiny badge. I was looking at Bonnie Scotland.
Did it say? I didn't see that.
I don't know whether that's a lucky charm
Maybe
or what, but
it's
just a little button badge that was obviously in his jacket. It said Bonnie Scotland. I was looking at.
Robbie's out there with the camera at the moment. Maybe you can try and catch up on that.
Yeah, maybe sort of zoom in on it. So there we have it. 183 Adam Raga. We've had him. We managed to get him in the last day.
Yeah, it's tight. Even though it's tight getting him on. And I think that's what, you know, so you just, sometimes they don't want to come and talk, sometimes they've got too much on their mind. And
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, talking to us, the last thing you probably wanted to do.
Well, obviously, Adam's a bit disappointed at this point because he's not happy with an observer's decision. But the way the rules work, you cannot protest against a rider's score unless, sorry, against an observer's score. A rider can't protest against an observer's score unless it is proven that the observer has misinterpreted the rules. That's what it says verbatim in the ACU handbook and the International Sporting Code. So they put it in many years ago, I think it was as early as in the late 1990s, that you cannot protest against a rider score. Now before that, there used to be lines of people outside the Secretary's office at the Milton Hotel, in with their £100 or 50 quid or whatever it was at the time, protesting against a mark, whatever. What they do now is, if there's a mistake made and somebody's keyed the wrong thing in now, as it would be, or written it down on the sheets, they hit somebody for a 5 and it was really a clean or whatever, and the observer goes, yeah, I've made a wee note beside that, I wrote it down wrong, couldn't scribble it out. That's different. But no, unless that observer has misinterpreted the rules, then that 5 will more likely stand, and that's gone against Adam at this case. But hey, that's trials, and hey, that's the Scottish 6 days trial, which is a no-stop trial. I think it involves, sounds like to me from what he's told me, and I haven't had anything previous given to me or shown that I've read quickly, he seems to think that he's been docked a 5 for running over a marker. Yeah, and that's the case if you move or dislodge a marker. I think it's still in the regulations of this event, then that will be, the observer will be quite rightly docking 5 marks against the rider for that. So, interesting to see what happens with that. Adam's not exactly happy about it, and but that happens, doesn't it? I've seen that before.
Competitive sport.
Yeah,
and we're at the top of the game, which he is, then, yeah.
Yeah, give him a couple of months, and it'll be a case of, you know, well, right, the factory need to do this, the factory need to do it. Adam, would you ride the Scottish again? Well, if you pay me, I'll go. Yeah. Right, okay, and that's the way it works with a professional. Professionals don't do it for fun. They do it for fun, yeah, they ride for enjoyment, but they get paid for it. And he's paid to be here. It's as simple as that. It's factory rider, professional rider, that's what they do, it's their livelihood. You've got to remember, it's a sport that's ridden by professionals, staffed by volunteers and amateurs, and yeah, sometimes it doesn't always fit the bill, depending on which side of the thing you're born on. But no, for Adam, it means a lot that he's you know, he's come close, and he doesn't think he can win it. But I would still say, well, let's see what the results are at the end of the day. Things can happen at the Scottish, and they're not always pleasant. you know.
It is day 6. It is, 18 minutes past 11. We've got about another 30 machines out there, I guess, around that sort of number.
Something like that, I would think.
Before they all leave, and we're here to the very last bike. Everyone leaves and gets up on that start ramp. They're already sort of getting prepped because they have to move this all around. Everything behind us gets moved, ready for the finish line, which happens this afternoon. How are we doing studio-wise?
We're kind of quite far behind, if I'm honest.
Good, thought we might be. But yeah, we've got to do these things. Where do you want to go with it? Do you want to do a tune?
We could do a tune and do an ad break, which will pull us back.
Yeah, let's do that. So I think try and catch up with a couple of other people before they do leave, and certainly the last rider will try and catch up with them. Yeah, no, it's sort of winding down quite slowly here at the moment, which is quite nice.
There's a couple of officials I might like to catch if of time just now. No? Not just now?
I'd rather play a tune and
okay, we'll probably lose him. It's the chairman of the
We'll do 10 minutes. Would that work?
Yeah.
Go and speak to maybe? Come back in 10 minutes?
Yeah, do if they're still here.
We'll do that. They're having ice creams at the moment.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah, the ice cream
The Scottish 60.
Anything if I give, darling, no matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I give, darling, no matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I give, darling, no matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so
This is day 6 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 6 in Parc Ferme, sun is shining, and Mr. Moffat's going for another meander.
I was just speaking to Gary, he was explaining the whole car park situation.
There's a plan, there's actually a blueprint.
There is a blueprint for it, and now we're going to try and catch Mike McNiven, this big tall chap that's standing speaking to the clerk of the course. Mike, you've been a trials rider for many years, and you work in the sort of forestry side of things, don't you?
I do indeed, John, that's correct.
Yeah. Now, you've been riding trials for how many years now?
More than I care to remember, maybe 25 years, yeah.
You came up to Inverness to do the forestry courses, didn't you? The Scottish Forestry College, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. I lived up there for maybe 5 or 6 years, riding trials with Inverness Club. Yeah, and then moved back down to Central Belt and kept riding trials.
Yeah. Now, you're working with the Scottish 6 Days trial now. What is it you actually, your job is up here?
So I'm just part of one of the kind of laying out team of the trial. So we all work together very closely and put on what we hope is a good week.
Yeah. You rode a TYZ with Liston and Lewis Bell a couple of years ago, didn't you? Just for a bit of a giggle, but it all got a bit serious.
Yeah, that got a bit out of hand. I think there ended up being about 6 of us riding TYZs. Most of them I had supplied, so I got the blame for that one. But it was a good week, we had good fun. So.
Now, the thing with the Scottish 6 Days trial is it's a kind of rolling thing. People come, people go. That's the kind of secret of it. They try to get people involved with the Scottish 6 Days trial, and you've become involved. How did you do that?
I think it was 2018. I think 2019. I think I backmarked, and then from there it's I just continued to be involved since then. So yeah, just carry on helping out, do my bit.
Do you enjoy it as much as you did riding it?
I definitely do, yeah. And if anything, I enjoy it slightly more because there's no pressure. Or, well, not that there's any pressure, you know, it's just a personal pressure. Yeah, yeah.
Now, you do more than trials. I've seen you've been riding a wee bit of enduros now.
Yeah, I'm having a wee go at some enduros, doing the British Extreme Championship and having a bit of fun there, so it's all good fun.
Bike you're riding in that?
Yeah, I've got a Beta 300.
Good bike?
Yeah, love it, yeah, can't see past a Beta as far as I'm concerned.
Quick?
Yeah, fairly quick, yeah.
Most of these enduro bikes are. I mean, people sometimes don't understand the difference between an enduro bike and a trials bike because you've got the intermediate stuff such as the 4Ride Monteza, which is like a 4RT, but it's slightly different. It's more a trail bike, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. That's what I use for setting out in the 6 Days trial. So a bit of a crossover between enduro and trials, but it fits the job perfectly for this.
Good. So you'll be sort of finished doing a lot of your work now. It'll be a clearing up operation, I would imagine.
Yeah, we all pull together. We've got a big clear up for the next kind of day or so. The car park, obviously the biggest part of that, but we've still got some sections. Well, obviously back markers are out. Then we'll have the whole of the Ben and the Glen to clear up of all the tape and markers that we have to put out as part of our permissions.
Yeah, brilliant. So anyway, I'll let you go on the work. It was nice to see you, Mike, and good to chat to you again.
Yeah, you too, John. Take care.
Okay, that's Mike McNiven. His father was a GP in Edinburgh, actually, and yeah, very enthusiastic about trials. I've always said that when you lose your schoolboy enthusiasm, that's maybe the time to do something else like tiddlywinks. But Mike, you know, taking up the cudgels of working at the Scottish 6 Days trial, these are the sort of unsung heroes. I mean, Mike's out on the teams laying out and course plotting across the hills. It's a hefty job because you're riding the same. Well, you think about it. They've been on the go since Sunday, laying out the courses for the whole of the 6 days. So they're actually covering almost the same mileage as the riders do. The only thing they're not doing is riding the sections. That's the difference. Same with the course openers. You had Vince McIntosh and Fraser Ross going out in front of all the riders, opening the course up. They've done the same mileage all week as the competitors.
it is tiring on the body. I mean, these, you know, even the observers, they probably ride a lot less than the competitors do.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the observers, they're out in the hills early on.
Oh, no, they're not doing the sections as such.
Not doing the sections, no.
The
They go out, but they're still doing a fair bit of miles. I mean, they maybe have a day maybe when they're working at the car park here at the Parc Ferme, and it used to be back in the day when you were observing, you got a day off. Yeah. Well, I think I explained earlier in 1976, Jimmy Reid and I, when it was supposed to be our day off, they gave us the back marking job because we were both 18-year-olds, and we got the job of back marking because they thought, well, these two young lads, they like riding their bikes, they'll not want to sort of sun themselves. So we went out on the bikes behind the whole batch of riders, the whole 300 or whatever it was in those days. And we followed them round. We came through the sections. We then spoke to the observers. Right, that's the last man that's just gone through. Tidy up now. Get your cards uplifted. You're free to go. And that was the section closed, basically. We didn't pick the flags up because it was the day that they did the road run round the Moidart Peninsula. And yeah, it worked well. But we did the mileage of one day of the Scottish 6 days. Didn't ride the section. Well, actually, we did. We sort of run through the sections, some of them, on the way there to speak to the observers. So we did have a go at one or two of the sections, right enough, and then on our way, and we were in the Parc Ferme 10 minutes after the last man.
I think if Robbie turns round, we do a little bit of technical show off what we've been doing here, so people actually get. So I'm here, Robbie's there. I've got Robbie on the camera as well. He's walking towards us. I don't know which one we're looking at right now. And if I just step out a little bit, so this is where we've been broadcasting from, it is Parc Ferme. If we start over this way, we've got our power unit, which is obviously a generator. And this is the Thistle Access trailer, it's parked outside there. That got brought down on Sunday when the official setup started. We've got a wee speaker out the back there, which is putting sound out to the car park, and people have been dancing around to that, they've been enjoying that. Opening the magic door. Inside, it is Dan the man. He's been in there each and every morning and afternoon, working hard behind the scenes, doing lots of stuff. Isn't that right, Dan? Dan can't talk.
You got me a microphone for 2 seconds.
Dan's got the wrong mic for that.
I think we actually spoke about doing it behind the scenes. Oh, wait a minute, I should put my headphones on. I can't hear anything. There we go. Should be able to hear people now. You look at this then, Robbie. So this is it. This is what we bought.
This is it. This is what we've been working with all week.
It is. It's quite a bit of kit, actually. So this is our mixing desk, if you will. A10 4K8.
Provided courtesy of Maui as part of our sponsorship with our Maui Live Lounge.
It is a good bit of kit. I'm pretty sure this is similar to what the BBC use. It is professional TV quality stuff.
And it all happens in there. There's a transmitter in there which gets the signal back from there to the studio. And we'll show you that aerial in a minute.
And I can see on the laptop, I can see me, because myself and Dan have got comms backwards and forwards.
Where is he? Just show me. He loves seeing himself.
There we go. So this is running OBS. That's where we can switch all our stuff. All our live feeds come in from there. So if we actually open it up. Oh, a wee bit of feedback. We keep talking. So this is it. This is all of our feeds here. So we can put Simon on if we want. Let's switch over.
A lot of reflection in there.
Yeah, those screens are not very good for the reflection. They look lovely in a normal office environment, but they're quite tricky to work with.
And we've never had as much computing power in one little room, I don't think. We've got everything we've got in there at the moment working it, getting signals, pictures, everything else out the best we can do.
Yeah.
And now we've got a blank screen. What's going on, Dan?
Oh, we had the chat on the screen. We don't want that. We just want to see Simon's face. Don't want to do that again.
It's the first time he's been put under pressure all week, I think, from us anyway. But he's just been working away in there, I say, at least 5-6 hours a day, really, making sure it's all working. There you go. There's Simon.
The production value in this year has been another level between myself, Dan, and sort of coordinating all to make it all work. Oh, there I am. Look,
so that's our studio. That's where we are. That's on the Ben Nevis Industrial Estate in Fort William, about 2.5 miles away.
Yeah, I'm 2.5 miles away, so that's where I'm. So I'm coordinating all of the audio in here. In fact, while you keep me on that screen, if I take this. Basically, all your audio is coming from up here for the radio feed. That's where all our music and times are kept. And then I'm watching what's going on over there on my laptop. I've got all our social media here. And I've got WhatsApp and... Oh, I've pulled the camera.
Now what have you done? We've got an S now.
Hang on.
Does the S stand for sorry?
No.
Sad?
It should come back in a minute. I've pulled the cable out. I've pulled the cable out.
Has he deleted the
one
internet
job
or
all
something?
day,
That's
all
my
week.
biggest
One
fear.
job you've had to do, Simon.
I know.
He's
right.
deleted the internet.
No, hang on. I've pulled the cable at the camera. It's just got to reboot
You had one
itself.
time to show off.
Yeah.
What
well,
have you done?
I've broken
33 minutes past 11 on a Saturday.
Right. It's doing its thing. It might come back. We'll see. There you go. Right. Go on that one.
Oh my
there you go.
goodness!
So
he's back.
I'm actually connected to Dan via this as well, and I've got all our WhatsApp messages on that too. So we're quite well connected this year, and amongst everything. So obviously we've had David Cedric in the studio using this, and basically my job here is to keep it all to time, which is a challenge in itself, and coordinate with Dan. So basically all our video adverts and audio adverts all kind of mixing together, so we don't have any crossover for copyright issues and all that kind of business.
So Robbie, if you walk out this way, come out the back door of the studio. We'll try and cut. Can we cut to that as he comes out, so people see what we're looking at? Right. So if you turn back the other way, there's Dan out the door. That's Dan that way. That's what I see. And this is sort of behind our desk this way. This is what he's doing. So we're seeing a monitor screen. We've got a few lights which sort of provide a bit of front light to infill for the sun, which is behind us, if that makes any sense at all. Then if I close this door very slightly and he comes up there, you should be able to see our main aerial, which transmits it all the way back to the studio.
Yes, all the sound you hear on our live video feed is actually mixed in the studio that you've just seen. So the microphones that John and all the guests are talking through come back to me. I feed all the audio in through this side, along with any guests that have been remoted in, any other sound clips, audio, that kind of stuff, and that gets fed back down there. And then it goes out via the video feed, so it's all kind of mixed 2.5 miles away from where you are.
And we've got another pole which has got the Comms West dish on it, which goes across the other side of the water there to Tresleg. And that puts all the internet and everything else out we need and gives us a nice solid feed for the week.
Yeah, Comms West, they've pioneered themselves with wireless internet, and obviously they're getting into fibre internet in the Lochaber area just now. So if you do want to purchase any of the stuff, do get in touch with them. Very fast, very friendly, very speedy, and the best bit is you don't need to speak to a call centre. You speak to someone who actually lives in the area who will come and install it for you.
And the little box you just saw below that dish, that gives the Wi-Fi capabilities to the cameras. So that's why we've got no cables trailing across the car park, which is the very first year we've not done that.
Yeah, and it's also given us the ability to get out and about and actually see more things and try and get a bit more scope of what's going on down there.
So if you do want to get involved, maybe invest some money, sponsor us, this is where the money goes. We don't take wages. We've got one paid member of staff, which is Simon. Everybody else which puts this on is totally voluntary.
Yep, everyone else has volunteered the time for this, so big thank you to all the team down there for helping make this happen. But I say it is a massive team effort from ourselves, and I say we do push everything we can do to our limits, which hopefully comes across this week as well.
When I come down here as a guest presenter, that's a voluntary thing as well. I mean, obviously the Trials Guru logo is used purely because of the fact that you have me down here for a week free of charge, of course. And yeah, if more people could become involved with the sponsorship side of things, that certainly does help. I mean, Gavin Cairns lives up in Inverness, but his connection is very much local here in Fort William. You know, he was brought up here, his wife was brought up here. There was the family connection with the Nevis radio back in 1991, and Gavin's come and go, and it's absolutely fantastic that he has done so. And it complements what is coming into the radio station from Michelin as well.
Absolutely. It's a big effort. And it just doesn't come together for the 1 week. This has taken months of preparation. Months. And hours.
I literally started last June, if I'm honest.
Yeah. And the new equipment which Mary allowed us to buy, the mixing desk and things like that, that's been a big learning curve to go up that next level from, I suppose, stuff you do in your bedroom at home or in your office at home to what you can do actually in a professional studio. It's been a big learning curve. But it'll be used at many other things.
But it's coming up now. I mean, people are saying that, oh, it's much better than it used to be, and that's great because then it's moving things forward, and that's really the crux of the whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah, Nevis Radio is always striving to sort of push it that a little bit further, and I think we're proud to do it. I mean, as a community radio station, which is what we are, a charity, registered charity, to be able to do this for a whole week. I mean, not many other community radio stations do anything anywhere near as big as this. It does push us, we can't deny that. It is tiring, we can't deny that, but it's so rewarding as well.
Yeah, and as I say, it's the only radio station that actually broadcasts live or even from Fort William. None of the television companies come in here, but you know, it brings, if they did, it would bring its own problems because you know, filming on private land nowadays, you've got to have permission from the landowner, and then of course if you're actually doing it professionally and you're making money from that, then obviously the landowners begin to think, well, wait a minute here, maybe we could have a piece of the action. More and more clubs are actually giving something back to the landowners now, and that's becoming more and more to the fore. You know, if you're using ground, and then the landowner saying, well, wait a minute, you know, you're doing this, you're doing that. So it's only just a matter of progression with the sport as well as Nevis Radio Broadcasting, I suppose.
We do our best, and hopefully be here next year. Everybody seems to want us here. I think we're booked.
Well, according to David Dignan, I think you're booked.
Are you booked? Have you signed your contract yet?
Not yet, but I can do. But I think we'll be doing the drive time show one evening, I would imagine.
Ride time, John, ride time.
Ride time, is it?
Ride
Sorry.
time on Nevis Radio.
Ride time. Well, I think there's an opportunity to do that round about the middle of September. I've got the Paul Koboskas Memorial Trial at the beginning of September. I think it's around about the 15th, round about then. So any time between then and the 28th, 27th, I'm going away the weekend, or just prior to the weekend, the 27th, 28th, I'm going down to Sammy Miller's. So I could probably fit it in round about then, or just after that. Early October, I'm down at the Scott Trial, so I'll be way down there. So I'm sure. What days do we actually do the ride?
Mondays
time?
or Fridays would be good.
Mondays or Fridays? Yeah. Oh yeah, I can fit that in.
You want to come down on a Saturday, we can do something on a Saturday morning, we can sort something out for you.
Well, no, I can actually come and do it with you on a weekday, that's not a problem.
That'd be good. Yeah. That'd be good. Well, the last riders are getting sorted out. Would it be good to catch up with any of those and just have a sort of sort out with what's happening out there? Do you think we've got to do results, we've got to do route? What do we need to catch up with? I've lost track.
Well, I think we'd probably do results. I don't know if Simon can actually just fire that on.
Simon doesn't do that.
I don't do that
Dan
bit.
does
We just did that bit. I do the sound.
Yeah, sorry about
Dan's
that.
your video man.
I didn't know who pushes the button for it. So yeah, Dan,
cue the results.
Cue the results. That would be good. It saved me reading them off the bit of paper. Here we go. Results of day 5 of the Scottish 6 Days Trial. We have a new leader, rider number 79 on the Sherco, Jack Peace, on 3 marks. Adam Raga, who we interviewed as well this morning, rider 183, 6 times World Trials champion, on 7 marks lost riding the factory Sherco. 3rd position, Scorpio rider Billy Green, rider 130 on 11 marks. 4th position, young George Hemingway, his first attempt at the Scottish 6 Days Trial, part of the Hemingway dynasty, rider 163 on the factory Beta on 12 marks lost. Then we have previous winner in 5th position, rider 34 James Dable. We've not managed to catch up with James this week, have we? Nope. He's on 15 marks. Harry Turner is in 6th position, rider 181 on the Sherco, 17 marks lost, as is 7th position rider Harry Hemingway, who was leading the trial at one point, rider 165 on the factory Beta, 17 marks lost. Jack Dance, rider 237 in 8th position, he's on 18 marks lost. Jamie Galloway on the TRRS, rider 86 in 9th position on 19. Dan Peace, brother of Jack, 22 marks, and he's in 10th position, number 84. And their dad, Tim Peace, rode back in the day, back in the late 70s, early 80s, and it's a good friend of mine, an old friend of mine, Andy Watson from Hull. So it's all sort of intertwined there, isn't it?
The whole sport is intertwined. I think it's amazing. Just what it is.
Yeah, and in October I'll probably be speaking to these guys again, hopefully at the start of the Scott Trial. I do a little bit of interviewing, or very quick interviewing, when they're all going up. 3 riders a minute go out of the Scott Trial, and it's a time and observation. 3 a minute. Wow. Every 20 seconds a rider leaves their Parc Ferme, and then this year I think they're reverting back to putting the finish on the start field. They tried a different thing, just what we're talking about. I knew what they were trying to achieve. They were trying to do it like Erzberg. You sort of jump up through a finish arc, but they put it down about a mile from the original finish. It didn't really work as well as anticipated, so I think they're moving that back to the start field. I said to keep the actual finish thing that they put up, a sort of structure. It's been done by Tennant's Engineering of Richmond. So I said, no, move it up the field. It's a good idea. I like it. But the commentary bit didn't work because the speakers didn't work, and it was pouring the rain and all sorts of things. But as I say, if you don't try it, you don't find out. People were disappointed with it. But I knew exactly what the course people were trying to do. They didn't quite achieve it, but if they move the location, I think it will work.
Got to try these things. Got to try them.
Definitely.
So, say the final riders are out there. Anybody you know you want to have a quick catch up with?
Let's have a look at the entry list.
219, 216.
216.
I could do with a short break if you don't have anybody.
Well, do you want to do that anyway quickly while we get something sorted out? Go and do that.
Yeah, we can do it. I can let you do adverts and come straight back.
Do that. That sounds like a plan.
Okay, right. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button, haven't I? Oh, I don't want to do that.
Oh dear.
Eject.
Time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool man looks smooth. The world time has come to.
Look how far we've come, simply by taking it one step at a time. Oh, I'm willing to do anything if I have you, darling. No matter what it takes, we'll make it through.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool man looks smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country.
The Scottish 6-Day Trial on Nevis Radio, sponsored by Michelin and Gavin Cairns Rough Casting.
Big thanks to Gavin Cairns and Michelin for sponsoring us this week. We are joined in Parc Ferme by two gentlemen we spoke to the other day.
Yeah, that's right. They're coming in to start today now. We've got on my far left, yep, get it right, Danny Butler. And in the middle here on my immediate left, left, not right, left. Yeah, it's Stu Day. Now, Stu, we'll start with you, I think. You've had a wee bit of an off or whatever, and you've got a rather black-looking hand there.
Yeah, I think it was about the second section in yesterday, and of course we were the first ones out, so as you know, the rocks were literally like they got Vaseline all over them.
Yeah.
Very stiff, very tired from the Thursday. That knocked the hell out of us Thursday, didn't it? I think it was set for world champions, certainly not a muggle. And I took a big tumble, and it's way better than it were, but it's still purple, isn't it?
Yeah, Stephen said it was rather black looking.
Rosemary's been ice and heat and ice and heat and ice and heat. No, it is moving. It didn't do a lot of moving yesterday. I came in very late.
So were you out the trial or still in?
Of course I'm still in.
Still in?
No, I'm not
Well, that's all right. Thank heavens for that.
Yeah,
You're still riding for the award. You've not got a red
never
stripe.
say die
No, well, that's
attitude.
it. Well, that's it. That's what you teach. So good that you're still going. Danny, what's your week been like then so far? You had a big off as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. On Wednesday, I had a big off on the moors. Unfortunately, it did damage a lot of the bike, and it damaged a lot of me.
Yeah.
Which meant that my scores were pretty consistent up to that point. I was finishing the day in the late 20s, early 30s. Obviously, that off day, I still finished with a good score that day, but the day after, I really did feel it. Super sore the day after. Everybody had a tough day on the Thursday. Yesterday wasn't the best for me either. I'm sore. That's the only way I can describe it. It ripped my hands off the bars and it rung my bell pretty hard as well. A couple of guys had to get the bike off the top of me, and I was in the river crossing.
Not good.
It's all stones in there. It's not as soft as it looks.
No.
And so today, I'm just honestly, as a rider, it's it's a tough week.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say, really.
Now, you've both not ridden before.
Yeah, we're both newbies.
Newbies, and that's the thing. I think people think because you've been in the sport for a long time that you've actually done the Scottish, but this was all created when you were on trial tube, wasn't it? Oh my God! You know what I've done? I've actually entered the Scottish 60. I don't know how that happened and all that.
It was like it was almost like a prank, I think. That's the best way I can put it. You know, I just told Stu to check his email, and I never normally have time to do it.
I didn't enter. I did not enter.
It was me.
I was quite happy being in sort of competitive retirement in 16 stone, and unbeknown to me, he took 2 entries in, and all of a sudden...
I tried 5 times. In my defence, I have tried 5 times.
I know, I've tried 7 times, but I was in my 20s and 30s, not 52. And so all of a sudden, I'm sat here now in the 14 stone bracket. But yeah, it's still not been enough.
No.
You need more than 4 months to train for this one.
It's like watching an episode of Trial Tube now. Do you realise that? Because these guys are like this when they're on the online stuff. Yeah. So no, that's good, because the one thing about the Scottish 6 Days trial, as I was always taught, was it's finishing the trial, getting it round. You know, even if it's you're riding for no award with a red stripe through, get round, get it under your belt. Nobody's going to criticise you. No, people will criticise you for going home. That's what happens.
Yeah.
So it's a case of getting round. It's a learning curve this year, and the hope is, don't make it the last.
Yeah. I mean, I picked up a silly set of broken ribs on the Saturday before the Monday start. So I was lying on the floor with pins and needles down my hand. I was thinking, I'm not going to start. And then the next goal was just do a day, get through that. And it's been hell on earth, and picking up injuries along the way, we both have. So to be stood here on day 6,
still in.
And I'm really chuffed with myself just for gutting it through, and my crew who've plugged me on and given me a kick up the arse to carry on. But,
other people at the sections as well. Like when you get to some of the bigger sections, there's a lot of people there they're behind you. They want you to get through. You know, they completely see a different side of me, because I am definitely not the same person on the bike as I am off the bike. But at the same time, it is such a huge thing to just get round. I can't even tell people. It is massive.
Yeah.
The road never ends.
Well, what I'd say to you is a bit of word of advice, because obviously you're in the social media bracket. Yeah, you're producing things, you're putting stuff out there. I think use this as a learning curve. Come back. Because Ross Noble always said, "Oh, I'll come back and do it again," but he's never actually done that. And it was very entertaining.
He's in the Parc Ferme now.
Is he? I don't believe that.
I don't know where, but he's really far back.
So the thing is,
he moved to Australia. He didn't want to do it that much.
So I think he did publicise the trial. Fair play to him, and it put it out, and people loved that programme. But the thing is, what we want to see now is when you go back to do the trial tube, and you'll obviously do, as a wee bit of a, you know, nod to the Scottish 6 Days, you'll review it. I'm quite sure you will.
Yeah.
And you'll have
no
people
doubt.
on it, and it's a case of, right, now we tried it in 2025. Let's plan a little bit better for 2026. Give it another go. Because my little grandson was on his little bike, and he tried a steep bit, 45 degrees. Now he's under 3, right? So you've got to give him a bit of slack. And he came up this thing, no problem, went, fluke. So he went down it. I went, oh, right. Then he went back again, and he didn't actually race it. He just brought the bike up to it very slowly and just went up it. And I went, and he did it again, and he did it again. So he proved to Grandad it wasn't a fluke. Let's prove, if you get round to this today, prove it's not a fluke.
I know what he's saying. What he's saying is, we've got to come back and prove to the old guard of trials that we are real trials men, and that's what counts.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, he did. He did.
No, but it's good to have you up here.
Just if I do come back, can I have 2 new knees, please? Because these are absolutely shot.
And I thought you were young guys as well. Danny Butler, thanks very much for coming.
No, thank you so much.
And Stu Day. And you never know, you might actually get an old fart like me on your trial tube one day.
I hope so.
That'll be good. You could slag me off something
That's
wrong.
what he's after, just to get on your YouTube. That's what he's after.
I'm doing a radio show later this year as well with John Willard.
Oh, that sounds good.
Ride Time, I think
we are
it's
no
called.
holds barred, No, there's no filter.
No, well, that's not on our show.
No issue. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you. Thank you all.
And I guess it's that respect for this sport. I mean, they came in a bit tongue-in-cheek, if they're honest. Now they've learned a whole new respect for what is actually happening out there.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I actually picked up on it. It was one of the Trial Tube episodes I was listening to. I thought, blimey, they've got to give the Scottish a go. And then surely I looked up the entry list that came through, and oh yeah, there is Danny Butler, Stu Day. That's great. And yeah, it's good that they're having a go at it. And as I said earlier, they are the new, not so much the newcomers to the media. They're doing the online stuff with Trial Tube, and of course Stu Day has got his Trials Day, where he teaches people how to ride trials bikes and helps them, you know, advance a little bit as well. So it's all good stuff. And yeah, I mean, I think probably Danny Butler is more in the support of the stop permitted type of riding, but I would say, yeah, I'm more behind the no stop. But the thing is, it's still trials. There's a trial for everybody at every level. That's the difference. You can't go to Ibrox and play a game with the Rangers, can you? You can't go to wherever Celtic are based and play with the Celtic club. You cannot do that. You can come here to Fort William and ride in the same event as Adam Raga, right, who's a six-time World Trials champion. It's always been the case with the Scottish 6 days. You can enter the trial, you might not get a ride first time, you might be on the reserves, or you might come in later on, but you can ride as a clubman rider amongst world champions. And that's why I'd really like to see, as I've said earlier, Tony Bowe coming over here and riding the Scottish 6 days. That would be great. And yeah, he's fantastic at what he does, but he's not done the Scottish 6 days trial yet, and I'd really like to see that. Adam has been in 2000. He had to have a big gap because he was working at the World Championship. But no, it'd be interesting to see what Danny and Stu get up to with maybe a guest or two in the Trial Tube to review this year. They'll certainly talk about their off moments and their great moments, but what they will remember is a fantastic experience, and this year in fantastic weather, believe it or not.
When you do radio show, you can always do an interview with them live on Nevis Radio. You fancy doing that in September when it's going to be?
But you'll need to stick to time.
Yeah, no, you'd have to stick to time. You can't just go on for hours and hours and hours. You can have a 10-minute chat with you. You want to do it on your radio show.
Oh, no, well, that's more to bit about music, I thought, anyway.
Do what you want.
Yeah.
Your show.
Or maybe maybe we could look at tunes that mean something to me, because every year there's a kind of tune that's maybe not top of the charts, but in there that is played a lot, and I can sort of go back into, well, what I do in online social media is I pick tunes and I go, oh, that was about when the Scottish was on. And that one, I mean, Leon, you and I, it was on at one of the times of the Scottish 6 days trial. And it sort of paints a picture for you, you know.
Music is my diary. Music is my diary.
Yeah, very much so. So, no, I wouldn't go on and on. No, I wouldn't go on and on like we do at the Scottish, because we're really commentating on the Scottish 6 days. But I think there's links in that you could do with the Ride Time programme. That, right, John, what about 2000? Oh, well, you know, top of the charts, maybe not the top of the charts, but third in chart that year was such. What does it matter? Oh, that reminds of a really wet day out at Ardgour or something like that.
2 hours, you'd be looking at about 22 tunes, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. That would do fine, yeah.
Last Rider Away, is that 229? Would I be right today? Would you have that information? I'm trying to work it out.
I need to look that out.
It'd be nice to just get a very last chat with them if we can, even if you don't know them, and find out their story a bit, and then we can sort of start wrapping up here at what?
Well, the first rider was 241, so it'll be 240 if he's still in the trial.
They've all gone, I think. That's not that many numbers up there, I don't think.
No, well, 241 starts, so 240 must be the last man, isn't it?
Okay, maybe. We'll
going back to front.
I don't
remember it goes 241 to 288, and then it goes back to 1 again.
We've got 224 up on the ramp at the moment.
240, 240, 240. 240, if my calculation's right, are John Shirt, the previous importer and now dealer of John Shirt motorcycles. 240. So go and have a look.
Go and have a look, Susan, because I don't think there's that many out there. I've got to be honest.
Let's have a look. Where are we?
We all caught
229, 226, 235. Let me have a look and see who's here.
We're just gonna stick with it until everyone's gone.
Yes, I assume that.
239 might be the last guy. Let me have a look. No, there's more bikes beyond that.
Hiding at the back.
Hold on, I might disappear for a minute.
You carry on.
Well, it's not so much that I lose a signal out here, don't I?
He's off meandering like he does.
Let me see. 240's bike's there, but I don't see him. It's maybe not his time yet because there's about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I'll have a quick word with this guy, if you don't mind. Is that okay? Just very quickly, Carlos Casas, many times at the Scottish, the ambassador for the Scottish 6 Days for Spain and Catalan. Have you enjoyed your week?
Of course, I enjoy it a lot, the music, as ever, because it's my favorite event, it's my favorite week, holidays in the Highlands. And still, I'm getting old, but still enjoying all the time. So that's important for me and for my son. We are riding together, and all my friends.
Yeah, brilliant. So 2026, plans for that?
Well, I'm not thinking now. Now I am thinking on today.
Yeah.
Then I'll analyze, I'll see about the year, but for sure, I'll try.
Good.
We'll see.
Even if you come for a holiday?
Yes. If I come for a holiday or to make friends or as an observer, we'll see.
You see. Great. Well, anyway, have a good day today. I think you'll be called pretty shortly, I think.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay,
nice
that's...
to see you.
Yes, Carlos Casas, rider number 227, the guy that in 2002 I called the SSDT ambassador for Spain and Catalonia because he did so much to promote the Scottish 6 Days trial to all the Spanish riders, encouraged them to come over here. And of course, his link this year will be, well, look at the good weather they have over there in Scotland.
Lots of pictures of sunshine and hills.
Blue sky, yep, that's it. I remember with the 2002 programme, we had a picture of the then previous winner in the 2000 win because we missed 2001. It was a picture of Steve Colley out like Meal na Meach, and Willie Dallin said, "That's no the Scottish." I said, "Yeah, Willie, it is. Look at the number. He's got the leaderboard and all that sort of stuff. That's no the Scottish." I said, "What do you mean it's no the Scottish? It's an Eric Kitchen picture of Steve Colley on his gas in the Scottish 6 Days." Nah, you're missing the point. He said, that doesn't look like the Scottish. There's too much blue sky in the background. And then the penny dropped what he was getting at. I thought he was meaning that's not a picture from the Scottish, because they always use a Scottish 6 Days trial picture. The only year that the club had a programme and the front cover had always got a rider on it. The rider was from an English trial. And I could never understand what happened there. It was because the motorcycling or someone had helped with the promotion of the programme, and they just picked a lad, no disrespect to him, on a Tiger Cub, and it wasn't the Scottish 6 Days, and that's the 1966 programme, the green one. So yeah, it's a bit strange when you come across something like that.
Who's this gentleman with the big beard? That's quite a stunning look.
I don't know. I'll find out. 229. Sorry, what's your name? Everybody's been commenting on your lovely red beard.
Craig Austin from Australia.
Ah, that explains it.
What a man that is. That is a man.
I had to figure out a way to fit in.
Yeah, I don't know how you ride with that thing.
It's aerodynamics, it's easy.
Well, it's good to speak to you at long last. Everybody was asking me, who's that guy? And I kept meaning to look it up. So just repeat your name again for fans.
Craig Austin.
Craig Austin from Australia. Which part?
Perth, WA.
Oh, Perth. But Perth not just down the road from here?
No, definitely not.
Yeah. So there's your answer. That's the guy with the beard. We've got John Shirt. Now, he's the last man today. He's coming in. He's just about to get his bike. So once he gets his bike down to us, we'll have a quick word with John. Well, maybe a leisurely word with John, because he'll be the last man going out. Let's see how long we've got. There's a 1, 2, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 maybe in about 8 to 9 minutes John will be going out here. He's just bringing his gas up to the start area, and I don't know if he's doing any work on his bike today. He's just saying 2 seconds, so he's just got to try and catch somebody. I think it's Danny Butler he's having a word with, maybe a pep talk. He's having a quick word with Stu Day and Danny Butler at this time, so just giving him a bit of advice, no doubt. And John Shirt, having ridden so many times, knows his way around this course, or parts of this course. But the most important thing of all is, of course, that John Shirt has got a heck of a lot of experience at this trial, and he passes it on to other riders. So that's probably what he's doing just now. So being on the last day, it's I can't remember if John's ever been back man or last man at the Scottish 6 Days, but he certainly looks like he's doing it today. First man away today was 241, Rob Pollard, and last man away, John Shirt, member of the Manchester 17 club, and importer originally for gas machines in the UK. Now it's done slightly different, as it's part of the KTM group, and now we've got John Shirt Motorcycles. He's back to being a dealer, and he also has the brand Trial Enduro Direct under his banner. So people now go direct to John Shirt to buy motorcycles, where in the past you went to John's dealers, who were gas dealers in the UK. So it's slightly different now. So John's just coming back to his bike now. Have we got him on camera? I'm not sure if he's on camera.
Yeah,
John,
there.
you able to have a chat with us? Good, mate. So anyway, you've ridden this trial so many times it's hard to remember how long you've been doing it. But you've been doing it from a young boy, and I think one of the most special bikes you ever rode was an RTL Honda, that right?
Yeah, crikey, Honda, that was, oh man, 1988 I think. 1988, so yeah, 1 year on Honda and 34 on gas.
Yeah, that's a bit of a record in itself. Now the Honda, you didn't realise at the time how special that bike was, did you?
No, to be honest. I mean, it was a bike for an World Championship contender, which was not me. The bike was too good for me. There was a lot of pressure on my shoulders to ride, Eddie Lejeune's factory bike. I was good on it up here. I got rolling well up here. I was 10th in my first year, but apart from that, I struggled because you can't put a young lad on a factory bike, and that's what I did. I had the great opportunity. I don't regret it, but the bike was just too good for me. End of.
And the chief machine examiner said it was the best prepared bike of the whole trial, in his opinion.
That's nice to hear. But no, you've got to prepare. I'm obsessed with it. It's it's one reason why I've done a few Scottishes, and I'll do a few more yet. So it's all in the preparation. Coming to the trial, when you start the event, that is the easy bit. The graft has got to be done before, on your body, on your mind, on your mindset, on your bike, on so many things. A lot of people come to the trial with some elements prepared, but you have to have very little bit in place to do it and to keep doing it and to keep going.
I remember my dad telling me that the great Bob McIntyre, the road racer and the TT rider, always said the event or the race could be won and lost in the workshop.
Absolutely, yeah, because it is, yeah. I mean, all the bikes are great now. Do you know what I mean? I mean, 20 years ago, you were definitely going in your bum bag or your rucksack, and you were, exhaust systems, barrels, pistons, radiators, fans, electrical stuff. To sell a bike after the Scottish 30 years ago was very difficult. But now it's not really a problem. The quality of all the bikes has improved massively, but you've still got to prepare.
Yeah, absolutely. So are you looking forward to today's run then, John?
Yes. I didn't realise it's quite a short day, actually. I didn't look. So, but listen, I'll be at work on Monday, sat at my desk. So this, for me, riding in the Highlands with the sun on your back, you can't beat it. No. You just can't beat it.
You have ridden in quite a few wet ones.
Yeah, absolutely, and I was prepared for wet weather. I must admit, though, I've gone a bit soft in my old age with the bad weather. I am prepared for it, but I do feel the cold. My missus keeps turning the heating off. I keep turning it back on.
Of course, you've got a family now. You got a wee girl?
Yeah, little Georgia, yeah, 3.5. They away down the road yesterday, so they've enjoyed it. It's all the weather, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. The weather's made it this week. Yeah.
The observers enjoy it, families enjoy it, everybody enjoys it. So.
And it brings them back?
Yeah, I'll be back next year, 100%.
Good man. Well, anyway, we'll let you get cracking, and good to see you, and you're the last man away.
Yeah, I know. I won't be the last to finish, though, I can assure you that.
Well done, John Shirt. Thanks, John.
Cheers, John. Top man.
That's it. John Shirt Motorcycles. Buxton, Derbyshire. That's where they're based. And John's let's say an old hand at the Scottish 6 days, let's say an experienced old hand at that as well, knows what it takes to get round this trial. And as he said, the bikes are a bit more reliable than they were 20 odd years ago, and I'm sure he'll enjoy his last day at the Scottish 2025, and no doubt we'll be welcoming him here in this very Parc Ferme in 2026. I don't think he'll be giving it up just at the moment. It'll be interesting to see if Nigel Burkett comes back. But But
I think he will.
I think he probably will. And probably break his own record of 52 rides. So, yeah, great, brilliant.
We've just got five or six more bikes to go, you know that.
Yeah, we've got a late entry here, number 238. Quick words. Sean McCann from Inverness. You got a late entry at the last minute, didn't you?
Last Tuesday, 5 days of warning, so it's a lot to do in 5 days, it turns out.
Yeah, but you've enjoyed it?
Yeah, loved it. Great weather, great crack with the boys. Yeah, it's been really good, really good.
Like to thank the observers?
I would, yeah. It's been a great week for them. They've all out there in the elements, so yeah, they've been great.
Back to the work on Monday?
Maybe Tuesday.
Tuesday, have the Monday off. Well done, Sean.
Thanks, John. Cheers.
Okay, Sean Mackay from Inverness and District Motorcycle Club. He's a joiner in Inverness. And his father, I don't know if he rode the Scottish, but his father rode trials as well. And his late uncle, Ian Grant, also rode in the club. So, yeah. That's basically, we're coming up the last, well, we've got a rider just starting just now, or not starting as the case may be.
5 bikes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, this is the last 5.
Wow.
Now let's see, has he got it going?
Yeah, something's happening.
Bump start and it's not just firing. Looks like a change of plug maybe might just help him along. Yeah.
The guru's expertise coming in at the last minute.
Well, the thing is that in days gone by, I don't know how it works with the carbs they're using now, but the gas gases many years ago, they were running Del Orto carbs from Italy, and what you did was you put the choke on, laid the bike on its side for about 3 seconds, picked it up and then kicked it. And that normally fired them up no problem because it just charged the choke system on them and away they would go. But this chap, I don't know what number it was, he's given it a good kicking right now. He's being helped out just to steady the bike so he can get up on top of it, but I think he's going to have to push it round to gas to have a wee look at it, which is unfortunate on the last day. That's a right sickener, really, because the bike's probably performed faultlessly, but it may be something really simple like change the spark plug. Maybe the spark plug's just had enough. I remember Neil McNiven, local rider, he rode a Monteza around here for many years, same bike, 315R 2-stroke, and it was something ridiculous, like he did 5 Scottishes on the same spark plug until Caroline Sandiford insisted he put a new spark plug in his bike. That's absolutely true. I don't know if it was 5 Scottishes or 6 or whatever, but it was a lot. And I thought, oh, I would have changed the spark plug every 6 months at the minimum, but he got away with it. Got the chairman of the chairman of the Edinburgh District Motor Club with me now, Pete Bremner. Pete, you've been down here all week, probably a little bit more than a week, and it's not the first Scottish you've been at, is it?
No, John, I think I first started observing way back in '69. And then, funny enough, I was looking at some old 6 days stuff, and I got invited onto the committee after the '74 trial, and been involved literally since it was first officially on the committee, '75 and onwards.
Now, I think you were actually planning to ride the event, and you fell foul of the ballot, and that's, I think, why you went back to observing and stuck with it.
Yeah, that's it. Fell foul of it, so it's not new, not getting in because of the ballot, and then went on the organising side and happily stayed there, although I've never ridden an event. I've been round it many times, and years gone by was to lay out the section and then also back mark, etc. Yeah. And I've back marked from Edinburgh as well.
That's right, when it stopped, they stopped and started at Edinburgh up to 1976, 77, it was all up here. Now your son Lee Bremner, he's heavily involved with the committee of the Scottish 6 Days trial, deputy clerk of the course.
Yeah, that's right, Lee's kind of followed on. He's rode it a couple of times basically as such, so achieved a bit more than me in that respect. And then obviously further down the line we've got that certain Archie Bremner, eldest grandson, who's looking towards it as well. So that's maybe a year, couple of years' time, I don't know. It depends on all the licensing rules and things like that for children now, you know.
That's right. Now, just behind us, Pete, we've got Rider 240. This is the last man going out the Parc Ferme, so we'll just a wee bit commentary on that. Is John Shirt, Jr., as he was called, of John Shirt Motorcycles, Rider 240, last man. I think you'll be quite happy that this is now the last guy going out and the week's over, is it?
Yeah, well, that's it, but there's still more work to be done. We've still got to organise, move the podium now down to the finish area, get that side of it all set up from that point of view. And then we've got obviously the back markers, Neil Dawson, Gavin Johnson, etc. They go around at the back. And nowadays with the increased signage, one of my duties now is going around the back, picking up all these big yellow warning signs, all the cones that are required. And there's John, off he goes, started within his minute, so he's quite happy in that respect. So there's another, we're now, how can I say, the back markers, for want of a better word.
Well, well done, Pete, and thanks very much for all the work you've put into the trial, and you were on the SSU many years ago as well, for everything you've put, and you put much more back into the trials than you ever took out of it.
Thanks for that, John, again. Thanks to Nevis Radio and your supporters, Michelin, obviously Howard Gavin up by, although Gavin's a local lad down here originally, and thank them for all their support and everybody involved in supporting this trial, because it's more and more required to put this trial on the ground. From the old days, I was looking again at an old picture, we literally had a McLean Dick caravan and some scaffold poles, and that was a Parc Ferme.
That was it.
It's moved on a bit since then. Again, thanks to everybody.
Thanks very much, Pete Bremner. That's Peter R. Bremner, chairman of the Edinburgh and District Motor Club, who promote this event. Where's John Weller gone?
I'm behind you. Here. I'm on the start ramp.
Oh, you're up the start ramp. Well done.
I'm here.
So I'll hand it over to you in that case.
Come up here, John.
Oh, come up here. Oh,
come and squat next to me.
Before they move it back to the finish.
Before they move it, they're going to be unhitching us soon.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's the last rider away. It all started back on Monday at 7:30. It's finished, about 12:15 now? Is it something like that?
Yeah, it's just coming 13 minutes past to be precise.
13. Yeah, we are.
So that's not bad going. It's been one heck of a week, a fun week.
Very enjoyable.
Enjoyable is the word.
For me, it was a bit of a holiday with work thrown in.
We've tested ourselves, we've challenged ourselves, we've challenged a lot of other people as well. But it is quite a small team puts this together. I'm going to start with Si back at the studio. Very big one. Well done to you, of coordinating and getting this stuff off the ground.
It's all good. That's the job, isn't it? It's can you go one better each year?
Well, I'd like to thank everybody for the fun that we've had, and if that little machine down the bottom of the road stays for a wee while, I'm going to go flash the old credit card out and buy everybody who wants one on Nevis Radio an ice cream on me.
My goodness.
Oh, here. I can't get down there that quick.
Oh, my goodness. It'll be fine. We went with the ice cream machine up to us. We keep it fresh.
But no, in terms of thank you, obviously you've mentioned before, I'm obviously a paid member here at Nevis, and I'm the only one down here doing that. So everyone else that you've either seen or heard has put their own time into this, and obviously taken time out of work and all that kind of stuff. So big thank you to yourself, John Weller, and of course John Moffat as well. But also big thanks to Dan, video mixing for the entire week, bringing you all the pictures, and our camera crew, which has consisted of Robbie, it's consisted of Jack, it's consisted of Bean, and it's consisted of David. So you've had 4 other people there bringing you pictures all week as well. So it's been quite a large team effort from ourselves.
And I guess a big thanks to those which have been viewing and contributing and commenting. It's a big thing. We're not here just to amuse ourselves. We're there to get the message out that the Scottish 6 Days Trial is such a great event. And what has been happening and keeping you up to date with all the results and news and trivia and tidbits and controversy. It's what we like to do.
And the people that we've been interviewing all week, thanks to them for coming on board, all the importers that we've managed to get their bikes up and look at that. So it all sort of goes into the great big mix of Nevis Radio at the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
And finally, thanks to the Edinburgh and District Motorcycle Club for inviting us in. Because without them wanting us here, we wouldn't be doing it.
The sponsors, John.
Sponsors.
Let's go for the sponsors then. Michelin Tyres, who've been on board quite a few years now. Big thanks to them. Gavin Cairns, Rough Casting, he's been on with us a couple of years, but this is the first time he's taken out a big sponsorship deal with us. Hopefully that will continue. We've got Thistle Access, the trailer which you saw on our screens a little bit earlier on. That's been the hub and the nerve centre here in Parc Ferme. We have got Comms West getting us the signals out and getting us a very nice internet signal so we can sort of network everything. Charles Guru, it's your time. You've given a whole week of your time up for us every morning.
My pleasure.
It's an absolute pleasure. 2 Tyres, they came on board this year. Great to have them. They've been helping sponsor the outside studio. And all the other people like Nevis Baker, who's been giving out shortbread, or giving us shortbread to give out. And Gillian Sloan from Gallery in the Fort, she's been down with a bit of merchandise, and I think people have been popping into the shop and buying bits and pieces as well, which is always good news.
Yep, and I say even all of our other advertisers and sponsors throughout Nevis, thank you very much for helping us do what we do.
There you go, that is 2025 over and done with.
I've got one more thing to add in. Richard Midley's watching to say that Milky's watching from Belgium, and Father Milky will be back next year with plenty of buckets for you.
Oh great, can I use your camper van?
I don't know what's going on there.
Neither do I, but we'll pass the message on.
Have we
Great.
selected a tune to finish with?
I haven't, if I'm honest.
Well, we normally finish with Kim Edgar in 6 days, but could we also put Run Rig and Amazing Things? 'Cause I think that sums up a lot of things which happen around this area.
Oh, hang on a minute. You're going with 2 tunes.
Right, so yeah, so Run Rig, Amazing Things.
Right.
There's Kim Edgar, and I think it's 6 days. And her dad used to ride it. If I
Yeah,
was
the late
right.
Derek Edgar, brother of Norman Edgar, who's 3 times trial champion. Kim Edgar, artiste with Cara, I think she sings with now.
If we can do that, that'd be great. And thanks for bearing with us. Yeah, maybe trials isn't your thing, but you still stay tuned to find out what we get up to. Yeah, Nevis Radio is much more than just playing tunes on your radio station. It's a community station. Keep you entertained and informed, what we love to do.
And hopefully next year, I won't be ill, Dan won't be ill, you won't be a bit ill.
Yep.
We can have a healthy team.
I've got to say, Thursday was a touch-and-go day, literally, for me, so...
Yeah, aye, it's been a tough one.
But there's been a lot of lurgy around. And David Sedgwick, never thanked him for coming in each and every day as well.
Of course, can't forget David. Obviously, he's been doing Fought for the Day Trials Week for many, many years, and we'll look forward to hearing from him again next year.
And there are any commercial people, they've obviously been helping as well. We can't... Have you got a list of those? People doing a little commercial on the video?
Highland Soap, Maui, and Michelin this year.
Because that all makes a difference. And so when the tunes are on, you watch on the YouTube, they get played out because we can't play the music.
Yeah.
That's the way it works, basically. Until next year, then, my friends.
Yeah.
Have a happy time.
We'll do it all again then.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.